In the dark, miles apart, made a promise that I'm coming out alive. Raging hard, went too far. I will never lose myself again. Oh, I was calling you. Did you hear me? I lost my way, lost my way. Thinking about it last night, thinking about death.
Oh my God.
And for the first time ever, for the first time in a long time, I was like, damn, I have something to live for.
Awesome. I tipped them.
I was like, I have to survive for this child. I have to make sure.
Cute.
I have to make sure that she's, well taken care of.
You both.
I was trapped in 1,000 nights with no escape. Nightmares taking me over, and no one right away, and no one right away. One night like a million times to the waves I break. The nightmares finally over, and no one right away, and no one right away. Blinding lights, burning eyes. I can see myself and I don't need to hide. A foolish bride, paid the price. I will never leave again, I'm by your side. I was calling you, did you hear me? I lost my way, lost my way. I was locked in 1,000 nights with no escape. Nightmares taking me over, and no one right away, and no one right away. One night like a million times through the waves I break. The nightmares finally over, and no one right away, and no one right away. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. We're all wide awake today, baby. We're wide awake here in Los Angeles, California. Kaya is wide awake. That's right. I'm Hasan Piker. This is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and that was HasanAbi Wide Awake, AI rendition by Vorlo. I'm wide awake, but you know who's not wide awake? Doug Burgum's political reign. That's right. Doug Burgum is withdrawn. He is no longer wide awake. He is dying. He's dead. His campaign is dead. Regardless, I'm live and alive. And I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is 69 degrees and mostly sunny here in California, Los Angeles. Nice. And I'm live and alive. It is December 4th, Monday, December 4th, 11:36 a.m. And I'm a little late, and I apologize, but that is there's a good reason for it. I took my mom to the medical facility, to the doctor earlier this morning so she could figure out what the hell's going on with her meniscus tear and get the proper medication necessary, steroids. She's about to get yacked. You already know it. She's about to get so yacked. She's all right. Yeah, she's taking steroids. I was gonna ask the doctor, yo, slip me some of that good shit. You know what I mean? Slip me some of that good shit, doctor, please. Anyway, we're gonna be talking about a lot of stuff today. It's Monday News Day, but before, I love when chatters keep linking the same clip over and over again, and the clip just doesn't work. But they're like, bro, different chatters in the same group are just linking the same clip. And it's just, every one of their link is just not working. Every single person. Anyway, I'm live and alive, and this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about why I'm wide awake. And let me tell you. Last night I drank a little bit. Maybe not a little bit. Maybe more than a little bit. That's right. I drank. I did a sober stream. Or I did a drinking stream, which will now, of course, create the classic question, have you ever done a sober stream, brother? I was, of course, Luigi from the popular franchise Luigi's Mansion and nothing else. And it was a lot of fun. I had a great time. Nothing beats me portraying myself as an Italian man. You know, that's just like, just nothing. That is the greatest experience for me. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I certainly did. Clip of Luigi finding a stop sign. Oh. You are drinking root beer in the beginning of every stream? Yeah, no, I'm drinking straight beer, straight brewskis. There's a lot of great clips from last night. Because it was a very funny experience overall. And, we'll take a look at some of that. But, you notice any interaction between creatine and alcohol? I don't know. But I also am the worst person to ask. I'm the worst person to ask about this kind of thing because I never drink. I take creatine every morning, except I actually forgot to take it this morning. But I don't really drink ever except for last night. There's a lot of fun. There's a lot of funny moments. You guys clipped the shit out of all of them. But for those of you who missed out, don't do it again. Don't ever do it again. I like your hat, and I got a new hat in the mail today from Dickies, and it's pink and corduroy. Nice. HBomberguy got you good? Yeah, we'll talk about the HBomberguy plagiarism video. Well, I mean, obviously we can't watch the whole thing, but goddamn, he had the smoke for like half of the internet, dude. It's crazy. He's been smoking on multiple packs at a time. It's very odd. What is this? Janet's POV? Yeah. Here, we'll look at this. Last night I was big bad though. I was big bad. 1, I drank. 2, not only did I drink, but also I ate pizza, which is like the worst thing you can do. You know what I mean?
We gotta get you drunk. You're too sober. Oh my god. What is that? Who is that?
Okay, I close the door. Goodbye.
Shut up. Guys, do we just
I think
start
whoever
the
was
shit?
outside might not be alive no more.
Stop. If you make me laugh, I won't be able to stop laughing.
Mamma mia, I'm gonna open the... Oh God!
Oh my God!
Hasan, are you drunk? You are so loud. You're a Luigi-looking ass. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, there's a lot of fun stuff that happen in Lethal Company. It's great.
A landmine, I think, maybe.
Oh, a key.
You guys
Oh, it's a turret! Watch out! What?
A landmine, I think.
I mean, he actually made it through that, so I don't know what you're complaining about. But what is this one? Hasan finds the
Finally
stop.
found a stop sign. Now I will be unstoppable. If an enemy come at me, I hit him right in the face. You know, like this.
Oh, don't!
There you go.
You're gonna kill me. I knew you were gonna do that.
Don't you die. Don't you try it. I got the 1, 2. No! No, you're gonna kill me. You're gonna kill me.
Stop.
This is a crazy woman.
Oh no, Ray, you're limping. What happened to your hair?
Yeah, that was a little. Now that I think about it, that was a bit racist to be a drunk Italian man hitting a woman. I mean, that's kind of fucked up. You're on Todic's TikTok.
Look at me. I'm doing a Luigi card.
You chuckle after. Where you going, son?
Good.
What is that? What is that you have in your hand, huh?
You like it? It's a steering wheel.
Oh, I love it.
You Mario?
I am not a Mario. I'm Luigi. Much better, much taller. Oh no!
Oh.
I'm trapped in here. Open the door.
Alright, I'm going back.
Oh, I made it out. Don't go in there. Someone is closing the doors. This is f***ed. I will be writing a report about this later to human resources. Who the
And stuff.
is closing all the doors? Huh? You think it's funny?
It was Leslie.
You think it's funny? Kick out the Mina.
I
I am
can't.
going to write this report.
Why are you
the
talking
human
like
resources.
that?
It's so good.
Hey guys, look at
I never saw any of your Grand Theft Auto role playing, but watching you last night, you're wiki good at staying character. Of course, dude. You kidding me? Yeah, it was a lot of fun, and it was much needed. You know, much needed. It's not racist, just accurate. True. Anyway, here. Okay, this is the last one we'll watch. What is this? Wait, what? Hasan sent a message in Discord earlier. What? Yeah. What do you mean? What does that have to do with anything? Your idea for RP with Will is incredible. I think so too. All right. So, yeah, fun party games are always fun. It's always great. Unlimited. Wait, what? Update Cyberpunk patch. Unlimited main character sex officially added. Wait, what does that even mean? But yeah, I ended the broadcast last night. And I fucking went to sleep, watched a little bit of Rome, went to bed, watched a little bit of HBomberguy, talked to HBomberguy about how long his fucking videos are, told him that the greatest way to stop people from actually watching your YouTube clips on stream, you know, if you're like an anti-react guy, there's no better way to make sure that nobody can watch your fucking video on stream and can only consume it on their own personal volition is make a 4-hour video. You know, make them 4 fucking hours and then it's over. It's Jover. Imagine being anti-react. 2x speed is legit how I view videos now on YouTube. Have you watched Nick Mullen's special yet? Yeah, I watched parts of it. It's pretty good. Pretty funny. We can watch parts of Nick Mullen's special as well, and then I can yell at the chat about how what comedy is and how it works, and then everyone can tell me that I'm a bad guy and he's a bad guy because jokes are bourgeois decadence and also counter-revolutionary and reactionary behavior. If it's longer than Dances with Wolves, you can't react to it. Yeah. Anyway. Four-hour H-bomb react? No, we will look at some parts, bits and pieces of it.
We will look at some bits and pieces of it. I'm gonna be honest. Because, like, that shit is too fire. And it's like, you know, it's got shockwaves. Have you talked about being in Ludwig's event? Yeah, no, not yet. Hasan is listed as one of the creators participating in Creator Dodgeball event hosted by Ludwig. Yeah, I'm gonna... Wait, what? There's gonna be a fucking live crowd? What the hell? I didn't realize that. God, classic fucking Ludwig. Jesus Christ, dude. Anyway, has he watched the Lud announcement? No, I have not. I mean, why would I watch the Lud announcement? I talk to him every day. I know what his announcement is. Like, people are like, wait a minute, I don't understand. Have you seen the Ludwig announcement? It's like, yeah, I have. By talking to him on the phone months ago. Did you watch the YouTube doc on Myth? No, but I saw a video of him like crying at the end of it, and I think it's like really fucked up. Immediately, I'm obviously #1 Ali defender, and it made me feel angry that I think he was just more so like. I think he was more so just like crying about the memories, like, you know, things. It wasn't like sad crying, but still. Michael Knowles used you in the thumb.
Leaders all over the...
Triggered libs crying over Lady Ballers movie. Wait, what? I'm not fucking triggered by it. What the hell? I like that half the time these guys are just like, if no one is even triggered by it, they can just like say someone is triggered by it. And because his audience is so... Dude, political polarization online has created a structure where it literally doesn't matter. The truth doesn't matter. People unironically come in here and will say stuff like, Hasan, here is exactly the opposite of what you said, and I hate you for saying this thing that you never actually said and is actually the exact opposite of what you've said. And then, like, normally at that point, you should be like, no, but you're not hearing the words that are coming out of my mouth. I'm saying the exact opposite of what you think I'm saying. And people are like, no, I'm sorry. I'm already polarized against you, so I'm not going to listen to you, and you're a bad guy. And the same goes in this structure as well. It's like, wow, liberals are so triggered. It's like, first of all, not a liberal.
So you don't think that...
Secondly, definitely not triggered. Why the fuck did he put me in the goddamn thumbnail of this? Hey, listen, at least I look handsome. You know what I mean? Did you even talk about that movie yet? I did. And I said I'm excited to watch it. I did, and I said I'm excited to watch it, and I thought it was like, you know, I think it's going to be dog shit, but... Someone at Daily Wire knows your image farms clicks? Yeah. No, I know. We're going to do all of this. We'll get into all of that. Let me just blast off real quick, because, like, there isn't too much going on in my life except for the fact that this morning I went and this morning I took my mom to the medical facility, to her doctor, and for that reason I couldn't even work out. But she's all right. She just got a steroid shot, so it's good. And I took Kaya to the mall where her doctor is. And we walked so much. And Kaya also ended up taking a fat poop inside of the mall. It's one of those like over, like the above. It's one of those outdoor malls. So I think in her mind, she thought like, oh no, this is like the street. And she took the funniest, fattest dumper. Every weirdo YouTube commentator uses you so hard too. Videos about you will get them like 10x their regular views. The hate is wild. Brother, there's not really much I can do about it. I am a relatively well-known leftist content creator who has been tarnished and tarred and feathered for his leftist perspectives for years and years and years. And at a certain point, you just have to realize, like, no, this is not people who are mad at me even. This is more so like what I signify. It's just like the internet is a shitty space. There's not really much you could do about it. It's just, you know, everyone's mad. Everyone's angry all the time. Everyone's hateful all the time. And there's not really too much I can do about it, I guess. It's going to keep getting worse because Twitter is like a massive hub for where like the direction of content changes, and Twitter is basically turned into a right-wing hub. So even when people who are not like ideologically invested in a particular direction recognize that like there's enough momentum in a certain direction, they'll just make like right-wing content without themselves being right-wing. You know what I mean? Not saying it's okay, but you also get a lot more love than other leftist creators. It comes from the territory being the biggest and the baddest. Yeah, I mean, it's whatever. There's not really too much I could do about it. But yeah, Twitter is basically 4chan. So those kinds of things are always going to be there. There's really not too much to do about it, and you just kind of keep on trucking. But yeah, the scariest part about it is that I do feel like there's a tremendous amount of right-wing ads that are all over. Kyrgyzstan made it internet is worse than ever. Now what? Yeah. What is this called? The dead internet theory or something? Twitter feels like it turned up the knob. Show me right-wing accounts like 2 weeks ago. It never stops. It's been like that. The knob has been slowly turning. But yeah, we'll do it. We'll there's not really too much you could do about it. It's just you just got to keep on keeping on and don't get discouraged. Obviously at the end of the day, part of the reason why it's happening is because actually, I don't know. It doesn't matter. What dead internet theory? Oh, yeah. Ben Shapiro video on Palestine. It's such a fucking freak. What?
There's a famous
Oh, dude, I'm not going to watch this. This is going to make me fucking have an aneurysm. Kyrgyzstan, haven't seen their content since I was flooded with people saying they're bought by the Gates Foundation, although I'm not sure how true that is. The internet theory is that real people are only like 5 to 10% of users on any given platform. Kind of. All right, let's do it. Intensifies in fall on deaf ears. Here's where bombing intensifies in Gaza as U.S. calls for restraint, fall on deaf ears. House to vote on anti-Semitism, declaring anti-Zionism is anti-Semitic. Anti-Zionism equals anti-Semitism. Bill. What else was I going to talk about? There's so much more. Wow, there's even a thing? Yeah, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Why files the dead internet theory? This is from like a year ago too. But yeah, this is something that people have been talking about. What else? Oh, Chelsea Manning in the building later. That's right. Building later. Ukraine funds might dry up. And plagiar video takes YouTube by storm. Get in now. It's always the secondary part of the plagiarism drama is, of course, like the classic. People were looking for a way out of it. People were, how the fuck do you spell plagiarism? I always fuck this up. God, English is such a stupid language. Plagiarism. Plagiarism. All right. Let's do it. I got it. I put it in. Okay. So, did you hear that Ludwig is coming back to Twitch? Yes, of course. But it's not like a full-blown Twitch thing. He's just going to be able to stream on Twitch as well, I think. Or, I mean, let's see what he said. I don't know. I don't want to leak anything. That the fucking... Here, let's see. Let's see what he had to say.
Thanks. Thank you. I've gathered you all here today to talk about who's going to win amongst all the platforms. Twitch, Kick, YouTube, even Facebook. Are there any questions?
No Rumble?
No Rumble. Next.
Yeah, why would they ask him if he's going to Rumble? Oh, that's right, because he's a right-wing YouTuber, MAGA male. MAGA male much? Yeah, exactly. Everybody knows, man. Everybody knows you can't fucking hide the truth. You can't hide from the truth, and you can't hide the truth.
No
So
comment.
help you God.
You in the back.
Last week, fouled out in the second half with a field goal percentage that's 25 points below your average. Do you care to commentate on what's going on?
What? I think you're in the wrong... let's just cut to the shit. I'm going to be representing Team YouTube at the first ever Creator Dodgeball Championship.
What?
The Creator Dodgeball Championship. Clap.
This was his big announcement.
Right? Okay, you throw it to me now. Fuck. Okay, if I caught that though, my teammate would have been back in. Can we run it back? You yourself.
Yeah, I'm a part of this. Does this mean you leaked him staying with YouTube and also streaming on Twitch? I thought this was the video where he talks about that. But it turns out he just debated it for the dodgeball thing. But I think he made another YouTube video talking about how I'm going back to Twitch is the debate.
Back to streaming on Twitch. It's been a couple of years since I dropped this video where I blew up a damn car, which is how I announced that I was leaving Twitch to start streaming on YouTube, which was a big deal for me and I guess nerds who care about live streaming, because I had done some cool things on Twitch. I was the most subscribed to live streamer at one point, and I had left for a relatively unproven platform, YouTube. And I explained why in one of my first mogul mails ever, a video that kind of started this whole channel, and it basically got clipped into a bunch of dramatic YouTube shorts. I had flipped a coin, and heads was Twitch, tails was
A whole lot of MAGA male mustache hate in here. I like the mustache.
YouTube, and it had gone with heads. And the skinny of it is that I felt more appreciated by YouTube than I did by Twitch. They made me feel like a person. They made me feel seen. It felt like our goals were aligned. And
didn't make me run 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour, for example, which comes at the top of every hour. But of course, you can avoid those ads as long as you subscribe for $5 or for free. You know, these are differences, obviously, but who's to say? Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Fucking let's go.
Twitch, it felt like I was another cog in the machine. And it didn't hurt that YouTube was also offering me more money. But now the 2 years is up, and I'm going back to Twitch part-time. All right, let me explain, okay? When I went back to YouTube to do the re-signing, I realized that my goals are not to make the most money possible. My goals are not to get the highest average viewership possible. My goal, simply put, is to do really cool events that I think are cool and also dope, and also have them be seen by the most amount of people. The biggest cultural event possible. If I want to pour my heart into something, I want it to be seen by others. I don't even care if it makes money. Don't tell the people that offer that, but it's true. And I'm capping myself if I'm only streaming these events on YouTube or if I'm only streaming them on Twitch. It'd be a lot better if I stream them on both. And so that was my proposal to YouTube. Now, for daily streams, if I want to play Suika Game or Lethal Company or Top Frag and Valorant like I usually do, that will still happen on.
Bro, this is classic right-wing nonsense, dude. I can't believe he's fucking lying. It's like, this video should be taken down for fake news. Like, Top Frag on Valorant? What the fuck are we doing here? What the absolute fuck are we doing
on
here?
YouTube. But I am trying to do way more events. How often will these happen? Well, the goal is every couple of months. There's specifics in the contract on what an event is and what I am allowed to co-stream on both Twitch and YouTube. But the skinny is at least every 2 months, I'm hoping to do an event that'll be co-streamed on both.
Everyone remembers the last 2v2v2v Tuesday that I participated in. I had to carry his bitch ass in Valorant. I'm just saying, this is something that people need to remember. This is something that people need to remind themselves of quite regularly, because the censors at the MAGA male right-wing factory try to take this reality down. They try to fucking make people think differently. Except it's the truth. I carried, he threw. It's not a problem. This is the truth. And yeah, anyway, let's move on.
All right. I'm not even totally signed up for the idea that co-streaming daily streams is good, at least for me in the position I'm in. So I'm not really interested in doing that yet. So YouTube, still here. YouTube guy doing regular YouTube live streams.
10th
Events
this year,
will
next
be on
year? No,
both.
it's
And you
this
might have
year.
noticed that it won't be
coming
on
up now.
twitch.tv/Ludwig. All right, that was another stipulation of the contract. It had to be a channel name that didn't make people think I was a full-time Twitch streamer. I didn't tell them I would clickbait this video, but that's why the channel name will be Mogul Moves. And you might be wondering, when is my first Twitch/YouTube stream? And it's this week. It's actually this Sunday, December 10th, around noon. I'm going to be streaming the Creator Dodgeball World Championship, which I'm really fucking excited about. It features 6 teams. Each team's a different platform, and we're going to find the best platform. At least the best platform at dodgeball. So it'll be Team Kick with a bunch of Kick streamers, Team Twitch, Team YouTube, Team Facebook, Team Podcasts, and finally,
Half of the Kick streamers are fucking banned, though. How did he find a bunch of Kick streamers that were down to play dodgeball that are simply a part of that are not banned on Twitch, at least?
6th team is Team Chess Boxing, because this also coincides with a chess boxing merch drop. Now, it's not happening this year. We already gone through that. I already made a video about that. But we still have a bunch of really cool merch that I'm very proud of that I need to sell. So we don't fire Aiden. Anyway, this is what it looks like. I think it's some of our best stuff. This is a reversible jacket. Wow, cool. Shill moment, Ludwig. Very cool. At Ludwig.gg if you want to get it. It's available right now. You can get it by Christmas. Anyway, that'll be the first day I stream. Now, you might be wondering, has YouTube worked? All right. After this year, are you going to stay with YouTube again? Are you always going to be the YouTube guy? Will you ever go back to Twitch full time? And I looked at the data a little bit, because YouTube has finally added live stream data, and I have some answers for you. Now, first off, this is my concurrent viewership and my peak viewership over the 2 years that I've been on YouTube. And you can see my average viewership is just under 17,000. My peak viewership, however, hit 300,000. I think it's technically like 320 something, but the few numbers got lost in the tabulations. But still.
Okay, here's how it works. YouTube has a much broader base, okay? YouTube is a much larger platform. So technically, on YouTube, you have a way higher ceiling. You can have these massive events. You can have these massive numbers of views. You can have a major following. It's also entirely dependent on whether or not YouTube is interested in giving you that reach. YouTube, on the other hand, has terrible discovery and has no interest in actually pumping live streaming numbers. It is literally a matter of turning the dial for them. If they tweaked it even remotely, even like marginally, every single YouTube streamer could technically get hundreds of thousands of live viewers, real live viewers, as a matter of fact. However, for YouTube, live viewership is costly, and they do not believe that it's an important market for them to tackle. And they've made that clear. They've made that obvious. They tried it under the watchful eye of Fwiz, who left when he was in charge of YouTube gaming. This was like a big thing that they did. But Susan Wojcicki left, Fwiz left, and of course, I think that in the new YouTube era that we're in, they care way more about VOD, and more importantly, They care about shorts. They do not see Twitch as a competition that they care about, a market share that they want to tackle. Live streaming is not a market share they want to tackle. They want shorts. They want to tackle TikTok. And they've seen a tremendous number. They've seen a massive increase in traffic and a massive increase in, I guess, like watch time, people staying on the platform when they moved over to shorts. And they're continuously experimenting with like shorter and shorter forms of content. That is precisely the reason why the live streaming is in the exact opposite direction, and they don't really give a shit about it. So this is why Twitch is allowed to be way more open about dual streaming, co-streaming, and they don't really give a fuck. They're like, we are the king of live streaming. If you come here, you can do your live stream here. You can do your live stream there. You can do it anywhere you want. Doesn't really matter. No more exclusive contracts. Yada, yada, yada. So that's the situation with Ludwig. That's the situation with YouTube in general. However, this average view count is probably higher for Ludwig. In the time frame where he was on YouTube for his entire duration and for his entire contract, his average live stream viewership numbers actually probably went up like a little bit, I suspect, overall. And that is because YouTube did, and still does, have the capacity to open the view count faucet. And YouTube does have a much larger audience base. So YouTube numbers are supposed to be way more inflated than Twitch numbers. But because they don't do that, it doesn't really matter.
That is the highest peak viewership I've ever had in my streaming career ever. And I think this next year we can crush it multi-streaming on both and adding them together. The average viewership is a little worse. I'll come clean. My last month on Twitch, I averaged 18,500. I think my last year on Twitch, I averaged over 20,000. So we're doing in the thousands worse. But I don't really care about that because it's not my goal. My goal isn't to be a average high viewership live stream. I realize that my shelf life is coming up. There will only be such a small period of time where I'm able to relate to people who care about watching live streams in the first place. And then someone younger and funnier and who's able to relate more will come along and beat me out. So I'm not going to play this game and cling on to life. I just want to do dope shit while I can do dope shit while people care about the dope shit that I do. Couple things, though, have gone better. All right. The peak viewership was one of them. But another thing that has done a lot better since moving over to YouTube is the views for videos. The video view app.
I think for him, he always was a live streamer that cared a lot about beefing up his YouTube. A live streamer that would make YouTube videos on his live stream. And then he did a great job with that. It worked. It worked. It paid in dividends. Not only with a fat YouTube contract, but also with like him becoming a solid YouTuber in general. So he moved in that direction a long time ago, or maybe even from the jump, and he did a really good job with it. And I think that that is also another reason why he kept pumping up his weekly subscribership numbers, his weekly video views gained, obviously, because like YouTube, he just like when he full blown invested into YouTube, then of course his YouTube exploded even further.
Average skyrocketed. I think I was averaging around 500,000 per video before, and now it is right around 1 million views per video. And you can see the weekly video views gained here. Don't take it with a grain of salt. This also includes YouTube Shorts. But I try to do it all. I tried to do it all. My goal when I went to YouTube was to try as hard as I could to be a multifaceted creator who could do live streams, who could do YouTube Shorts, and who could do regular videos and be the best YouTuber possible. And I'm going to give YouTube another year, but I will also add a caveat here. I'm a little bit concerned about YouTube. All right. YouTube guy here, I have to admit, there are some problems. And those problems in the 2 years that I've been here haven't been addressed at the speed that I or other live streamers would like. I made this list a while back, but it includes just a few of the problems that exist for live streaming on YouTube that don't necessarily exist on Twitch. One of the glaring ones, you can't even stream longer than 12 hours. If you do, the VOD disappears into the ether. I can't even watch my VODs longer than 12 hours. I have to end the stream, otherwise it is gone. That is a problem. You can't edit VODs that are over 6 hours. So if you listen to one copywritten thing and the whole VOD gets smoked, you're screwed. You can't do anything about it. These again, are huge, huge issues. And when I first went over to YouTube a couple years ago, I made the company Truffle with the goal of combating these things, of making not just YouTube live streaming, but all live streaming a better experience. And it has worked. Truffle has been great. But I see a clear split, a clear divide.
Except everything that's on Truffle should have been embedded onto the platform. And if YouTube actually cared about making their live streaming making their live streaming user interface a better journey, caring about live streaming in general, they would have done that, which they didn't do. He commissioned it. He got someone on his team to make one of his like moderators, I think, is like a coder as well, to make basically like FFZ and BTTV, but for YouTube. But it didn't. It was auto, right? Yeah, automated made it. However, like I said, ultimately, if YouTube cared, they would integrate this stuff into the platform, either by purchasing it. It's a full-on company. We got investor funding. Nice. They would have, like I said, if YouTube cared about it, they would have probably purchased it and then worked very hard to integrate it onto their platform. But I don't think they give a shit about live streaming. They give a shit about shorts. They give a shit about defeating TikTok.
Divide. And I'm
What's up,
hoping
bud?
this next year.
Oh, guys, it's mogul moves. I'm with Dummy VV. What does that mean? I don't even know what you're saying.
What I fear will happen doesn't happen, because I want to keep streaming on YouTube until I eventually retire. But my concern is that YouTube doesn't care about live streaming. They care about something else that you'll probably see on the home screen if you open up YouTube right now. YouTube Shorts. Now, you get the occasional recommended live stream, or maybe it's in your subscriptions box. But for the most part, you'll get videos. And if you're on your mobile especially, you'll get a shit ton of shorts.
Yep.
And I think the reason is because YouTube is threatened by TikTok. Like, the existence of YouTube is threatened by TikTok. If you look at this, the amount of users on TikTok versus YouTube in the US, this was last year, TikTok is gaining rapidly, specifically with younger audiences. And those will be the older audience.
Dude, you will never get recommended live streaming. But it's not even that. If they like tried to fix the directory of the live streams, for example, like, or if they made it so that it was easier to access your favorite content creators when they're live, you quite literally could improve the live streaming numbers tenfold. And YouTube, unironically, as a consequence of that, because of the massive number of real viewers that would be watching your live stream, would actually get a tremendous amount of organic shifts from content creators, either dual streaming, multicasting, or straight up casting to YouTube alone. It's just they don't care because it's not profitable. They don't care because they don't give a shit. That's it. Like, even if YouTube did not create the same level of monetization opportunities, if they just like massaged the platform a little bit, turned on the view count dial a little bit, just like Facebook did way back in the day when they moved into the video initiatives, when they like did a couple things where they made it seem like everyone was getting millions and millions of views. YouTube could, because it has real eyeballs, shift the attention away a little bit towards the live streaming side, but they don't care. They don't want to do that because, as Ludwig is correctly pointing out, they care way more about the diminishing market share on the younger audiences that they're losing out potentially to TikTok.
When time passes, as it always does. And so this has a real chance of killing YouTube as a whole, and that's something they're concerned about. What isn't a concern of theirs is the title Twitch has killed YouTube, because that'll never happen. I don't think Twitch is entering the VOD space. I don't think they're trying to compete there. I think they're just chilling in the live stream space, offering their own unique slice of content creation online.
Yeah.
And so they have almost this like handshake agreement where Twitch is the massive shareholder. They have the majority viewership for all live streaming, and YouTube has been floating around, just doing their thing. They haven't gone up too much. They haven't gone down too much. Facebook's on the down and down, Kick's nowhere to be seen. And there's no real need to rush into being a better product.
Twitch on Money Papers isn't financially positive according to AWS. Yes, except Twitch could be the most profitable platform on the planet. It's just a matter of accounting. I've said this before. Because AWS is the most costly part of live streaming, it's simply accounting. that makes Twitch not profitable or profitable. I know that you can turn around and say, well, they have to adjust it off of market rates, okay? And maybe on market rates, live streaming is not profitable. Live web hosting is not profitable, certainly. That part is probably true, okay? However, Amazon owns AWS and they own Twitch, so it doesn't really matter. They don't need it to be market rate. It doesn't have to be. And it's not, by the way. It literally isn't. It's just that they say it is, and they get the CEO to make decisions as though it's not profitable because the higher-ups say it's not profitable.
Than Twitch, or to beating Twitch, because Twitch will never kill YouTube. TikTok will. So let's combat that. At least what I think, based off. If that works out, we can check out the live streaming spot, maybe. That's how it feels. That's at least what I think based off some conversation with people who are at YouTube. And because of that, I'm worried that in the time that I have as a live streamer, where I have things that people want to hear, or I want to talk about, they won't be the platform that people should be on. I'm still the YouTube guy. I'm still waving my red YouTube banner, but these are my concerns. Those are my hopes. And that's why I'm now part streaming on Twitch for events specifically, which will happen every couple of months. All right. Anyway, that's all. Thank you for watching. I appreciate it. Not just this video, but the past couple of years and any live streams if you have. December 10th, I will see you on Twitch and YouTube and Ludwig.gg if you want to get the merch. All right. See you later. Goodbye. See you later. Goodbye. Say goodbye to Coots too, because she says goodbye as well.
I joined your fucking event server. I don't know if you're still in here, Lud. But yeah, that's the situation on hand. That's what's going on. Ironic because TikTok is moving in the opposite direction, where they are trying to improve watch time and trying to pump out 1 minute longer than 1 minute videos on TikTok. What's the new channel? It's the same channel. He just changed the name to Mogul Moves. That's it. Hasan, a friend of mine to become a MAGA communist. What the hell do I do? Just laugh, I guess. I don't know what to say to that. TikTok is pumping its videos that are longer than a minute long. It's also pumping the shop, which is huge. I mean, they're moving in the Weibo direction pretty aggressively. Or Douyin, right? Isn't it Douyin? I think. Whatever. It's smart. It's super smart. I've talked to Dan Clancy about this before, about like QVC and whether or not there could be like an integration, like a QVC integration within Amazon, and whether or not that would be a direction to move towards. No, not Tom Clancy, Dan Clancy, the CEO. And there's already an Amazon shop, Amazon video platform, like an Amazon live streaming platform on Amazon. It's where content goes to die. I don't know if you guys have ever watched it. I've watched it before for fun, just to get a better understanding. And it doesn't seem like there is a space for that yet, but we'll see. Yeah, people live stream on Amazon. I don't know if you guys knew that or not. There is a basically QVC live streaming happening on Amazon all the time. Yeah. They'll get like random Shopify ass influencers to do live streams where they are just like shilling product that you can go and purchase on Amazon directly. And it's already on Amazon and no one knows about it. Hard to find, personally. I don't know who the fuck is watching it, really. But if China is ahead of the game on this kind of thing, and I do think they are, then the future of live streaming is within QVC. The biggest live streamers on the planet are not in the Western world. It's not Ninja. It's not eBay. It's not any of those people. It's not myself, definitely. It's actually a Chinese guy by the name of Lipstick King. He sells lipstick live. And he gets literally on average almost 1 million fucking viewers, concurrent viewers. Maybe not 1 million, but his return stream got 1 million. It's just They're crazy. They're crazy with it. They're nutty with it. What the fuck is this? Let's be clear. Hamas is your problem too. Paid by JewBelong.org. Feel like Baltimore has way more problems to deal with than Hamas. What the fuck is Hamas going to do in Downey, California? Yeah. Yeah, dude, there's tunnels underneath. Isn't this just kind of awful feeling that it seems like every fun thing on the internet isn't profitable, so it's just become worse and worse over the years? Yeah. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. I think Amazon understands that the future of content still is in the live streaming space. There's always going to be, in my opinion, a place for live streaming online, especially with the cord cutter generation, getting a lot of their information online and certainly not getting it on television. There's a need for even people like myself. So while the Twitch platform has lost viewers, hemorrhaged viewers in the North American market, it's growing tremendously in Latin America and in the Spanish-speaking market and many other places. However, overall, there's still always going to be a place where people want to tune into immediately when like shit's popping off in real time. What is this?
This shit ain't nothing to me, man.
Dracula Flow? What the fuck is this? Why? Why do you keep linking this to me? I don't understand it. Why do you want me to watch
Haters
this?
and shambles. They stay picking the corn out of my shit. The Smith.
Like, I'm not watching this, dude. I don't know what the fuck this is. I don't know why you want me to. What is happening? I don't know. I don't know what this is. Is this some fucking. Is this like the new Skibidi toilet? Is that what it is? TikTok is also on its QVC arc. Is pushing shopping live streams a lot. TikTok has always pushed the shopping live streams. Great interview on Ali on APAC's influence. Oh yeah, Ali Welsh, she did a fucking massive APAC influence video. We'll take a look at it as well. It's so good. Stop being such a whiny bitch. It's Monday. We're gonna do news. Okay. I don't know what the fuck Dracula Flow is. Thank you, Themasius, for the playlist. Anyway, do you have plans like Lud for postage stuff in your career? Are you going to be live and alive till you drop? I don't know. This is the first time in my career where I haven't, like, over the course of a half of a year almost, I have experienced a downward shift in view count overall and the community getting smaller. This is literally the first time ever. Up until this very moment, I had probably never in my entire career experienced a downward shift for this long of a period of time. You called this a career? Well, I mean, when at a certain point, and this is meant with no disrespect, my dad also was like, what are you going to do? When are you going to get a career? When are you going to get a career? And it's like, well, at a certain point, if you're making a lot of money off of it, it's a career. It might be a new one. But the thing is, there were throughout the past couple of years, time and time again, my haters have said, oh, just wait till Bernie drops out and then you're done. Oh, wait till the election cycle is over and then you're done. And it actually never happened. Obviously, there were spikes in that process where I hit like 200,000 live concurrent viewers or even 100,000 live concurrent viewers over and stayed over there for an extended period of time, maybe like a week on end. Okay. However, always it would normalize back to, let's say, if the average concurrent viewership number for me in the year 2019 was like 5K, and then 2020, the average concurrent viewership number in that election cycle, the peak viewership went up to like hundreds of thousands, but the concurrent viewership number went up to 20,000. And then everybody thought, oh, it's going to go away. 2021, 2022, 2023. It usually just kept rising steadily. The average concurrent viewership basically hitting 30K. Okay. This is the first time over the course of many, many years This is the this is the first time over the course of since 2019 where I've experienced a downward shift in basically over the course of a 6 month period. I'm still in the top for subscribers. I'm still one of the top content creators on the platform, but it doesn't matter. It's like I'm looking at my own numbers, and I'm looking at the numbers of the platform in general. And yes, it has gone down. This is true. So, this is also one of the first instances where I've thought about potentially, diversifying my content a little bit. Do you think if you were pro-Israel, your numbers would be better? Probably. I don't even know. I think if I just didn't cover Israel at all and continued doing like diverse coverage. This is a short-lived dip with the election around another corner. I think that's just copium. Hasan, your peak concurrent viewership was 2 years ago around this time when we were doing MasterChef. It was around 45K if I'm not mistaken. Yes. Anyway, regardless. Do you think it has to do with we're in the peak brunch politics a couple weeks ago? Pause society is fully in person now. Jobs are even making come back to the office, and travel was peaking, plus the site having tons of people abounding it from other forms of content? Maybe. There's a multitude of different reasons, okay? Nothing happens because of one singular reason. Overall, the peak is gone by, but it's still a tremendous number of viewers. Like, it's crazy. Considering that I never thought that I would even get to this position ever, let alone be one of the top content creators on the platform, or literally the top content creator on the platform, I will never take it for granted. Like, this is something that I think is insane overall. So it's still great. It's still great in general, but I do sometimes think about like diversifying my content, maybe doing some sit-down stuff that is what people are tired of politics in their lives, woken up. Yeah. Are you going to go back to reality show reacts? I feel like that always boosts viewership. No, there is a real negative opinion on a person like myself doing React Randall stuff. A smaller content creator could watch everything that they want to watch. A smaller content creator, or even a larger content creator that many people like XQC, can watch entire episodes of SpongeBob on here and get away with it for years and years and years. But if I did it, I would get fucking destroyed. We're gonna begin. So that definitely has limited what I can and can't watch. However, it doesn't really matter. More collabs, something I need to do instead of just like sitting in my own cave and constantly festering in anger and resentment due to the awful, emotionally tumultuous content that I'm watching and covering and talking about. I just need to go back to the basics and offer more diversity, which I will eventually. I'm just too stubborn to do so. All right. Some interesting news from the New York Times. A rocket most likely fired by Hamas struck an Israeli military base believed to be housed many of the nuclear-capable missiles. A visual analysis by the New York Times found. That's insane. Don't be chasing viewership. That is not the point. My friend, I'm a political commentator with a genuine ideological perspective. My entire goal is to reach an audience that is broad and charitable so they understand my position. So even from the obvious, like, this is my job standpoint, you're wrong. But also beyond this job, J-O-B, I also personally am invested in what I cover. I want as many people as possible to hear the things that I have to say and hear it in a charitable fashion. That is the whole point of why I do what I do. It won't change my messaging, as it hasn't when I had 30 people watching me, and it won't when I had 300 people watching me, and it didn't when I had 1,000 people watching me or 30,000 people watching me. That is not going to change. But of course, it's better if there are more people listening to what I have to say in a charitable way, for the record, of course. Charitability is still key. It's very important. But yes, reach is definitely important. All right. I think a smaller community is better, to be honest. Yeah, because you're watching it from your own perspective. Yes, it is a selfish hipster perspective to be like, yeah, I don't want that many people to watch because then, you know, my voice could be heard, you know, in the chat, and it's cozier. And I understand that. But it's of course significantly better when this is not gatekept and as many people as possible reach this content. The whole point is you want people to hear what I have to say and also listen to it in a charitable capacity so that their perspective will change, so that you have more allies. You have more allies, and you have more people that are engaging in community organizing, more people engaging in unionizing their workplaces. And that's a good thing. Anyway. People claim they want a smaller viewer size, yet disappear during gaming when the vibes are immaculate. Yeah, exactly. All right. What kind of drugs does Twitch let you consume on stream? Nicotine, caffeine. I guess if you're secretive enough, you could do all the drugs. Anyway, yeah, we're going to talk about the House resolution in a moment. All right, the Houthis are back. They're back at it again. What would you tell yourself from 5 years ago? Don't interact with the haters ever, and focus on your own shit, and don't admit that you're a socialist. Those are the three things. Don't get so mad, which I've been telling myself for 5 years, and I have a hard ass time. And don't interact with your haters ever. There's no reason. They're never charitable, and it's a lesson I will never understand. All right. Houthis are at it again.
Though, with the news, major escalations in the Israeli-Hamas war, and some of it involves the American military. Just over the weekend, an American destroyer, the USS Carney, intervened when multiple commercial ships were attacked by missiles and drones in the Red Sea. Iran-backed Houthi rebels from Yemen claimed responsibility for at least 2 of these attacks. Meanwhile, Israel says it's expanding its ground war inside Gaza against Hamas. The military is now urging residents and Palestinians who evacuate.
I don't want to be weird, but after looking at your numbers on your Twitch channel, I realized the biggest loss was on followers. So probably it's a lot of people leaving the website and not just your content. No, people don't just like unfollow, brother. Wait, how do you look at that? I don't even know how to look at that. Is this Sully Gnome? I've never actually looked at my followers on Twitch at all. Followers gained? What does that mean? Like, I've lost a lot of followers? Oh, those are probably bots. That's like, oh, those are viewers. Wait, hold on. Like, when the follower count changes on Twitch, it's probably like bot purges or whatever. That's what that is. Who the fuck looks at the show and the streamers themselves? Jesus Christ, how parasocial are you, chatter? Literally, this is the platform to be like that. This is the entire selling point of this platform in general, is literally this. Everyone personally is invested. Haters and lovers alike are personally invested in that sort of thing. And they basically feel like a sense of purpose off of being like, oh, I did this. Like, I made this person, me and all my friends made this person like less liked online.
Evacuated northern Gaza to also evacuate parts of southern Gaza as well. Question is, where do they go? We'll have more on the Israeli offensive shortly from Chris Livesay, who's monitoring it from Jerusalem. But begin now with Ed O'Keefe, who's been following the attacks in the Red Sea. Ed, good morning. The USS Carney has been a little too busy for comfort. What do we know?
That's right, Tony. Good morning. Happy Monday. This is the latest series of attacks by the Iranian-backed Houthis in the region since the start of the Israel-Hamas war, and signals yet again how U.S. and international ships continue to be targeted or forced to respond to the attacks. According to U.S. Central Command, over the span of more than 4 hours, the USS Carney responded to distress calls from 3 commercial vessels, owned and operated by multiple countries, that were struck by missiles launched from the Houthi-controlled areas within Yemen. The Carney is a Navy destroyer sent to the region for protection and as a deterrent. It shot down 3 drones heading in its direction, but the Pentagon says it cannot assess at this time whether the Carney was a target. The Houthi...
I mean, they've said this. Did this happen already? Once again, where they said that the Houthis were actually directing their missiles and also their drones in the direction of a American carrier, and then they said, "Oops, my bad." They actually weren't trying to do that. So it could be one of those. You know, this is not the first time this has happened.
These claimed credit for the attacks, as the Pentagon says the group represents, quote, a direct threat to international commerce and maritime security, adding that while these attacks were launched by the Houthis, the group is fully enabled by Iran and that the U.S. will consider all appropriate responses. Now, also on Sunday, a U.S. defense official says the U.S. carried out a drone strike in Iraq after seeing that preparations were underway for an attack on U.S. service members there. Since mid-October, there have been at least 74 attacks on U.S. forces, Nate, in Iraq and Syria.
Ed, thank you.
Israel military says its ground forces are operating against Hamas on all parts of the Gaza Strip. The bombing campaign is intensified in the southern Gaza areas as well. We're back. We've dialed it back up. It's full scale once again. Full scale ethnic cleansing is happening all around Gaza.
It says its war on Gaza has entered a new phase and that Hamas positions all across the Strip will be targeted.
We're pursuing Hamas wherever Hamas is hiding.
Regarding the Houthi attack yesterday, the most interesting bit is the last paragraph suggesting there may be a response by U.S. forces. At approximately 3:30 p.m., the MV number 9 was struck by a missile fire from Houthi-controlled areas in Yemen while operating international shipping lanes in the Red Sea. The Panamanian-flagged Bermuda and UK-owned and operated bulk carrier reported damage and no casualties. At approximately 4:30 p.m., the MV Sophie 2 sent a distress call stating they were struck by a missile. Carney again responded to the distress call and reported no significant damage. While en route to render support, Carney shot down a UAV headed in its direction. Sophie 2 is a Panamanian-flagged bulk carrier crewed by sailors from 8 countries. These attacks represent a direct threat to international commerce and maritime security, which is what the Houthis were doing. They have been making it as difficult as possible to send ships over the Red Sea by throwing pot shots and maybe even sometimes taking over ships, as they have done, with the express purpose of crippling the Israeli economy, or at the very least, moving the attention that the U.S. forces have, the U.S. Navy has in the area, or coalition navies have in the area, towards them. So, because every moment that they spend monitoring and actively interfering with Houthi rocket fire is a moment that they're not spending on anything else. So they have jeopardized the lives of international crews representing multiple countries around the world. We've also every reason to believe that these attacks, while launched by the Houthis in Yemen, are fully enabled by Iran. And the United States will consider all appropriate responses in full coordination with its international allies and partners. So, for the record, For those of you who don't know, the ships and the flags or the international crew doesn't matter. It's rarely ever do you have like a Israeli ship with an Israeli flag, if at all, as a matter of fact. They all have these different flags and different banners on them, and they're almost always international crews that are from many different backgrounds. It's mostly the flag usually is like tax haven thing. It's more so about what they're carrying and where they're carrying it and who they're carrying it for. So that in and of itself is like, is unimportant. You'll have an international crew with a Panamanian flag sending like Elbit Systems rockets to Israel. You know what I mean? Like that are carrying rockets or munitions into Israel. And I don't know how valid the intel that the Houthis have are. But I assume that they're now just trying to make it as difficult as possible for all ships to pass through, or all commerce to operate without any kind of influence or involvement in the Red Sea. If you look at a map of the Red Sea and all of the countries surrounding the Red Sea, you get a better understanding of why the United States feels the way they do about ensuring or about stabilizing the region and utilizing foreign partners like Saudi Arabia, or even playing a role in, where the fuck is it? Let me just find a map. God damn it. Where's the map? Not to get too much like real life lore here, but this is good, I think. Go. Djibouti, Ethiopia, Eritrea, Sudan, Egypt. So the irony is that we watched that video about Djibouti on the come up, but like low key, high key, kind of on the come up. How many arrows are on it? You be the deciding factor here, and Somalia as well at the tip of that, the horn. So this is an important pathway for commerce. And if Yemen is consistently making it as difficult as possible to, manage ships through there, obviously that is going to require a lot of American interference and American protection. It's a massive trade route. So, yeah. All right. Going back to the Israeli military operation, Israeli military says its ground forces are operating against Hamas in all of the Gaza Strip.
In the north and in the south. Every rocket launcher, weapons depot, command and control center, senior commander, underground infrastructure, and any hideout where our hostages may be held. Our war is against Hamas, not against the people of Gaza.
To Tel Aviv now, our correspondent Imran Khan is standing by for us there. So
we know that that's not the case. We know that has never really been the case. I think they've basically proven that time and time again. So much so that I think that they're embarrassing America, showing to the rest of the world that they don't even have. They're not even listening to the United States of America all too much, because the reality of it is that Israel's bloodthirsty, vendetta-fueled, accelerated Nakba campaign in the Gaza Strip has clearly created a destabilized environment in the region and is making it harder for the regional partners like the Gulf states, like the North African states that are willing and able to, because their leadership is willing and able to openly align with Israel and engage in normalization agreements. they are putting those countries and their leadership at odds with the population. All those countries want weapons. All those countries want American weapons. All those countries want America to give them whatever the fuck they want, and also to let them dominate their nation states in any way, shape, or form they want to. One great example I can give you is Turkey, which is not in that area, but in the Middle East, on the other side of the Mediterranean Sea. Erdogan says a whole bunch of shit about Israel regularly. And dummies on Twitter go, oh my God, he's so fucking based. He's so red-pilled. He is Reis. He is going to defeat Israel. The reality is Erdogan is not doing any of those things. 30+% of the metal that goes into the steel that goes into Israel goes directly through Turkey. 40% of the oil goes from Azerbaijan into Turkey through pipelines and then directly into Israel. If Turkey wanted to, they could literally cut 40% of Israel's fuel. But they will never do that because it's not about actually launching or mounting a serious opposition to Israel's genocidal campaign in the Gaza Strip. It's simply about saying the right things while playing the role that you're supposed to be playing. That's precisely what Erdogan has been doing. That's precisely what every Gulf leader has been doing as well. They keep going, oh, I hate what you're doing, Israel. Please stop. While simultaneously, they're like, yeah, do whatever the fuck you want, King. We love it. Okay? So just remember that. It's all political theater. It's all political posturing. You are not supposed to... Abi bu yakıt gönderme meselesiyle başka makaleler var mı? Evet, var. What was it? The Washington Institute? Oh, here. This is, the TurkishMinute.com actually sources it directly from the Washington Institute. The Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan pipeline supplies around 40% of Israel's annual consumption. Here it is. It's from the Washington Institute of Near East Policy. Azerbaijan's cooperation with Israel goes beyond Iran tensions. This was back in fucking 2013, for the record. But there you go. Here's the source for those of you who are interested in finding out more. So, yeah, ultimately, Israel is an extension of American foreign policy in the region, and all of these other countries that say that they're actually very critical of Israel will still turn around and do everything they have been doing. Ulan FETÖ'cü diyorlar. Abi yakıt gönderme. Ne FETÖ'cü diyorlar? Ulan Washington Institute işte ne? FETÖ'cü evet. FETÖ'cü günün sonunda Fethullah Gülen CIA. Ama Washington Institute'da Amerikan propaganda makinesinin bir parçası. Turkish people say this is a Fethullah Gülen operation, but the reality is Turkey's involvement with Israel is always going to be Western-backed, just like Fethullah Gülen is a CIA Western asset. A Western-backed CIA asset. Turkish Minute için. Turkish Minute siktir et. Washington Institute'a bak yani. Asıl önemli olan o. Anyway. It has now been confirmed that the IDF is now more worried about the quantity versus quality of their strikes. Yeah. So, the thing is, what is this? Exclusive. Head of Israel Shin Bet states, in a recording obtained by channel Khan 11, Israel will hunt down Hamas leaders in Qatar, Turkey, and Lebanon, even if it takes years.
תחילת המלחמה, שאנחנו שומעים את ראש השב"כ, רונן בר, בקולו, עד עכשיו הוא לא דיבר.
I mean, that doesn't mean anything. Like, they know where they're at. They've always known where they're at.
אנחנו שומעים אותו קודם כל, לוקח אחריות על המחדל העצום שהוביל ל-7 באוקטובר, אבל זאת גם הפעם הראשונה שבכיר ישראלי אומר מפורשות, נחסל בחירי חמאס גם בקטר, המתווכת בעסקה לשחרור חטופים, וגם בטורקיה, הנה ההקלטה שכמובן אושרה לשידור על ידי הצנזורה.
By the censorship office. The cabinet set a goal for us. In everyday words, it is to eliminate Hamas. We are determined to do it. This is our Munich. Everywhere in Gaza, this is our Munich. Jesus Christ. At what point do you unironically start believing your own propaganda? I think like there are legitimately people out there at this point. There are legitimately people out there at this point that like believe their own shit. Like at first it was more so like a Western focused propaganda op to be like Hamas is Nazis, Hamas is ISIS, but now they're like, no, actually they are literally Nazis like Munich. Also, the reality of it is that they've been doing this. They did this way more, as a matter of fact, in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and even in the 90s. If anything, they've done this less frequently. Israel used to openly assassinate Palestinian leadership. Even those who had nothing to do with like war whatsoever, they've killed leaders of the DFLP, PFLP, many other groups. Might have even killed, maybe suspicious, but might have even killed Yasser Arafat. So, no, I know what he's referencing. He's referencing the 1972 Munich massacre and said this is their new Munich, meaning that they want to repeat Operation Grapes of Wrath while they hunted down and killed the 11 Black September leaders possible. Yeah. They're not talking about fucking, they're not talking about the actual Nazis. You're right. You're absolutely right. I was thinking of the Munich movie while also simultaneously, because it said Munich, I was thinking of Nazis. You are right. This is literally what I'm describing. Great movie, by the way, even though.
החובה שלנו לספק גם ביטחון וגם תחושת ביטחון. לצערי ב7 לאוקטובר לא הצלחנו לעשות את זה. אני חושב שאנחנו במגמת עלייה, אנחנו לא מחכים. אנחנו את הלקחים שלנו מהאירועים כבר מפיקים.
We're already learning from them, implementing other...
כמובן, ההיקף איומים שיש למדינת ישראל הוא חסר תקדים בשנה האחרונה, לפני האירועים האלה. גם במקרה הזה העיקר סמוי מן העין. יש הרבה מאוד דברים שפוחשים מתחת לפני הקרקע.
כן, אז ראש השב"כ לא הולך בין הטיפות, לא אומר לחסל אותם בכל מקום שהם יהיו בו. הוא אומר מפורשות, נחסל בכירי חמאס גם בקטר וגם בטורקיה. רונן בר אומר שהמשימה הזאת תהיה המינכן של הדור שלנו.
Saying the Munich of our generation. So, Sen ne var onun içinde? Peki kimden gelmiş? Neyse boş ver, sonra bakarım. Okay, anyway. So they want war with other countries too then? No, there won't be war with other countries. Ha öyle mi? Oh goddamn, Dolce & Gabbana sent me a package. You think Israel's gonna annex Gaza? Like, what's their next move here? I do think so. Tamam baba, bırak. Tamam, elleme şu anda. Boş ver. Tamam, ben alırım ondan sonra. Yere atma. Oh my god. Baba, lütfen bırakır mısın? Açma. Tamam, yeter. It's a bill for stealing their suits? No, they want me to work with them all the time. They just sent me more stuff. Tamam baba, bırakır mısın? Anyway, here, let's watch what Israel is doing in Gaza now.
Right, yes, this so-called new phase very much underway with things expanding in the south.
That's absolutely right. And the south is now the key point for the Israelis. Now, the reason for this, say the Israelis, even during the ceasefire, they were actually telling Israeli citizens that, and through the media, that this is where Hamas's command and control center was, that this is where senior leaders, including Yahya Sinwar, was. Now, the route into the south leads through Khan Younis. We've seen a lot of Israeli military activity in that zone. That's what they call it. Palestinians call it just bombardment, and that's what we've seen. And we've also seen ground forces go in. Now, this is very alarming to the Americans because they've said very clearly.
Yeah, I guess it wasn't the Al-Shifa hospital, guys. I mean, color me surprised that the Command and Control Center of Operations, I thought, was Al-Shifa. Turns out it's not. That's crazy.
To the Israelis that they cannot use the same type of intensity of bombardment that they did in the north of the country. But that's exactly what we're seeing, and the Israelis very clear that they will conduct this war as far as they see fit. But even 59 days into the war, Hamas is still able to send rockets into from Gaza into the southern communities of Israel. The last alarm going off about 15-20 minutes ago. So that's still something that's happening. And that does call into question the Israeli claims that they control the north and the central part of the Strip.
So all of this is going on. Meanwhile, pressure very much mounting on Benjamin Netanyahu from the families of captives being held in Gaza. We heard from them earlier today. Let's just have a quick listen to this.
We are facing a very difficult emotional situation where the heavy disaster, along with this ominous silence, has led 136 families to despair. We request a meeting with the War Cabinet to receive updates on the fate of our family members now, not tomorrow, now. If you don't have time for us, we will go to someone else and we will find the one who will represent us.
Imran, what more do we know about this request for a meeting between the families and the War Cabinet?
Well, there was some hope for the families. Just a few hours ago, it was announced that they were due to meet with the Israeli War Cabinet, the full Israeli War Cabinet, around about 8 p.m. local. Then that meeting got cancelled. Ostensibly, say the Israeli spokesman for the government, that actually we needed to get a lot more members of the families there, that not everybody could attend. But that's been dismissed by the families. We're hearing that they're incredibly disappointed that this meeting didn't take place. The meeting is scheduled for tomorrow, so the families are hopeful that they'll be able to push their case. Now, the Bring Them Back campaign.
Now, Bibi isn't even listening to the families. He wasn't from day one. Now, I said this on literally October 8th, and I think that it's a statement that has been reiterated time and time again. Dude, I'm literally covering a fucking ethnic cleansing. If you're still fucking hyper-focused on Dolce & Gabbana, I don't know what to tell you, okay? Like, shut the fuck up, please, okay? Yes, I got it. Yeah, they're racist. Okay, fine. Please, shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ, dude. What the fuck? Just reorient your priorities, please. Oh, my God. They linked it again as you were yelling at them? Yeah, that's why I banned them for 5 minutes. Just calm down. Cool off, please. Anyway, as I was trying to state already, a point that needs to be reiterated over and over again is that the Israeli government's interests are not necessarily to protect Israeli citizens. It is to kill Palestinians. The moment that you recognize that Israel is more interested, Israel is a government, Israel is an extension of the American security apparatus, is more interested in the ethnic cleansing and ethnic displacement of Palestinians, more so than they are interested in a permanent security assurance for the Israeli citizens. That when you recognize that, you start understanding exactly why Israel moves in the way that it does. And that's when you understand why Israel was too busy bombing Gaza immediately after October 7, while there were still Palestinian militants that had overtaken positions inside of Israel proper. They did not secure the kibbutzim and instead immediately went in to start pummeling Gaza. Okay? It's the same exact principle behind moving all of your limited resources into the West Bank to continue rapidly expanding in the West Bank, to continue doing pogroms in the West Bank, to continue suppressing Palestinians in the West Bank. Somewhere, a area that you have no business being inside of. It's a violation of international law, not that it fucking matters. Moving limited resources into the West Bank away from southern communities and the border wall created a perfect opportunity for Palestinian militants to strike. Increasing the tensions also simultaneously in the West Bank, understandably increased the tensions and the likelihood that there would be a national security issue inside of Israel proper. However, it's not like this was unforeseeable. It was perfectly foreseeable. As a matter of fact, New York Times reporting shows that Israel did know ahead of time, but was very arrogant. Months ago, as I've shown you before, Shin Bet even said that the increased tensions in the West Bank would lead to national security concerns for Israel proper, to which the Likud-backed cabinet said was wokeness run amok amongst the internal security apparatus. Israel does not care. Israel as an entity does not care about Israeli citizens. They do not care about permanent security assurances. The last person that at least somewhat understood that in order to ensure permanent security in the region, by negotiating with the Palestinians directly and in an honest capacity, even though you didn't want to give them a full-blown state, was Yitzhak Rabin, a figure who was assassinated for that crime by a far-right Israeli psychopath. Okay?
Which is the umbrella organization that represents the families, has a significantly loud voice in Israel. It is a pressure group that is able to influence certainly public opinion by taking this meeting.
So Israel doesn't have the right to defend itself? This is a snarky, cynical way to approach the subject matter, but technically, according to international law, no, Israel does not have a right to defend itself against random Palestinian children. Israel is a belligerent occupier, and therefore, from the top of the hour ad break, fuck you. God damn it. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. In order to defend yourself from the top of the hour ad break, you can subscribe for $5 or for free. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. God damn it. The man from the ether, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. You too can get lucky. Let's continue.
Translate into pressure on the people that can actually change things. And what they're looking for is a ceasefire to get more people out. Now, this is going to be very difficult for the Israelis because Hamas have already said that the negotiations now are over soldiers and military-aged men and women that they have in captivity. In order to release those, they want a much more permanent truce.
Imran, we'll leave it there for the moment. Thanks for that. Imran.
So, yeah. Yes, if you are wondering, if you are shocked, like I said, Israel is not listening to its own citizens and their own concerns about the hostages that are still inside of Gaza, because they do not give a shit. Because ultimately, they care more about pummeling Gaza, breaking the backs of the Palestinians, making it as inhabitable as possible to exist inside of Gaza, so much so that there are now reports coming out of Israeli troops unironically getting extreme diarrhea and diseases as a consequence of how shitty the water supply is and how limited the water supply is inside of Gaza proper. The troops that are invading Gaza are not able to deal with the limited infrastructure within Gaza. Ridiculous, I know. Israel-Hamas war, no safe places in Gaza, says family sheltering the hospital complex.
It doesn't matter where you are now in Gaza, the fighting is getting closer and closer. People are sheltering in this hospital courtyard in the north of Gaza. Outside, the battle rages. Smoke rising from an airstrike nearby. Further south, they're in tents again in the hospital complex. But in reality, it's not safe here either. 3-year-old Khalid was in one of those tents when a missile hit nearby. This is the intensive care unit. He's being treated on the floor. His distraught grandmother by his side. Khalid was hit by a single piece of shrapnel as he slept.
Yeah, the most dangerous enemy combatant for Israel is a sleeping child in a tent next to a hospital. Those are the real victims here. After an entire seemingly endless bombing campaign where the Israeli occupying force claimed that Al-Shifa was the main headquarters of Hamas and found very little evidence to suggest that that was the case, after technically claiming that they cleared out the northern part of Gaza, hostages literally came out of North Gaza in the 7-day truce that occurred, showing to the rest of the world, and at least people who have like somewhat of an understanding of how military actions are supposed to work, that Israel did not actually take control over the northern Gaza Strip at all. That Hamas was still, and other Palestinian militias were still in operation within the northern parts, that they had been bombing endlessly. And now they have shifted their attention over to the southern parts. All this is doing is solidifying the stranglehold and the power and influence that all Palestinian militancy will have, reaffirming the support and creating Hamas 2, Hamas 3, and making many other join the ranks of anyone that will violently resist against this belligerent occupier. This was the case before October 7th. It's terrifying. You posted a pic on your IG story of the IDF destroying a single apartment. The destruction they've done is even more disgusting, seeing their precision capabilities. Yes, Israel has the targeting capabilities and the striking capabilities of taking out a single floor in an apartment without even touching other floors. Okay? They don't do it. They don't use it regularly. They take down entire city blocks deliberately. They take down civil society areas like universities, like the Supreme Court, like the government buildings on purpose because they do not care about eliminating Hamas. That has never been their genuine goal. The Plus 972 magazine report showed that. The AI targeting that they're utilizing called the gospel showed that. It proved it. It is simply the Dahiyya doctrine, okay? We've known about it. We've known about it since Israel's operations in Lebanon. We've known about it since 1948, if you want to go all the way back there. And it has never really stopped. But with technological improvements, their targeting capabilities have improved, and yet they refuse to choose to use those weapons because they do not care about precise targeting.
We were sleeping in the tent when we found the boy bleeding, and when we took him inside the hospital, we saw that a missile had hit behind the hospital. And as you can see, he's injured and he's in ICU. They say it's safe here.
Here you go, the Dahiyya doctrine, the punishing military doctrine that Israel may be following in Gaza. This was on November 10th on the Washington Post. It is what it is. That is precisely what's going on. Their goal has never been precise targeting. Their goal is to make it as difficult as possible for Palestinians to survive in the West Bank, to make it easier to engage in ethnic cleansing and ethnic displacement. What you are watching in front of your eyes is technological improvements upon the original 1948 Nakba strategy. That's it. The only thing that has changed is the intensity and the frequency of the bombing campaigns and the number of deaths as a consequence of the population growth. That's it. This was how Israel was created. Okay? This was how Israel was created in the Nakba. And this is how Israel is continuing to expand into Gaza.
In another hospital or at a different time, Khalid may have lived, but he did not. He couldn't be saved here. Family took him away, another child lost. The Israeli Defense Forces have confirmed their operations in the north are nearing completion, and the focus now is on the south.
But it's not. That's the thing. It's not nearing completion. It's not nearing completion at all. As the 7-day truce showed, Hamas and Islamic Jihad is still very much in operation in the northern Gaza Strip as well. They're still there. All they've done is destroy the infrastructure, the civilian infrastructure, the infrastructure that regular Palestinian citizens, more than 40%, 47% are children, rely on. Their schools, the mosques, government buildings, hospitals. That's it. Those are the only places that have been eviscerated, wiped out, destroyed, or abandoned. One of those targets was a hospital that actually surprisingly didn't make it into the headlines, except for this one newspaper headline that I read, which was an unimaginable cruelty. I'm going to show you. And one of my, one of the friends of the show contributed to this article, and he's a great journalist. He didn't have anything to do with the obvious naming or the obvious titling of the article, but here it is. 4 fragile lives found ended in evacuated Gaza hospital. 4 fragile lives ended. I want you to see this. Evan Hill is part of the team there that wrote this. Here's how that article was titled on the Washington Post on the website. Israel's assault forced a nurse to leave babies behind. They were found decomposing. A nurse at Al-Nazar Hospital was caring for premature babies. Then he faced the most difficult decision of his life. Israel's cruelty is so apparent, so glaringly obvious here that it was actually used as a justification. Babies being ripped out of incubators and thrown outside was used as a justification in the first Gulf War. That was found to be a lie, of course, but it's that much of a cruelty to do this to a premature baby that it was originally used. It was originally used as a justification to engage in the first Gulf War. Turns out it was false, but that false narrative is very much real in Gaza. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, I'm not saying it right. Anyway, who's the Director General of World Health Organization, says, today the World Health Organization received notification from the IDF that we should remove our supplies from our medical warehouse in southern Gaza within 24 hours. As ground operations will put it beyond use. We appeal to Israel to withdraw the order and take every possible measure to protect civilians and civilian infrastructure, including hospitals and humanitarian facilities. Nothing to do. Nothing you can do to stop it. Laila Al-Arian says, if we lived in a world that valued Palestinian life, the story of the decomposing bodies of babies left in the Gaza hospital because Israel forced medical workers out would lead all of the headlines. But because we do not live in that world, those headlines do not exist, and the times where that headline does exist, or places where that headline does exist, is greatly manipulated. Just something to consider, something to remember, something to remind yourself of. I've seen so many odd takes on the timeline, and one of the oddest counters here is from Israel defenders talking about how ISIS burned Yazidis and Christians. Except, if you are a defender of Israel, you should probably know that ISIS and ISIS-style groups have always been aligned with Israel. In Syria, specifically, al-Nusra is a partner of Israel. Israel has long talked about openly how they much prefer al-Nusra in Syria to Bashar al-Assad. Many of the coalitions in that region, all of the Muslim forces in that region, openly fought against ISIS. From the Kurds to the Iranians to the Iranian-backed militias. Israel is the one regional power that openly aligned with ISIS-style Salafist brigades. So why is it that people keep repeating this narrative? Yep, because if al-Nusra is in Syria, Israel can invade and take more land. That's not the real reason. The enemy of our enemy is our friend is exactly what's going on there. Okay? Just something to consider when you hear people talk about ISIS and how nobody cares about ISIS in the region. What's more is that the Syrian regime and Assad has strategically intensified its assault on civilians in Idlib as the attention focuses on Gaza. Here is some stuff to show you. Here's a Times of Israel article. Where is it? Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Are they even trying to give legit reasons for doing anything anymore? It seems like they're just going full mask off at this point. Yes. In Vertigo, Israel remain obsessed. Wait, what is this? No. Hold on. No, this is a much, much older article I'm trying to find right now. What are you looking for? The many different times in which, like, Israel defense ministers and other members of the Knesset have talked about how they prefer in Syria the power to be in the hands of al-Nusra rather than Bashar al-Assad. There is, of course, older articles, if you go back in time to like 2013, where they say they prefer Assad to al-Nusra or any kind of like Wahhabist involvement. But that changed very quickly. In practice, I'm trying to show the different instances where like they've offered material support. They've offered like directly members in ISIS health care. And things of that nature. Yeah. Al-Nusra Hospital, Israel. Well, they halted it. Israel halts medical treatment for members of Syria's Nusra Front. The change took place a month after Israeli Druze ambushed wounded Syrian rebels and transported in IDF ambulances, killing one of the men. 5 members of the Druze community were later arrested on suspicion of murder. Oh, here. IDF chief finally acknowledges that Israel supplied weapons to Syrian rebels. That's one of the articles. Outgoing IDF Chief of Staff Gadi Eisenkot this weekend acknowledged for the first time that Israel had indeed provided weaponry to Syrian rebel groups in the Golan Heights during the country's 7-year civil war, until Sunday, Israel would say only officially that it had given humanitarian aid to Syrian opposition groups across the border, while denying or refusing to comment on reports that it had supplied them with arms as well. Yeah. Direct funding, food, fuel, and medical supplies allegedly provided by the Israeli state to keep ISIS and Iranian allied forces in neighboring civil war at bay. Oh, this was the one I was thinking of. No, not this one. Israel prefers Bashar Assad, the Islamist rebels. No, this is originally back in 2013 they said this. And then they changed their policy shortly thereafter. Anyway. Our friends who were serving the Air Force at times would get told to stand down a couple hours. Later, some targets would be struck by Israel. Please don't be one of those believers who started the entire Syrian revolution was started by Israel. We had every right to take down Assad. No, I'm not stating that at all. I'm simply stating that Israel did take advantage of the situation and use it as an opportunity to, one, reinforce the Golan Heights annexation, and two, absolutely engaged in destabilization alongside the United States by directly and openly supporting al-Nusra and many other Al-Qaeda style or ISIS style militancies in the region. I am, contrary to popular opinion, not an Assadist by any means. Okay? But let's be for fucking real for a brief moment here. You can't get away with claiming that you are attacking ISIS or that ISIS is this grave evil in the region while simultaneously defending, offering material support, offering logistical support, offering health care to ISIS-style militancies. Okay? The idea behind the Israeli policy essentially meant that the rebel groups in southern Syria would not likely attack across the Golan Heights, but allowing Assad back in would bring Iran and Hezbollah that intervened in the civil war in the Golan Heights border. This is, of course, again, ridiculous considering the fact that Golan Heights is annexed territory, which Israel also occupies, which it has no business being inside of, but, that's besides the point. Yet another ongoing continued occupation campaign that the Western world looks at and turns a blind eye to, or rather supports directly. So, just a fun reminder for everyone. Whenever you hear people talk about Israel, whenever you hear people talk about how Israel is claiming that it's ISIS, if Assad falls, Syria will be split into part terror, part will be in charge of the USA. I don't like Assad, but he holds Syria. What do you want? Sold the country to the West. So, that's the circumstances at hand. As Israel's bombing campaign continues. Unimaginable amounts of cruelty. Hebrew sources a dangerous and unusual outbreak of the Shigella bacteria among the occupation soldiers in Gaza. Massive cause of diarrhea and intestinal disease were recorded. It suggested the reason is poor storage of food supplies. Apparently, the IDF don't want to eat like the meals ready to eat, the MREs. So they're eating like food that is not being held in cold storage, which is supposed to be, that the civilians are donating to the military. And because it's not stored properly, they are fucking shitting themselves. Like directly shitting their pants. Just, you know, another, I guess, omen to consider. Let's continue.
Pictures show soldiers taking positions deeper and deeper into Gaza. The instruction to the population is to move further south immediately.
We are giving precise instructions to Gazan residents near Hamas centers of gravity, urging them to temporarily move away from the danger that Hamas puts them in.
But it's not easy. This is the road south. A woman with children and local journalists are attacked. They run for safety.
Attacked by who?
Whistle by. Why they were targeted is unclear.
Who's shooting at them?
They were heading south.
I wonder, who was shooting at them?
From across the border, the continuing targeting of the Strip is clear to see. Gaza City shrouded in smoke for much of the time. Groups of mostly American well-wishers are being given a tour of the various kibbutzim attacked by Hamas on October the 7th. They're at the border fence area. Amongst them, pediatric consultant Richard Schussler. His job is saving children's lives. His support for Israel is absolute, but it's difficult knowing what's happening so nearby.
I cry when I see Palestinian mothers holding little tiny corpses. It's horrific. And I'm outraged. But I'll tell you, as somebody who's pro-Israeli, very Zionistic, I feel horrible seeing those pictures. As somebody who's gone around the world to try to help children. But I'll tell you, every bit of that outrage and anger is not directed at the IDF. It's directed at the cowards of Hamas.
Yeah, it's a good way. It's a good way to launder genocidal rhetoric to people who are otherwise like kind-hearted liberals. That's it. Like that dude himself is probably not a bad person with this very big notable exception, this very big notable blind spot. You guys understand this, right? It's important to recognize the cognitive biases that these people have, okay? The IDF says Gaza's main north-south road in the Khan Younis area is a battle zone as it designates a new humanitarian corridor. That's it. That dude is like, I'm a huge Zionist. I cry for Palestinian children and Palestinian mothers holding their children, but it's Hamas's fault that they're dying. It's like, really? Is it Hamas that's dropping the bombs on them? Because it doesn't feel like it. It seems like it's Israeli weapons, American weapons that Israel is using in the area. You know? It's just like, at that point, who cares? Yeah. Necessary evil, guys. It's just, you have to do it. You have to do a little bit of ethnic cleansing to fucking deal with the situation.
Israel's right to defend itself is undoubted, but it's the cost to human life that's the issue. And the numbers of civilian dead is equally, undoubtedly rising. Stuart Ramsey, Sky News, Southern Israel.
Desperate residents of Khan Younis flee on foot, carrying what they can of their belongings. On Monday, Israel ordered people out of swathes of the main southern city in the Gaza Strip. As they left, bombs fell on areas still described as safe. Many are being displaced for
I hope people understand that this was never about self-defense. It was always about offense, okay? And it has never stopped being about offense. It wasn't self-defense on October 6th, and it certainly wasn't self-defense on October 7th. Self-defense and attacking Hamas is simply the justification used to do this ethnic cleansing campaign. It's been self-defense for 75 fucking years, okay? It's not. It's conquest. That's it.
For a second or third time since the war broke out on October 7th. Hamdi Zahir,
Yeah,
from
I
northern
showed
Gaza,
this before.
says
I showed this the day that it happened. This is in Khan Younis, right? There you go. If Israel wanted to do a surgical strike, they could do that. Okay? The Israel Air Force this morning took out the 4th floor and the only 4th floor of a high-end residential building in southern Gaza. The target was the residence of a senior Hamas official. First and foremost, this is still a war crime, okay? You can't do that. Like, there's no world in which you go, okay, I've decided I'm going to take out the fucking family of, like, a senior Hamas official. You can't do that, okay? You're just, like, attacking a residential building. I know that, like, our mentality is so distorted, okay? So even this is technically not allowed. However, they also have this capability. They can take out just one floor instead of destroying the entire building. And yet they still destroy the entire building regularly, okay? So even this would still be a war crime, but would be a much more limited war crime, and they're not even doing the much more limited war crime. They're doing the much worse war crime. So just remember that. Okay? I don't know how much more evidence I can show you other than premature babies being withered away. No power as the IDF takes over hospitals in Gaza, evacuates nurses, and then just like leaves those babies on their beds, on the hospital beds, to die without even taking them, without even giving them the proper medical care necessary. The nurses that evacuated that hospital openly stated, we thought that at least Israel would have the decency to take those children and offer them, to take those babies and offer them medical care absolutely necessary. And they just left them there.
He sheltered for a month in the Ashifa hospital, then was ordered south to the safe areas they're now being told to evacuate. Send us to the grave and be done with it, he says. Some 80% of Gaza's 2.3 million people have now been made homeless in an Israeli bombing campaign that has reduced much of the crowded coastal strip to a desolate wasteland. Israeli forces largely captured the northern half of Gaza in November. Since a week-long truce collapsed on Friday, they have pushed deep into the southern half. This house in Khan Younis was struck overnight. Nisreen Abdulmoti lives next door with her daughter and 2-year-old baby.
They told us to move from the north to Khan Younis, since the south is safer. And now they've bombed Khan Younis. Even Khan Younis is not safe now. And even if we move to Rafah, Rafah is not safe either. Where do they want us to go?
The parts of Khan Younis people were ordered to leave were home to more than 350,000 people before the war, the UN says, not counting the hundreds of thousands who crowded in to take shelter from the bombs. Medical officials in the enclave say Israel's bombing has killed more than 15,500 people, with thousands more missing and feared buried under the rubble. Israel launched its assault to annihilate Hamas in retaliation for the October 7th attack by its gunmen, who killed 1,200 people and seized 240 hostages, according to Israeli tallies.
Certainly, he has used increasingly harsh rhetoric, not just against Israel and the Israeli military actions inside Gaza, but also specifically against Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister, declaring him again today a war criminal, saying that he should be tried. He made similar comments in Dubai at the climate conference just a few days ago, where again he called on the international community, the United Nations, international humanitarian law makers to come into action and to put specifically Benjamin Netanyahu on trial.
I already talked about this earlier, that it is absolutely meaningless, and everything he says is completely meaningless. It's not a real thing at all. Okay? It's just, it's no different. It is no different than what the Saudi leadership says. Okay? They say all of this because they recognize that they need to maintain their popularity. They need to maintain their popularity. They know that on the ground, the people of Turkey are pro-Palestinian. On the ground, Saudis are pro-Palestinian. In Egypt, Egyptians are pro-Palestinian, but their leaders have to maintain their strategic allegiances with Israel. They are all mere expressions or extensions of U.S. foreign policy. Okay? That is precisely what's going on with Erdogan as well. Erdogan is the leader of a nation that is a NATO nation. Turkey is a NATO country. So he can say whatever the fuck he wants, but ultimately, oil is passing through from Azerbaijan into Turkey and directly into Israel. 40% of the oil that Israel gets, they get through Turkey. Okay? I believe it's like around 30+% of all the steel that Israel gets, they get from Turkey directly. But it doesn't really matter. Okay? They would never in a million years do anything. They would never in a million years say, we're shutting it off. Because America will not do that. America will not take the action necessary. And without America taking the action necessary, these are just hollow points. They're just shallow, pandering talking points. It's pure political theater.
Trial for committing war crimes and what he calls crimes against humanity. He's due to fly off to Doha later today, where he's going to try and position himself as a facilitator of peace, particularly trying to push forward another ceasefire or lay the groundworks for another ceasefire to stop the bombing inside Gaza Strip. The other key question...
Turkey doesn't deserve Erdogan. Turkey should be in the EU and rid herself of this dictator. First of all, Erdogan or no Erdogan, Turkey's not getting into the European Union. Let's be fucking real, okay? Turkey is never going to be a part of the European Union. It's Muslim. It's a Muslim nation. Good luck. A Muslim nation with 90 million people, 90 million Muslims? Are you out of your mind? You think the EU would open up the floodgates of 90 million Muslims? There's just no shot that that would ever happen.
Question, though, that you pose is just how much weight does he carry? And certainly he carries a lot of weight within parts of the Arab world. There's no doubt about that. The Muslim world, he's a mover and shaker. He's definitely a very adept facilitator of certain things, particularly in Turkey. But remember, in other parts of the world, he himself is not considered a particularly role model upholder of human rights. He's long waged a war and a persecution against the Kurds, for instance, not just in the north of Turkey, but also across the border in Syria. So that certainly takes away part of his moral compass, if you like, and his ability to preach morals and take.
I love this idea that, like, oh, Turkey can't say anything because they're operating in the northern Syrian corridor. And it's like, yeah, that's precisely the reason why Turkey can say whatever the fuck they want, okay? They'll say whatever the fuck they want, but America still lets them operate in the northern Syrian corridor. Why does nobody ask the question how or why? Why is Turkey allowed to do that? Oh, that's right, because of the things that I just mentioned. Erdogan can say whatever the fuck he wants while also simultaneously controlling the northern Syrian corridor and engage in military operations whenever the fuck they want to, because they're doing the bidding of Western forces at that point. Western leadership allows them to do that. They give them the go-ahead. Okay? You think a fucking foreign nation, especially a Muslim one too, you think a foreign nation would be allowed to attack another foreign nation like that without America not giving them the go-ahead? Get the fuck out of here. The only reason why Erdogan gets to do that and also say whatever the fuck he wants to is because the reality is he's also supporting Israel aggressively where it fucking matters. Okay? Yok abi, çok güçlü olduğumuz için korkuyorlar bizden. Ondan bir şey demiyorlar. Araştırmanı öneririm. What? No. Güçlü olduğumuzla alakası yok. Saçma sapan konuşma. Evet, inanılmaz. Ha, dalga geçiyorum. Okey. Jesus Christ. I thought this guy was being serious. He's like, nah, dude, they're just afraid of how powerful our military is, but he was joking. He was being sarcastic. Praying for Palestine and mosques and raising the Palestinian flags in public is banned by Saudi Arabia rulers, and those violating it will be punished for crimes, claims man in viral video. I don't know how real that is, but I have heard something similar in Egypt too. Like demonstrations that are pro-Palestine are severely limited. I don't know if it's the case in Saudi Arabia, but like I know that even in Jordan, I know that the Jordan security forces have unironically apprehended pro-Palestinian demonstrators. They've done that. But it's happening in the Western world as well. We are doing it. We are doing it in the Western world too. When you have literally fucking German citizens, German Jews even, that are demonstrating for Palestine, getting apprehended. So why the fuck wouldn't it happen in those countries? Not to be nationalistic Azerbaijani, but I think Ilham Aliyev supports Israel only because the Turkish government does. Is this true, though? They both operate, they're both massive trade partners, as I described already. That's the reason. And also they used Israeli weapons in Karabakh to purge Karabakh of all Armenians. So, of course, there is a massive allegiance there. Yeah.
Take the high moral ground on this. But as
the other ironic part about this is also Russia. Russia is supposedly pro-Palestine, right? Russia is pro-Palestinian. They say they're pro-Palestinian all the time. Except Israel, aligning with Azerbaijan, was only able to purge that entire region of Armenians because Russia no longer was offering security assurances to the Armenians in that region. That could have never happened without Russia's go-ahead. So all of these regional players are constantly playing a song and dance, but the reality is they're all in bed with one another through numerous proxies. Not to mention that I believe almost 20% of the Israeli population is Russian. That there's that too.
As far as Gaza is concerned, he has been resolute from the start that there should be no bombing inside Gaza, that there are more than 2 million people crammed into a very small space, that to bombard that area is basically consigning.
For sure, the U.S. signs off eventually on the ops, but the Turkish operation in northern Syria was definitely not in America's interest, and the U.S. argued with Turkey as much. It targeted the Kurdish SDF. Wait. Elon, brother, come on. How many times has this song and dance happened between Turkey and America? America arms the Kurds. America offers logistical support to the Kurdish militias. America dangles the Kurdish nation state in front of the Kurdish militias every single time, and then literally pulls out entirely and says, go ahead, Turkey, do whatever the fuck you want to these guys that we just gave weapons to. Turkey looks at that and goes, these guys are terrorists. These guys are fucking terrorists. They're doing terror. We have to deal with them. Wipes them the fuck out. America gives them the go-ahead every single time. That has never been different. This switcheroo has happened so many fucking times. The problem is the Kurds have nothing. They have nothing. They are a 35 million ethnic group in permanent diaspora. They have no autonomy. They have no nation state. So because they have nothing, they literally turn around and go, okay, fuck it. Like, we'll deal with America, even though we know they're going to leave us behind. That has always been the case. Why do they do it? Because they have nothing. I'm telling you, they got nothing. What are they supposed to do? They have nothing. This has been going on since the 90s. What about northern Iraq? How is nothing? I mean, okay, fine. They have an autonomous area in northern Iraq. Great. And the reason why the United States does not create a Kurdistan in the area is twofold. One, if they do have a Kurdistan, if they do actually have a region, if they do actually have a nation state in the region, they're not as controllable. Okay? They're not as easy to manipulate. But the major reason as to why they will never allow Kurdistan to happen is because Turkey is a NATO country. Turkey is an incredibly important asset for the United States of America. Turkey has American nukes in the Incirlik base. America's not going to cave and take a red line away from its very important NATO ally with a massive military. So they'll keep dangling it in front of the Kurds over and over again.
Hundreds of thousands, possibly more civilians to death. And he's been quite unequivocal in his defense of Hamas. In Turkey, Hamas is not seen as a terrorist organization. In fact, he's declared Israel to be the terrorist state, the occupier, and the pursuer of...
I mean, Israel is a terrorist nation, yes. Untime out, Elon. I'm saying they were using them against the Iranians. I'm not suggesting that the U.S. doing it out of values or supports Kurds necessarily. The operations against the Kurds in northern Syria in 2019 was not a common event. It may have been in northern Iraq, but the U.S. wasn't using Kurdish forces in northern Iraq against Iranian supply lines. The aiming of the 2019 Turkish operation was absolutely not in the U.S. interest at that time. I'm just simply stating that it doesn't matter, and America will still turn a blind eye to that, even if it goes against their interest, because that is the assurance that Turkey always has. And that is also part of the reason why Turkey is not interfering with supplies going into Israel through Turkish pipelines. That's my point. My point is, Erdogan can say whatever the fuck he wants and position himself as anti-Israel, but the reality is, where it actually matters, Erdogan is very much pro-Israel. The biggest pro-Israel. Okay? That's it. Kurds are not a power player in the region. They are not even a minor player in the region. They're just a militia force that America utilizes against whoever the fuck they deem the enemy at the time.
Of war crimes inside Gaza, and he's portrayed and identified Hamas to a very willing Muslim population in Turkey as a resistance movement. So from that point of view, he does represent a lot of people's views, particularly in the Muslim world, where it's seen very, very differently. The whole approach from the Muslim and the Islamic world is seen about Israel's actions and the Israeli military actions inside Gaza is viewed very, very differently here.
It's so interesting, Alex. I mean, two kind of linked follow-up questions for you, which is, does he differ in his view with the West on this war much more so than he does with the Russia-Ukraine war, or has he also taken the side of Russia there in a way that he's taking the side perhaps of Hamas in this particular conflict? And does he need to do this for a domestic audience? Because there was a period of time a couple of years ago where there were questions about his ability to hold on to power he's had for many, many years, of course, in Turkey. But that is somewhat behind him now, is it not?
I mean, I think he definitely is straddling a very difficult situation in Turkey. They've got an absolutely rampant inflation problem here and huge growing economic problems. So he's very mindful of that. I mean, the exchange rate, for instance, against the pound is 36 at the moment. When I first came here a few years ago, it was 5. So, you know, at Christmas a year ago, it was nearly 100% rate of inflation. It's still growing almost by the day, definitely by the week. So people's pay packets are not worth as much, and he's definitely got his eye on that. But he is president of a huge Muslim country, and at the start of the ground invasion, at the start of the Israeli bombardment inside Gaza, there were quite large demonstrations across the main cities, and including attacks on the Israeli embassy and the American embassy. There's a lot of anger about what Israel is doing inside Gaza. As I say, the view from this part of the world, and also in other parts of the world, you know, Lebanon, Egypt, you know, the surrounding Islamic countries, is viewed very, very differently. They're looking at 75 years of things, you know, being tilted against the Palestinians, and they very much don't like the way that America is positioning itself as the puppet master with Israel, and all the weaponry that's being sold to Israel, the political.
Why does he pander for Palestine when behind closed doors he supports Israel? What do you mean? Because the population supports Palestine. That is how it is. And because he's not America, okay? In the United States of America, you could just say, you can be an American politician and look at like a sea of overwhelming support for Palestinians and go, fuck off, don't care, shut the fuck up, and you know, throw out a couple feelers in the media like, oh, Israel, restrain yourself, Israel, restrain yourself. Well, they continue their fucking mass ethnic cleansing campaign with our weapons as we still send them bunker busters and the like, okay? In Turkey, on the other hand, the population is like, what the fuck? You know, what are you doing? Like, if Erdogan responded to the situation in the same way that John Fetterman did, he would probably get fucking assassinated, okay? People would be like, what are you saying? Are you insane? It would be unimaginably unpopular. He would unironically never win an election ever again. So he has to talk like that. He has to say these sorts of things because Turkey is not like America. The population, understandably, is overwhelmingly in support of Palestinians. They are overwhelmingly against American involvement. They are overwhelmingly against what Israel is doing. They are too close to the subject matter to see it as anything but that. And the same goes for every single fucking country in the region. His supporters support Palestine. The opposition is now acting all buddy-buddy with Israel because it's anti-Erdogan. Sure, whatever. Fuck the opposition. I mean, look at what they've fucking done so far, you know? They didn't do a great job anyway. They fucking lost.
Foundations, the political bridges that are being built between Britain, America, or being solidified between Britain and America and parts of Europe with the Israelis is, you know, in this part of the world, America is not held up in the same high esteem, and neither is Britain, to be frank. So they have a very, very different view. As far as the Russia-Ukraine war is concerned, he has tried to position himself again as fundamental to whatever goes on in this part of this region and this part of the world, and he's you know, the Bosphorus, the straits through here have been instrumental in allowing certain wheat and food supplies to go to Ukraine. So he's again positioned himself here and shown himself to be a real political survivor. As far as Gaza and Israel,
also look at the situation, even with Ukraine and Russia. Turkey is facilitating contracts with the Russian government to create nuclear power plants in Turkey, while simultaneously literally selling a metric fuck ton of weapons to Ukraine, including obviously the famous Bayraktar UAVs. Ultimately, whatever Turkey says is completely immaterial. What Turkey does is what matters. Okay? Not selling it to Ukraine, giving it to Ukraine. NATO.
Israel is concerned, though, he is really pushing himself to the forefront, and I think there's certainly a very strong eye on future election prospects, but also it's fundamental to this area that there is peace or some sort of resolution. He's very much pushing the two states.
Anyway. Well, how can you blame America for Kurdish situations? Turkey actually holds geopolitical power. Yeah, Turkey is a regional power player that has its own interest in its own designs in never allowing a Kurdish nation state to exist in the area. And America is allowing that to happen because America is the world power player. Turkey might have geopolitical power. It's a regional power, but America is the global superpower. Guys, I don't know what we're doing here. I know a lot of people try to make it seem as though my analysis on the matter is reductive by saying America bad, America bad. Hasan only thinks about it from a Western-centric point of view. But I think many of you fail to recognize that, like, one, America's actions are indeed bad, and two, America unironically does still control a lot of what happens in this region. Without the United States go-ahead, without the United States weapons, without the United States routinely fucking vetoing any kind of United Nations move against or criticism against Israel, Israel will not be able to operate the way it does. It is kind of silly that people regularly forget this reality or try to act like these nations are actually operating on their own and that, like, America is the smallest of the small bean. It's not still reductive. It's not still reductive. America is the fucking global superpower. You are ridiculous, and you are desperately trying to cope for some weird reason. For some weird reason, you are desperately trying to cope with America's influence in all of these world affairs. I don't know why. You think in 1990, the United States was giving Israel $10 billion because it was a small bean to build new settlements specifically for Jews leaving the USSR? You think that was a small bean move? Like, you think that wasn't important? That doesn't hold any weight? Or since what, World War II, what is it, like more than $100 billion have been given to Israel from the United States of America? This is before we even factor in all of the other, like, local governments and what they send to Israel, what kind of monetary support they send to Israel so that they can get IDF police training for their local police forces in places like fucking Mobile, Alabama. Why the fuck is the Terre Haute, Indiana local municipality giving millions of dollars to Israel? The fuck? What is that? Why are they doing that? Well, they're getting IDF training for their cops. You know what I mean? Huh. Anyway.
He's sick. He has rheumatism. That's why I'm worried about him.
Palestinian mother of 6, Falastin Nakhle, is desperate for news. Her 12-year-old son, Karim, is in Israeli custody.
He's 12 years old. What do they want from him?
Armed troops raided Karim's uncle's house at dawn. They had seen a video of him playing with a gun that he says a friend of his brother's found under a tree.
Biden, what Netanyahu and all of Israel wants from a child 12 years old. He needs his mother. He's in the telephone. حط على speaker.
Midway through our filming with Karim's family, the phone rings.
Hello? Karim. What's happening to you?
Nothing yet. I'm still in the interrogation room.
What is the true purpose of U.S. backing Israel this strongly, in your opinion? Unsinkable aircraft carrier, unsinkable military base, forward operating base with its own security apparatus, with its own espionage facilities, a permanent destabilizer in the region. It's a resource-rich region. We need this outpost desperately if we want to maintain our control in the region. That's it.
They are still interrogating a child who is 12 years old.
This is Dalo.
When will he be released?
After the call, Palestine passed out for a minute. There are similar scenes across the West Bank. Despite the recent prisoner releases, Israeli prison service figures show over 700 more people are being held for reasons of security compared to last month.
We are a normal people. I ask everyone to look at the reality of this conflict and see these prisoners as freedom fighters.
Karim was let go after 7 hours and his family ordered to pay a fine. He says he was manhandled, slapped, and beaten.
I was afraid. All I wanted was to get out of there. I was so bored. The last 2 hours, when they kept me in the room on my own, it felt like 4 months. I was all alone, and they blindfolded me tightly.
According to the Israeli human rights group Hamuked, almost 40% of Palestinian prisoners are now held in administrative detention, meaning without charge or trial. The Israeli prison service says all prisoners are held in accordance with the law. Israeli police told us they couldn't comment on Karim's particular case due to a lack of details. Karim was released later that evening, but he and other Palestinians say they feel resigned to the risk of arrest. Muhanna Tutunji, BBC News Arabic, Ramallah.
These two Chelsea Manning's in the building. Hold on, I'm gonna bring her inside real quick while this plays.
Young Palestinians have just been arrested by the Israeli army in Hebron's historic center. We film as the soldiers cuff the young men to a pole in front of their base, but they then force us to delete the footage. This shopkeeper witnesses this scene repeating more and more often since the beginning of the war.
They're kids. One is 16, the other 18. They work with the Hebron Reconstruction Committee to restore and repair the old buildings. They're not working today. They took a day off for their sister's wedding. They went to the barber to get prepared.
Israeli soldiers and settlers have tightened surveillance inside the market, putting Palestinian residents under pressure.
Since October the 7th, there's no law. Before, they used to force us to close the shops, insult us, humiliate us, arrest us, but we could at least talk to them. Now they treat us aggressively, they're violent, they terrorize us.
The old city of Hebron is cut in two, vertically. 800 Jewish settlers occupy the top of the ancient Arab market, protected by barbed wire, watchtowers, and the Israeli army. Underneath, the Palestinian shopkeepers have hanged wire mesh to protect themselves from the garbage the settlers hurl at them from their windows above. Ahmad is 20. He lives here. As a young Palestinian man, he is a prime target for...
Kaya, come here. What are you doing?
All right. Where am I? I can't see myself. There I am.
All right, boom. Ladies and gentlemen, Chelsea Manning, American hero in the building.
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for having me again. Can you hear me?
Of course. What are you doing? What are you doing in Los Angeles?
So yeah, I'm just kind of like hanging out on the West Coast. I was in San Diego. I went to like December nights in San Diego.
Almost turned off the OBS.
Yeah, I saw that.
While I was trying to fix the.
Then I'm just sort of like in Los Angeles, like doing business stuff. Business. So I'm dressed up in my school clothes. So.
Yeah. Business stuff. What kind of business can you say? Can you elaborate?
Yeah. It's just like business stuff, like in terms of like, you know, like what do I do now in terms of like speaking engagements and things like that, like future stuff. So generally it's just I'm also like doing like my security consulting and things. I have clients on the West Coast as well. So just business stuff. Just
hell yeah.
Keep it low key.
Speaking of business, let me run the top of the hour ad break real quick. All right. So we are deep in the pocket of talking about Israel-Palestine.
So I see.
Which is certainly, I assume,
there's some developments today as well.
Yeah, Israel is continuing its bombing campaign. Israel is also
we have an expansion into the southern part of the Gaza Strip.
Yes, here it is. This is the latest from the New York Times, the Israel-Hamas war. And I wanted to ask you. I mean, you have a lot of experience in this sort of thing.
Urban combat operations. It's nasty. It is a casualty generator on a scale that we have, very little ability to comprehend. The just immense, especially whenever you have like constant airstrikes, constant bombardment. I mean, like the door-to-door, like vehicle, like house-to-house type stuff can be ugly, but whenever you're like using heavy munitions in any kind of major city, the kind of heavy munitions that that can be produced, for like high explosive things, for high, so your plastic explosives and your like JDAM type equivalents. Like it just, there's no comprehend. It's like it's hard to comprehend like how devastating this is, but you see like mangled buildings, like the actual photos, not the Adobe generated like fake ones.
Yeah. So let me ask you something. Would you say that Israel has the capabilities of making targeted striking, precise striking, and also even engaging in like door-to-door operations?
They have been engaging in door-to-door operations, and they have been using they have armored vehicles. They're pretty standard. They're like a little out of date, like in terms of like comparison to like the stuff that was used in Iraq and Afghanistan that the U.S. used. I think they're upgrading. They're like upgrading it to like have vehicle slats and things like that. But yeah, like it's I would say that it's very. The problem is that because Israel has essentially had its eyes on Gaza for decades and decades and decades. The amount of information that they know how is down. It's extremely granular. Like they know where people live. They know where things are. Where things are. It wasn't like the United States coming in and like trying to figure it all out. Like they know the specifics and they sort of have really really good intelligence. The problem is I think that intelligence shifts and changes as soon as you start to like conduct such a massive operation.
Do you also feel like the fact that they have all of this precise information and also the targeting capabilities and their lack of interest in utilizing that kind of shows the real, like gives the game away? Because it seems like if you have the precise targeting capabilities, if you with your munitions, with your weapons, one example I use is the first building that they blew up in Khan Younis, where they blew up just the fourth floor. They said it was a high priority Hamas leadership. Let me see if I can find it real quick. But anyway, but the fact that they have those capabilities and do not exercise trigger discipline, if you will, kind of gives the game away that this is not about eradicating Hamas at all, and instead about widespread ethnic cleansing and ethnic displacement that's occurring, which is something that isn't a activist-backed talking point rather than genuine Holocaust and genocide scholars openly showcasing or openly stating that this has the workings of ethnic cleansing, like all of the workings of it.
Right. So I think that one of the things that you see with this particular conflict in particular, and Kaya is
she's out of control.
Very excited today. But one of the things that you sort of see with with this kind of conflict is that they are where they could use restraint, they don't, and where and I think that this is one of the things that sort of even senior American State Department officials have sort of have recognized as things that like senior Department of Defense officials like even though Israel's relationship with the United States has historically over the last like 40, 50 years been like, they've been in strict alignment. It was like there was some hesitancy, I think, like in the after a couple of weeks, of sort of like how they were conducting the operations and sort of like the rhetoric that they were using, like internationally, like not necessarily domestically, but the sort of rhetoric that they were using, and like the actions that they were taking in terms of like, because there's this concept in warfare of there's the Clausewitzian concept of reciprocity, which is that whenever you have a proportional sort of response to the attack, and obviously the attacks on October 7th were a sort of triggering point, and were sort of a really abhorrent sort of attack that you saw that really even though Israel sort of had the intelligence ability to collect, they had collected the intelligence to be able to, at least based on the New York Times reporting, to sort of like identify that this was a possibility. It really did shock them into this into this like sudden
9/11 style
9/11 style response, and and they've been reacting sort of in a way that is not always as logical and rational as somebody who's like strategically thinking as like a military operator. They're thinking more in the way of like revenge, as in like, and I think the rhetoric is very like, we need to like especially whenever people whenever they're more unfiltered, it is very sort of vengeful language.
Amalek, wipe Gaza. I mean, glass Gaza. Yeah. We're not hitting it hard enough, which is, by the way, consistent with the population, the polling numbers as well. Obviously, this is something we've looked at. Now, what I find really interesting is on December 2nd, 2 days ago, the U.S. Department of Defense, the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd J. Austin III, delivered remarks at the Reagan National Defense Forum. And in those remarks, he actually had a lot of criticisms, a lot of, these guys are always going to be very restrained in the language that they use, especially when it comes to regional cooperation with our allies.
And
especially
it's the staunchest ally in the region.
Yeah, especially one as important as Israel. As I've said, Israel is basically a state, and not like a shitty state, but like a cool one that America really cares about. Of course, his statements here are very, quote unquote, damning. But what we have been doing behind the scenes, or sometimes very openly, is still offering full support to Israel, sending munitions, shaking the couch cushions. Yeah, shaking the couch cushions to find extra JDAMs or bunker busters. Not JDAMs.
Which there's a shortage of.
Yeah,
there's been a lot of conflicts geopolitically lately that have sort of caused a shortage of weaponry and ammunition, like globally, like Russia's invasion of Ukraine, et cetera. So, like and I think that's another reason why I think that there's only so many. There's an economics to warfare, and that is that there is only so many precision missiles. There's only so many precision weapons that you can develop. And as one of the things that we saw in the early stages of the war in Ukraine was that there was a lot of use of precision weapons and even shelling, and then that sort of went down to like more like just sort of like 1910s era like trench warfare style warfare. And one of the concerns that I have with sort of like the use of this many precision munitions is that you run out of them. There's only so many that you can produce, and then you end up with I'm very hesitant to use the term that because like
dumb weapons.
Yeah, exactly, dumb weapons, but like
they're artillery.
But they're conventional. They have like basically you shoot it in the general direction, you hope that it hits.
Yeah. Which, by the way, Israel has been using as well. Like they've been using artillery, they've been using tanks.
As they run out, like that's what you have to use. I mean, even in Iraq and Afghanistan, we definitely in the latter parts we had to use more simple, less precision weapons, right?
Okay. But what I was going to talk about, like I said, is you have Lloyd Austin saying civilians are the center of gravity in the Gaza war.
I've heard that terminology before.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you're for those of you who don't know, how would you describe yourself? Because like I kind of just jumped into it.
Right.
Chelsea Manning is a HasanAbi head first and foremost, of course, but she's done some
and a former Twitch streamer. I streamed for
Yes. But she's also at was at the center of a lot of controversy.
So I have some experience specifically with Iraq and Afghanistan. I deployed to Iraq in 2010, and some events happened in which a lot of material ended up in the public domain.
Like helicopters shooting at
there was a lot of material that was released, and but I also I was an intelligence analyst, and I worked in this position, I worked in this role, so I've seen sort of both sides of this now. So I've been in the position of being working for the Department of Defense in the essentially the occupying power of a wartime environment, and I've also been in my later years, I've sort of been more of a humanitarian activist and sort of like engaging in more distantly, like almost. I don't consider myself like a journalist because like there are very good journalists who do this very very professionally. Like I'm more of like somebody who like for security purpose, for just sort of like intellectual purposes, I just keep track of like combat operations and how they're done. And so now I speak and write about sort of like how technology, specifically like tools like artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep neural nets, and predict, and how these sort of technologies have have become more pervasive in our lives. Like social media has adopted some of these technologies, and I sort of speak on these matters a lot after being released from prison a few years ago. So
yeah,
I jumped around a little bit. But,
thank you for your service.
Yeah.
So the reason why I wanted to hear your perspective on this is because, like you said, civilians being at the center of gravity in the ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza is something that it's a statement that you've heard before,
yeah,
and may have even had specific hands-on like worked on both sides of it and had like specific hands-on information on adjusting it to rules of engagement. Even with all of its, I guess, extremities, even when like rules of engagement are or the American military goes far beyond the modus operandi, the rules of engagement, or the standard operating principles that they put forward, what would you rate Israel's casualty to high priority target? What would you rate Israel's casualty per high priority target assassinations in comparison to like even American military operations?
Yeah, so I don't know what their internal sort of mechanisms are or how they make those kinds of calculations, but we like I would say that in the late 2000s, there was certainly some level of metrics that would be looked at and sort of like, whether it's a go or no go for a targeted operation. Targeted operation can either be like missiles, it can be bombing, it can be like an aerial strike, it can be an airstrike, it can be it can be like door kicking. It can be like door kick. Just special operations guys kicking a door and.
Or getting spooked and calling in air support.
Yeah, exactly.
Into a nearby village.
There was like, because of the scale of the United States military's operations, but they also like the size of a city like Baghdad and the size of a city like Mosul. There was a bit more time to sort of like look at sort of what the weights and metrics are for doing this kind of thing in the latter part of the war. And it would probably be a 24, 48, 72 hour sort of time frame that you would know like what kind of operation that you're going to do. I don't know how they're doing it, but it certainly looks like rather than doing a targeted operation where you're weighing like, okay, are we going to send in guys on the ground? Are we going to do a sort of boots on the ground mission? Are we going to airstrike a position? Like, what is the casualty? Like, what is the what do you call it? Collateral damage sort of assessment, right? Like I've always been hesitant to use that phrase collateral damage because it really is just a way of being able to justify in your brain, like, oh yeah, like this is the metric for whether or not, innocent people around it could be killed or whatever. And I think that, those like they're obviously using really heavy munitions in a very densely populated area. This is like the level of density, this is like Sadr City, like which we in eastern Baghdad in the late 2010s or the late 2000s, early 2010s, we were conducting operations and we tended not to do airstrikes in that kind of vicinity because like the amount of collateral damage that could be expected in a modern city in a modern densely populated area like that was just too high. You would see more, you would see more door kicking operations in a densely populated area like that.
I guess the point I was trying to make or was trying to arrive at is I'm obviously biased in this. I'm no fan of American operations at all. I've been incredibly critical my entire, professional media career of the war crimes that America is engaged in. Yeah. However, as far as like America's operations in the region, it seems to me like the restraints are so far removed at this point, so unshackled in Israel's day-to-day operations in Gaza that it makes a lot of even America's involvement in areas like Iraq and Afghanistan look restrained and tame in comparison, even though it certainly was not. I think
the drivers are different too. Like the kinds of, like it took us years to get into, the mode of being able to like conduct operations in Afghanistan, even though it was like, I think it was like December that we started to conduct operations, but like real on the ground operations didn't really start until early 2002. And then, there's I was a teenager, so like the whole weapons of mass destruction debate is a little outside my wheelhouse personally. Obviously I have opinions in this area, like whenever it comes to like Bush's invasion of Iraq, but the invasion of Iraq happened like 2 years after 9/11, and then it turns out that it has absolutely no connection to the initial attack. So I think that the speed with which and the ferocity of which this has been done has sort of led to led to a kind of, it's led to operations that I think would be viewed in comparison as more hasty, right? Like, objectively, these are more hasty operations being conducted. Now then, they have a lot more information. Like their information, because they
have round-the-clock surveillance over the course of. Israel is a belligerent occupier in this circumstance, and they have round-the-clock surveillance that has been ongoing and consistent since 2005 and far beyond before that as well. So therefore, as the belligerent occupier, they have certainly the capabilities of dealing with this, even if they want to in a military fashion, dealing with this in a much more restrained way. It's just that I think that many Israeli leaders have said time and time again that Hamas is a gift for them, so that they can consistently tighten the grip they have over Gaza, or even engage in sieges that they consider mowing the lawn operations over and over again.
And they've done this a number of times, like 2009.
Of course, never to this severity.
Also like the number of eyes on this is dramatically different.
Yeah.
Like the amount of, and I've like one of the things that I've noticed in warfare since the 2000s, whenever I was like, working in the U.S. military, is the amount of information that the public has, which is dramatically different. Like people often like ask me like about the secrecy versus transparency debate, and we're now in an age of radical transparency where information flows very quickly, and you can sort of see this, and so it's shifted the way of because you can't really hide the fact that you are doing these kinds of operations. So what you do is now you have a massive incentive, because it's cheaper to just spread disinformation, spread propaganda. And I think that and the social media, mobile phones, and the ability of anybody on certain platforms to sort of take part in a debate or to engage in a debate has incentivized sort of like state actors to, when they're conducting, whenever they're conducting, things that could be viewed as misdeeds, that their incentive is to entice people to share false information, misinformation, disinformation.
Oh, and Russia did this quite frequently in its invasion of Ukraine, of course.
Yeah. And Ukraine did to an extent.
And Ukraine did as well, yes, in order to keep up in order to, I guess, like better position themselves or to showcase that they were doing a lot better.
It's an information warfare type environment that we live in. It's not, and nothing is local anymore. Like every combat operation that's going to take place between major powers for the next few decades at least is going to be one that involves the entire world, right? It's going to be a social media debate. It's going to be a fight over the truth and what the information is, as opposed to like whether or not something is being hidden from you, because it's not information gets out now. You can see it, like you can see the footage, you can see it right then and there. But now there's like sort of this effect of people like debating about reality and what is true, and you sort of pick sides, you pick a team, and I've seen this happen. I saw this happen with the protests in 2010. I saw this happen with sort of the I saw this happen with the war and we saw this with COVID, like sort of COVID denialism, the election denialism. We've seen this with the invasion of Ukraine by Russia.
Yeah.
And it's we've and this is just an extension of that. But the resources involved, you know, with the United States and Israel and other allying powers is that they have an immense ability to, like, you know, to disincentivize people or to, like, have people cut ties with, you know, people who say what the objective reality is. And that's one of the most shocking and one of the most alarming things that I've sort of noticed. So I was in Europe for last month. I basically spent most of the last 2 months in Europe. And so I was there in Berlin whenever the protests were whenever protests started to pop off. And the swiftness with which the police forces and the state apparatus sort of, like, went to engage with that, like, was very fast and was very intense. And this is like in Europe, right? So it has this Europe and the United States has this perception of being like a sort of like
free speech haven, liberal Western liberal democracy.
And then I saw this again in London, like another weekend went by, and this was the one where the I think Home Secretary got sacked for trying to get the police forces to crush the protests.
Yeah,
you know. So yeah, we're living in a time where information gets out, and then there's like an incentive to just, like, crush people for speaking out and for sharing information. It's alarming.
There are certainly a lot of disinformation merchants that are out and about on, and I hate to be the both sides guy, but you know, literally on both sides. The difference, of course, I would say, is that the disinformation doesn't come from a centralized force on the Palestinian side, because they do not have, like, a propaganda outlet that is effective, because they have nothing, in comparison to the Israeli side, where there is, of course, a massive, openly well-funded Hasbara operation. And despite all that, what I will say, what I do find very strange, is that looking at what Ukraine did in such a short period of time, as far as disinfo goes, looking at what Russia did and has done and has continued to do over the course of many, many years, that they put a lot of effort into, it's shocking how bad Israel's Hasbara operations have been. And I think that there is a weird, like, there's this weird parallel that I think you can draw on as when we're talking about arrogance.
Yeah.
Because I think that the reason why Israel, for example, thinks it can get away with the Pallywood conspiracies, right? The notion, for those of you who don't know, that Palestinians are simply faking it, like that they're not actually having their children be destroyed.
People arguing this, yeah.
Yeah, like Jerusalem Post is, you know, it's a right wing. It's a right wing paper for the most part, but, like, the fact that a official Israeli newspaper by the name of Jerusalem Post came out with an article that said this was a doll. This, like, Al Jazeera was censoring a Palestinian father holding up a doll, and it wasn't a real baby, was a disgusting form of propaganda that I think average onlookers will look to and go, what the fuck? Why? Like, we can see it with our own two eyes, what the devastation that you've caused in Gaza. I don't think the Palestinians need to make up more severe war crimes that you are actively championing and openly stating that you're doing, and even, you know, showing that you're doing. And yet it still was something that they went along with until Jerusalem Post came out and apologized for it. Why do you think they're so bad at propaganda?
What would incentivize them to look, you know, to, like, do their homework and to, like, come up with a more, like, a complex plan, right?
I think more so this stuff. I mean, it's like,
you know, it's the biggest problem that they sort of have is they're suffering from success, really, right? You know, they've been able to sort of do whatever they've wanted to do, and so they don't have the incentive to nobody's ever really countered them in a significant way. I think it first started in 2014. Like we saw this, like it was the first time that the sort of like Western states that sort of been like, hey, wait a second, what's going on, right?
And it really peaked in 2021.
Yeah,
which was a turning point when
it
you
scared,
saw
it scared the IDF. It scared it scared the Israeli intelligence services for sure. But I don't think that I think that it's the suffering from success meme where they've just sort of like they've assumed that they don't need to do that and to have something that is extremely effective anymore.
Yeah, no, it's like Henry Kissinger. Everybody talks about how wonderful
they're trying now to adjust,
triangulate.
They're adjusting their tactic. I mean, one of the things that I've heard is that they're bringing people to think tanks right now. They're grabbing people from think tanks and from senior university faculties to view videos of footage from October 7th, for instance.
Oh yeah.
So
that's been like the major. That's been, I think, the most powerful form like of propaganda is to just like show October 7 over and over again and recycle that.
Yeah.
So that they can continue.
And to be clear, it's become sort of a meme at this point, like condemn violence and condemn the
of
attack,
course, yes.
So I don't want to discount that. I mean, there is a point where it's the Clausewitzian sort of like reciprocity and the principles of proportionality and the idea. Like the thing that worries me and that alarms me the most is that I don't know what their end state goal is, right? Because they say one thing and they keep moving that goalpost. Like first they say they're only going in the northern part and now they're going into the southern part. Like when does this, how far does this go? And I think that's the thing to keep an eye on as things progress, because I think that this is going to continue for quite some time. There's no indications from where I'm sitting that that Israel is
what was
is
it
just
2
going
years?
in and out.
I think it was literally. Was it this? Hold on. No, it wasn't this. But I've seen
years, yeah.
No, it wasn't even that. That's like hunting down the Hamas operatives or Hamas leadership in other foreign countries. But no, there have been so many different talking points about how long this will take. Oh, we're not interested in annexation. We actually want to just eradicate Hamas. And then, this war will only wage on until we finish Hamas, until we finish the job.
I do think,
or even like it'll take a couple months. Like
I do think that they must understand that they have a clock ticking in terms of what they can do before finally, Western European countries and countries like the United States, Canada, Australia start to question that. And obviously, a NATO member spoke out today with Erdogan, but
that's like
he has a position.
Yeah, I mean, I've talked about like a lot of. I think that Australia and England are more significant than Turkey is. But obviously, the big player in the room that can shut this off, shut the violence faucet off tomorrow if they wanted to, is America. It wouldn't be without retort and maybe even some violence directed in our direction. I would even go so far as to say that, potentially, judging by what Israel has done in the past, I mean. However, Turkey has no say in the matter, and they have been a regional ally to Israel, offering material support to Israel, and also, a lot of the oil that goes into Israel directly goes through Turkish pipelines that pass through from Azerbaijan to Turkey to Israel. So, of course, it's all just a show for his own audience, and I liken it to the Gulf nation leadership, like the genuine interest that Gulf nation states have in having, security contracts with America, aligning with America, getting F-16s and the like, while simultaneously, like, the populations are obviously pro-Palestine, so they have to, like, play this song and dance. However, it does seem like, I think, some semblance of permanent occupation is going to be what's going on. I mean, they're blowing up the government buildings. Like, you don't do that. You don't blow up civil society and ministries unless you're
But they did that in Beirut in the 1980s, and they never fully occupied. So,
I mean, well, I was about to say, I remember another country that blew up all the ministries, and with the exception of, I guess, energy. I guess with the exception of energy, and that you could tell.
I was in an Iraqi Ministry of Defense building that we just called the JDAM building.
Yeah,
you could just walk through, and then in the middle there was you could see in one of the rooms you could go up and see the.
Yeah, so that goes to show that like there's no real interest in like rebuilding a country at all, or even allowing it to exist as an autonomous region. If I mean, looking at America's involvement in the area and looking at Israel.
Yeah, I do think that there is some real. I think that the more realistic folks in particularly the IDF, not necessarily the ministerial leadership or anything like that, but I think that some of them must fully understand that there's a time limit to how long they can conduct this before they start to see the effects of the pipelines of fuel, of weapons, because it's like there's only, and also like there's a short, like they're asking for things that there are shortages of in the world right now.
Well, the one partner that's getting cooked in this entire thing is Ukraine, it seems.
Yeah.
Where the American leadership
drawing
have
a lot
said,
of attention away from it. Yeah.
The American leadership has openly stated that there is a end to the unlimited funds that Ukraine has received thus far.
Yes.
That by the end of this year, unless Congress acts, we just simply don't have any more money in the couch cushions for Ukraine, any more weapons in the couch cushions for Ukraine. So that's one thing that came out earlier today. That was a big news story. And then, of course, on the propaganda side, obviously people are no longer as interested in what's going on in Ukraine. That, of course, came as a consequence of the counteroffensive failing as well, or at least being considered an abject military failure and nowhere near as...
It wasn't successful.
It was not.
No.
It's
turned into a like Ukraine, as I said in 2022. They were not like the Russians trying to invade and take over the entire country was never going to happen, but they certainly have been able to cause a stalemate in the four sort of, I forget what they're called, like they're the county equivalents.
Oblast.
Oblasts. Yeah.
LPR, DPR, and,
exactly.
and like
so
most of
because they're no longer republics.
Yeah. So I don't know where that goes. I mean, do you have any I don't know. I told you like we could potentially talk about Ukraine as well, but you said like you're more read up on.
Well, I did a little reading up on Ukraine this morning, and it's been stalemate. We've been in stalemate for about a year and a half now.
One of the things that I was mentioning,
apart from Bakhmut, and I think that I forgot. If you don't read up on this stuff like constantly, like you start to forget some of the names.
The U.S. could soon run out of money to send weapons to Ukraine if Congress does not approve additional emergency funds, the White House has said. I think that would you say that this is an accurate assessment? I'm going to ask you a question where America always has it's like emergency oil reserves. Like we always have like emergency weapons. No. I'm saying like we always have like some extra bombs that we can like always find under the couch cushions that we can deliver hastily over without like too much congressional interference.
Right.
That we have been basically shipping over now to Israel rather than Ukraine, and that's the reason why
the reserve stockpiles. I mean, like I have certainly there's only so many munitions that you can ship out. Like here's the reality that I think is geopolitically significant, like globally, and that is that when you have major wars like Russia's invasion of Ukraine, when you have Israel, when you have Israel's sort of bombing campaign in Gaza and invasion there, there's only so many weapons and so many, more importantly, ammunition. There's only so much ammunition that you can produce and still maintain a peacetime economy. So at some point, something has to give. Either you have to end operations, or you have to slow operations down, or you have to start, doing conscription, start nationalizing,
well, I think Ukraine already did that, no?
Yeah.
And I feel like they already burned through.
But I mean, globally, like if you're depending on sort of the global economy, like one of the worst effects that could come out of the sort of geopolitical instability of the last 3 or 4 years is that we could see more economies that are sort of reoriented towards a sort of post pre-World War II, like gearing up and stockpiling of, like where you're essentially like trying to like boost up your personnel numbers and get your and start focusing on like what reserves and things that you can get, and also start shifting away from a consumer-based economy to one of wartime production.
According to Zelensky, the shell supply to Ukraine has been slowed down by the Israel-Hamas war.
Yep.
Ironic because
it's a global problem too.
Yeah, I mean we already were tapping into South Korean resources from the jump. Like this was happening even before October 7th. So the fact that this was inevitable. This was an inevitability. Ukraine is running out of manpower to be able to hold weapons even, and seemingly Russia, for one reason or another, has like an almost endless supply of like conscripts that they can throw into the murder machine, and that has become a major issue for Ukraine, as far as I understand. Like things that I've read on the ground operations from Ukrainian forces, this is like their major issue, is that they're running out of one, experienced soldiers, and two, there's only so much you can do when they just have a lot more people. Like they have a lot more people that they will throw into positions to just like hold it. And I guess like one of the things I've talked about from the jump that got a lot of criticism from pro-NATO YouTubers, if you will, and many others, was that I kept talking about the Minsk agreements and like reinforcing the Minsk agreements, or at least the 15-point potential peace plan that was talked about in Turkey that fell apart, and this was like fairly early on.
Yeah.
And I think that ultimately we are going to inevitably arrive at, with America's backing, maybe not that exact same plan, but something similar to that, where if Zelensky has to maneuver through this process, he's going to have to make concessions that involve, I would say, passing the buck, like the Crimea question 15 years into the future, or like somewhere in the future, that he doesn't have to immediately take it up to a vote.
Yeah.
Because, that's not, obviously the Ukrainians are going to say fuck no to that overall. And
they've considered it. They've there's been like, and certainly in late 2022, like I think the Zelensky government at least sort of was exploring what an agreement would look like, because there's only so many there's only so much war that you can have. Like you can't constantly have battle after battle after battle, right? And like maintain like the kind of society that you are able to continue to have, whereas Ukrainian society like hasn't they've made an enormous amount of sacrifice in terms of like defending their positions. I don't know if they're willing. I don't know how willing Ukraine is to do this for 15 years. Right?
Yeah,
Russia's obviously teetering on the brink, so they're very willing to do that. And I don't know. And I think that eventually at some point the stalemate is going to break. Either and it's going to happen. It's going to happen either because of political reasons, because the political will on one of the sides has gone away, or there just isn't enough resources and logistics to maintain the civilian population of your respective country.
Yeah, I think that overall, I think like if we're going to look at a list of like likely scenarios here, the absolute worst one that I foresee, that I've talked about from literally the first day of the Russian invasion, is that ultra-nationalist right-wing forces that have been seen understandably as like the emancipatory forces in the region are going to have a lot more space to maneuver politically, and will, if they see Zelensky concede to the Russian invaders, will be able to either under the watchful eye of the United States, well, nothing really happens without the United States knowing about it, but will be able to create a massive opposition, maybe even terror, with U.S. arms that they now have and control, and with the U.S. logistics and support that they have had for a very long time in their battle against the Russian invaders. They will now be able to turn those crosshairs onto not necessarily the Ukrainian public, but like Ukrainian officials, and gain prominence and power within Ukraine, making the situation really, really damaging for the civilian population.
Yeah, and there's no way that you can contain that regionally, I don't think. That becomes, because of the information environment that we have with the internet and with social media, I think that like that becomes a regional problem very quickly. Like especially whenever you have refugees and when you have people who have fled who have fled Russia, people who have fled Ukraine, people who and the sort of intense I don't want to say exhaustion of Eastern European states, because there's definitely a lot of
interest in supporting Ukraine.
There's a lot of interest in supporting, but there's that only goes for so long, and that there might be a sense of like betrayal among people who had staunch support at one moment, and then that support sort of waning because of there's only so much capacity that people have to help in that situation. And then Ukraine, Ukraine, I think has lost a little bit of political capital in the fact that it's been shown to be sort of one of the actors that involved in the pipeline attacks.
The
Nord Stream attacks.
Yeah, no, there's there's a
lot of Central European countries to be like, I don't know.
Yeah, there is definitely a lot of like expenditure of political capital that they had as they went far beyond the boundaries of what the American state would allow them to, in a sense where like when there's supposed to be 100% support for the actions of Ukraine, you even saw the American State Department publicly criticize Ukrainian forces time and time again. The Nord Stream pipeline explosion, in my opinion, still, of course, had like an American signature in it, but publicly, it's definitely, I would say publicly.
Personally, I don't think the U.S. knew.
You don't think so?
No, I don't think so. I think that slipped through the cracks, but that's my personal opinion. That's my personal opinion.
I think more so it's like stuff like
they were like, oh,
blowing up the Crimean Bridge and like things of that nature or targeting like civilian areas that are like Russian areas where like civilians live.
Yeah.
Like I remember reading time and time again. I
think they had the pieces to put that together, but didn't.
Yeah. Well, regardless, it's just it was ridiculous that from the jump, America was like trying to piece it together by being like, oh, Russia must have blown it up themselves. And then like that in and of itself, I think kind of shows that America maybe wasn't as involved with that, because like if they were, they would have probably had better counter propaganda immediately ready to go than Russia did it.
But one thing that I noticed was that the UK was pretty quiet. So I don't know.
Maybe. That could definitely. I mean, the UK after the United States has been incredibly bloodthirsty in like constantly championing endless conflict in this region. So ultimately, though, I don't know where this goes. Like I said, the worst case scenario is like Zelensky tries to be the guy who negotiates a American-backed settlement here. I don't know what the country lines look like with respect to like all the positions that Russia has advanced into Ukraine now. If there is even a return to like a Minsk-style autonomous region for LPR, DPR, or if Russia will continue a permanent annexation, which I think is understandably a non-starter for Ukrainians. Like, why the fuck would they allow that to happen? That's completely unacceptable.
What about like we've talked about Israel-Palestine, we've talked about Ukraine and Russia. What about the United States and China in this? Because like I feel like all of this is connected like globally as a part, like because these are sort of like poles, and they're all just sort of like lining up in terms of positions. Like what about?
Well, I think that there's no better time for China to just take over Taiwan than now. If they were,
but they're the manufacturer of the world's chips, of like your graphics cards over here.
No, I know. Didn't the U.S. State Department say something at NVIDIA like literally today? Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Let's see.
And AI is
look, they did 14 hours ago. U.S. issues warning to NVIDIA, urging NVIDIA gets a warning from the U.S. Commerce Secretary. if you redesign a chip around a particular cut line that enables them to do AI, I'm going to control it the very next day, says the U.S. Commerce Secretary. I guess it's not so much about China, but instead about AI specifically.
Yeah, it's become a security issue. It's become a national security issue.
Yeah.
It was before it was a consumer device issue. Now that, with the generative AI boom and, and new, like the ability to fly, the ability to fly and run vehicles around the horizon autonomously in military vehicles and to be able to make decision making on the ground.
Like the gospel is what you're referencing, right? Like
exactly.
The Israeli targeting system. It's insane.
Like it's become a national security issue, and it's become a security issue for everyone, right? And all like 90%, I think 90% of the world's like best chips are made in Taiwan. So like that I feel like all of this personally, I think everybody wants me to talk. Like everybody, like when they're asking about stuff, they want to talk about a specific region. But like I'm just looking at the global powers move pieces on the board before bigger stuff happens, and that's the thing that has me the most alarmed.
So what do you think about the Xi Jinping Brandon conversations that took place recently in America? I mean, he came to San Francisco.
Yeah.
Shouts out the gruesome governor Gavin Newsom. Who seems to have a decent relationship with Xi.
Yeah.
But he came. I think that they basically reinforced their position where America, I would say, took a much more tempered approach where they said, one China, we're not.
Yeah, that's been the policy.
Yeah, which has been the policy, strategic ambiguity. But China, in opposition to that, very openly said, it does not matter what America's interests are. Taiwan and China will be reunified no matter what, which is like a pretty hard line to take, and then also still continue having a show of peace with the Biden administration. What do you make of that?
So I think that China is in a stronger negotiating position these days because the Malacca Strait has been extremely important strategically for them. Mm-hmm. And now the infrastructure and the investments that they've made with the Belt and Road Initiative, which it's been hit or miss in some places, but I think that the Belt and Road Initiative has put them into a position where they have more of where in the future, not right now, but in the coming years, they have more strategic security from being able to have their oil cut off, like in a situation where the U.S. Navy were to blockade the Malacca Strait or the Strait of Hormuz. So I think that, and also like the China recognizes that the U.S.'s ability to maintain its technological superiority is now heavily weighted on the ability to produce chips. To produce three nanometer produced chips, and I think that Taiwan obviously has positioned itself to be the manufacturer of that. Whenever it looked like the world was sort of settling and peaceful, it looked like Taiwan made a lot of sense, and I think that now China recognizes that that's closer to the island of Taiwan is just closer to China than it is the United States, and how invested, especially whenever the U.S. has been involved in global affairs for decades now, for decade after decade. And I think that they're reading the tea leaves that the United States is really tired. The United States, the American population doesn't really have the same sort of appetite for engaging in foreign affairs anymore.
I mean, I don't even know if they have the smoke. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I do feel as though we have finally arrived at an age where we have 800 military bases that we know
and
of.
And the conservatives know that.
But even then, it feels like American forces are spread too thin in numerous conflicts with
Zoomers are not signing up.
And regional actors. Regional power players like Russia, like even Turkey, as a matter of fact, or China, which is, beyond a regional power player, but acting as a regional power player, has been able to make moves in a direction that certainly doesn't favor American hegemony. And it seems like every time there's a new front opening up in an endless sea of proxy wars, we are for the first time ever without a World War II style like command economy that is fully focused on war, are unable to produce the necessary munitions to keep this up. That's why you see Ukraine and Israel playing hot potato on like who gets to be the one that America is like backing the most.
Yeah. And
because you can print money endlessly, but ultimately you still need commerce. Yeah, we have been doing that, of course, but you still need like an industrial engine to back that up. And
it's not centered in the U.S. anymore.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Now the global South is where a lot of the industry is.
Yeah.
And the production capabilities are.
So what do we do in this situation? I don't know. And it's like, look, China is saying there will be a peaceful reunification, no matter what happens.
I think that my personal opinion, my personal assessment is that China doesn't want an open conflict so close.
No,
to
I don't think
their
so.
territory.
Yes.
I think that they want to go up against the United States, but they want to go up against the United States while still having a commercial partner, an economic partner, and they just want like regional. They want regional like control that doesn't have U.S. interference.
Yeah, 100%.
And the U.S. is not in a position to like counter that right now.
Well, the U.S. isn't in a position to counter that in the only way it knows, unfortunately, which is like completely abandoning soft power and like offering Japan unprecedented militarization opportunities and like putting as many fucking missile bases as possible in a circuit of islands that like directly point them in the vicinity of China, in the direction of China, which seems not great. It's not a good thing to do, obviously, but it's also I don't know. I just a conversation that they had was actually towards denuclearization. Obviously, it's not going to happen, but like China as a counter to that has also really beefed up, as far as I understand, its nuclear armaments, right?
As a negotiating.
Yeah, as a way to say
what's
like
the Hasan rule?
Yeah, nuclear proliferation is a necessity. The HasanAbi doctrine. Get nukes, and if America suspects you of having nukes or claims you have nukes, drop everything and get the nukes, right?
Yeah.
So that's what China has been doing. And China was the leader in that conversation against America, saying, we want to put a halt to the nuclear proliferation, but you also have to demilitarize this region that you have been greatly beefing up.
South China Sea.
Yeah, in the South China Sea. And it seemed like America was interested in conceding, but I mean, what America says and what America does, especially with China, are two different things.
It was just, I've just noticed a lot of the rhetoric, right? I've just noticed that like there's been a pump up of rhetoric, whenever it comes to like the United States, like just has been engaging in more rhetoric, even whenever at the same time, like they're still inviting Xi to to speak, right? And to like have West Coast, luncheons, right?
Yeah. But overall, the
like what was that? What was that? Was it Biden? Was it Biden? Somebody called him a dictator recently. Was it Biden?
It was Biden.
Yeah.
It was Biden immediately after Xi had left in a press conference where they were like, so do you think Xi's a dictator? He's like, yeah, Xi's a dictator. And then you watch Blinken's POV on that, and he's like, oh fuck, like, oh no, like, what are you doing?
So what happens next year?
Well, Biden has played fast and loose with its involvement with China like time and time again throughout his presidency, where you do chalk it up to him being senile over and over again. I think Chinese leadership understands that.
Yeah.
Like, it's less of like a Mad Men theory, Nixon style, like Mad Men theory, and more like literally delirious old man theory.
Yeah.
Where Brandon's diplomacy is more akin to like late stage Alzheimer's Ronald Reagan, where he's just like kind of saying whatever the fuck comes to mind, and then everyone's like, okay, I'm so sorry he said that.
So I'm gonna close this out with a question to you.
All right.
Like, tomorrow, like next year, 2024,
Mm-hmm.
it's an election year. Why does it feel like this election cycle just doesn't have as much energy as like previous election cycles?
I think everyone is so tapped out. They don't. It's being positioned as like a Trump versus Brandon election cycle, Donald Trump has a litany of crimes that he has to address in the American criminal justice system, which will be interesting to follow through on. But like, even he's more low energy than he has been.
Yeah.
Because when Trump first came out swinging,
everything, he's just a grievance, and he's just a grievance machine. Like I don't hear
but
when you heard in 2016, like he would say things that would resonate with his audience, but now he's just like I'm the most the most oppressed president ever.
He had a very good way of connecting like his own personal grievances with what he understood was the grievances held by, maybe it was a misdirection, but the grievances that people thought they had with like elites, right? Now, after 4 years of Donald Trump and 4 years of Joseph Robinette Brandon,
he just has less riz.
He has much less riz. On the Democratic Party side, we have nothing. Like, Biden is the only person that's like less popular in his own party than Donald Trump is in his own party, and it's crazy. It's crazy, but like I think a lot of young people have completely tapped out. They see it. They noticed maybe in during COVID and during the Black Lives Matter protests, like they went out, they took it to the streets, they protested, and nothing came of that. So now they're like, well, what the fuck am I supposed to do? Like, this shit doesn't work. And they're probably experiencing that again, the ones who are going out and protesting for Palestine. Yeah, like it's just America, and American politics is a one-party state.
This is from a Democratic administration as well.
Yeah. It's a one-party state. It's just the unfortunate reality. Like, the American government is going to do whatever it needs to do that it thinks is like the most compelling, most important things it needs to do. That's why you see Joe Biden continuing the wall.
Yeah.
Even though he ran against it. There's obviously like some really good things that the Biden administration has done. Maybe not directed by Biden, but at least Biden has like gotten out of the way of the NLRB.
Infrastructure bill.
and yeah, the IRA was decent. Like, it's pretty good, all things considered. However, the same economic considerations that the broader population had, black and brown people, less educated populations, people living in rural areas, like these conditions have not changed. We look at everything and mark it on a post-COVID. We look at it and we grade it on a curve where we look at like, well, post-COVID, like, and pre-COVID in comparison to 2019, like the economy has recovered to 2019 levels, forgetting that there was a reason. Well, that, but also forgetting that there was a reason why Bernie was so popular in 2016. Obviously, he was going up against Hillary Clinton, which was very unpopular. However, Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren gaining any sort of prominence within the Democratic Party can only happen as a consequence of the volatility that people feel, the economic instability that people feel in their day-to-day lives. And I think we've completely lost track of that. We've completely lost sight of that when we look at the economy and we grade it on like, well, post-COVID, we finally recovered.
Yeah,
so why are people still upset?
They're looking at percentage points and not like the metrics of like people's ability to be able to be upwardly mobile, to be able to the purchasing power of people has dramatically gone down, right? And I felt this, right? It's just like people, like, things are more expensive. Your income hasn't really gone up for the vast majority of people, unless you have stocks and you have like a gazillion, like you have equities and mutual funds like up the wazoo. Like, it's just like for the average person, like the price of milk and the price of gas and the price of and
it's not going to go down because inflation is like getting a grip on inflation doesn't mean that like prices go down. That would be deflation. So obviously there's like, people probably expect that to happen, but that's not going to happen unless
the talking point of the administration, like for the election cycle, has just been like, oh well, the economy's doing well, like on paper, sure, but like you've been adjusting those numbers for years,
and also the economy
unemployment's low.
But also the irony is that like the economy is always doing well on paper since, in perpetuity.
Since 2009.
Yeah, the economy's been doing great since 2009. It's always on the up and up. It's always growing, explosive growth, except it's
COVID
never
and like
with minor blips. But my point is like it doesn't really translate to how people feel about the economy. And it's weird because like I think there was a point in time before COVID where like economists were trying to come to terms with the why.
Yeah.
It's not translating to, people feeling like the economy is doing well. But now I feel like we've lost sight of that completely and just grade on this like weird curve. Like
It can't help that we have FOMO every time we look at social media, people.
Yeah, I mean, sure, that might be a part of it. But I do think that the most important things that people need to purchase for survival, like the price of that going up steadily, or the most important things for upward social mobility, like education, higher education being insanely, unimaginably expensive, healthcare, higher education, and shelter are three of the most important things for both survival and also upward social mobility.
Yeah.
Those three things have no control.
No.
They are completely off the fucking rails with respect to affordability. And yet leaders are not looking at that and saying, we have to rein this in. It's not just the egg prices, not just the milk prices, which are important.
Yeah.
Certainly, of course, commodities are important, like food. But these other things we have no interest in even trying to deal with. And people are still experiencing the shocking price, the expansion of prices on those areas. And, that's going to cause them to be very unhappy about the situation.
All right. It's 6 minutes past the hour.
All right. Yeah. I'm going to run the 3-minute ad break right
There
now,
we
which
go.
the price of which has not changed. Thank you, Chelsea Manning, for coming on.
Thank you. Thank you
American
so much.
hero.
Kaya's gotten so big, by the way. Like,
Yeah,
she's
she's
a
ginormous.
gigantic doggo.
Look
Look
at the way she's standing right there.
Yeah, like literally bigger than me.
Yeah, she just like lays and chills all day like that.
How much does Kaya weigh now?
Like around 90 pounds, I think, close to 90 pounds.
That's almost as much as me. I weigh like 115 pounds.
Oh yeah, no, we'll see what she might grow even larger than you then.
All right, well.
All right, well, thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, is there anything you want to promote before you leave? Is there anything you want to promote?
Is there anything I want to promote? You know what? I think I'm good. I think I'm just kind of keeping it low key and chill.
You got a memoir?
I do have I have readme.txt. That's my memoir that came out. It's in paperback. I haven't really been promoting it. It's also an Audible. Like if you're like me and you're lazy, and just you listen to books at 2x, like me, then it's available as an Audible, which took me like 30 hours to record. So
hell yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much, Chelsea.
Thank you.
All right. We are gonna move back to. I'm gonna move away from the immediate stuff that's going on. We're gonna talk about Philadelphia, what's happening in the beautiful city of brotherly love, where people are very critical of another anti-Israel protest that took place in the city of Philadelphia. That's right. Here it is.
Israel-Hamas war is continuing to fuel tensions in Philadelphia, and now new accusations of anti-Semitism. A large crowd of protesters gathered outside the Jewish and Israeli-owned restaurant Goldie on Sansom Street last night, accusing the owners of genocide. Video from the Citizen app shows demonstrators blocking traffic at Rittenhouse Square while waving flags and calling for the end of Israel and chanting "Free Gaza." From overhead, you can see how large the protest was through the center city area as they criticized the Israeli military attacks on the Gaza Strip. People later placed stickers on the Goldie restaurant that read "Free Palestine." Now, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro condemned the demonstration. In a statement posted to X, Shapiro said, "We saw a blatant act of anti-Semitism, not a peaceful protest. A restaurant was targeted and mobbed because its owner is Jewish and Israeli. This hate and bigotry is reminiscent of a dark time in history."
Let's talk about the U.S.'s relationship with Israel.
We stand with Israel.
I love Israel. I love Israel.
The bond between our two countries is unbreakable.
The eternal friendship relationship is very important.
We are you and you are us.
It's a relationship that's always been super close, but it's been getting more.
I'm sorry for how loud that is. Okay, let's talk about the Philadelphia. Let's talk about the Philadelphia restaurant. So, Why is that important? Because now
Let's talk about
anything to not fucking talk.
U.S.'s relationship with Israel.
Anything to not talk about what the fuck's going on in Gaza, okay? Anything and everything we can grab onto, we will grab onto. So, as far as I understand, this is a restaurant in Philadelphia, and it's not simply owned by like a Jewish person, and they're just like openly criticizing the restaurant because it's like owned by a Jewish person. But instead, the reason why this restaurant was protested against is because they've been raising money. Oh, the Grand Theft Auto trailer just dropped? It dropped? The GTA 6 trailer dropped. Okay, I'm gonna look at this first, and then we'll do the other stuff. Okay, fuck.
Lucia, do you know why you're here? Bad luck.
It's woke. Oh my god, it's gonna break people's brains. You have a brown woman as the main character. It's so woke. Oh, it's over. It's over, bros.
There was a girl I knew. She said she cared about me. She tried to
It's Florida.
the way she thought it should be. Yeah, we were desperate then to have each other to hold, but love is a long, long road. Yeah, love is a long, long
What, peach
Look
jars?
who's back. The only way we're gonna get through this is by sticking together, being a team.
Oh my god, I'm so fucking turned up for this.
Trust?
Trust.
It's woke, bros. It's fucking woke, bros. Oh, this shit looks fire, dude. It looks so good. Oh my god, coming 2025. Okay, we're gonna run it back. We're gonna run it back. Okay, first of all, it's in Florida. It's actually Vice City. Okay, so that's 100p, 100p. There's also obviously social media heavily featured in this. Florida is heavily featured in this as well, but social media is playing a prominent role, which I like, I guess. I think that it'll be fun and it'll be funny. You got fucking classic. You got gators, titties, social media influencers. Miami stocks are going up, dude. Oh my god, the RP opportunity. Fucking gators in pool. Booty. Dude, the graphics look fucking stupid. I know this is not like in-game graphics, but oh, it looks good. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, typical Florida man activity. Is it in-game? Oh, these are like in-game graphics? Okay, very exciting. I hope like that's PHRs. You can't convince me otherwise. Not this. Neighborhood watch, don't play around and handle it.
Look who's back. The only way we're gonna get through this is by sticking together, being a team. Trust?
Trust.
So it's a Bonnie and Clyde style situation with a not so woke straight couple, but they're brown, I think. So, and the main character is a woman, so definitely woke. What's the woke score? Through the fucking roof, dude. Your tweet got deleted? What tweet? The Grand Theft Auto 6 is political? Yeah, it's in 2025, which is better than I thought. I love how people being like, ew, 2025? The fuck do you mean, brother? I was not expecting this shit to come out until 2030. Like, what are you talking about? Oh my God, I'm so excited. I'm so fucking excited, dude. I know I'm a basic bitch. Let's run it again. Let's run it again. Let's run it again. Lucia in a correctional facility, okay?
Do you know why you're here? Bad luck, I guess.
Fuck, look at how beautiful that shit looks. Oh my lord, dude. Oh my fucking lord.
There was a girl I knew.
Dude. This is great. This is great. Florida is the worst place in America. And therefore, the best place for this fucking video game franchise to continue in, okay? Oh my God. My GPU's already crying. Do you think Vice City would still have the Hyman Memorial Stadium?
She said
Nick Mullen is happy you liked this tweet. What? A fucking... shut up. I've been watching it too. Female character in prison in Florida, JoJo Stone Ocean? Yeah. Finally, women in crime? Yeah. It's happening. It's happening. Woke bros, it's so Jover for the... Bros, woke bros, it's so Jover for the anti-woke crowd. Okay? Rockstar teased an April 1st, 2025 release date in GTA Online. I mean, our trailer has leaked, so please watch the real thing on YouTube. There's another trailer online? Wait, what do you mean? That's so funny. Oh my God, bro. 108,000 likes in 8 minutes. In 8 minutes. GTA 4 to GTA 5 was 5 years. GTA 5 to GTA 6 will be 12 years, Lamont. Yeah. Don't expect GTA 7 to ever come out, by the way. I'm just going to straight up say it. It's Jover at that point. It's not going to ever happen. Oh my God. Oh, I'm so fucking stoked. I'm so goddamn stoked for this. The YouTube video had 1 million likes in 5 minutes. Oh, fuck. Jesus Christ, dude. 11 minutes, 51,000 views, 1.1 million likes. Do you think a fictionalized Miami has the same staying power as a fictionalized Los Angeles? A certain degree. I think that Florida is one of the dumbest places. It's already Grand Theft Auto IRL. So it can go in either direction. Vice City, on the other hand, was incredible. So Vice City was a fantastic game. So who knows? I'd rather see Florida than California in the game. Strangely, I never get tired of looking at California in the game. I will tell you this much. I think that there's going to be a greater level of role-playing opportunities involved with this. Considering how they took a bunch of people from the 5M teams and from No Pixel. Here's the other trailer. What the fuck is this? Is this the one that leaked?
They call it the land of opportunity.
What the fuck is this? Fake, bro. Yeah, they bought the company that runs 5M, so they are definitely aware. They're definitely aware of it. I mean, of course they were aware of it. It's impossible not to be. Now, that could go in either direction. It could be like a shark card situation where they like it could be a situation where they're like really, really farming the fan base. Or it could be a situation where Or it could be a situation where there's like an incredible amount of RP that is heavily customized, and like, you know, Grand Theft Auto or Rockstar lets it go. Like they just let it fly. Could an Italian man make his return if there's no pixel? Yes, I will definitely return to no pixel. I could see an online subscription service with a bunch of RP shit built in. I mean, I'll fucking pay for that garbage all day, I'll be honest. Especially if it's like worth the money. Especially if they give me shit for it. Fucking awesome. Man, that was kind of underwhelming. GTA 5 with max ultra settings. Maybe some mods make it look good, if not better than this. Okay, dude. Sure. Well, don't worry. You can fucking make GTA 5 mods on GTA 6 mods on this too. Okay, let's look at some of the more. I want to look at the screens again.
She said she cared about me. She tried to make my world.
Why are people saying you need a 5090 to play this? Rockstar is usually pretty good with that shit. Y'all are crazy. You can play with like the shittiest fucking computer for 12 years. What are you talking about?
The way she thought it should be. Yeah, we were desperate then.
I mean, think about the amount of fucking NPCs they have here. And like, dude, that ass got jiggle physics on it. Like, come on, dude. This lady's head is so small. Freaked me out a little bit at first. And then I realized it's just because of her hair.
Well, look who's back. The only way we're gonna get through this.
I wish there was more. I'm not going to lie. I want to see more. Bro, the car scene in this game is going to be amazing. Yeah. The hair thing is the only thing that looks technically challenging. Maybe some of the reflective water surfaces. I am a firm believer that Rockstar will figure it out. I think a lot of people who... think that Rockstar will make this a buggy nonsense or a buggy mess, or won't make this like properly streamlined so that like pretty much everyone, and properly optimized so that everyone can pretty much play it, is wrong. This is not coming to PC for at least 2 years, just like what happened. Here's why I don't know if that's the case. The reason why I think it might come to PC earlier than you think is because of Grand Theft Auto Online and because of the RP stuff.
Is by sticking together.
I mean, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I think that they are going to place a lot of focus on RP. Grand Theft Auto Online is going to play a big role in this fucking game.
Being a team. Trust?
Trust.
We'll probably see a story trailer at the Game Awards. Oh my God, it's so exciting. I've never seen an account suspended so fast. GTA 6 trailer leak in all my years of Twitter. That's awesome. I can't believe they're going to lean into the RP scene now. Yes, they are. How do I feel about the graphics? I don't care. It looks good. Think about it this way. Grand Theft Auto 5. Grand Theft Auto 5 still has fucking staying power. Think about that. People still play Grand Theft Auto 5 to this fucking day. Graphics are not a main driver for this game. Okay? The main driver for this game has been Grand Theft Auto Online. Okay? That's the reason why it took 12 fucking years between the last game and this one. And Rockstar knows it. As long as as long as it's playable, as long as there's a fun, expansive universe for the single player for like the interim period, but then certainly for this game to have staying power and to be like a permanent force, it needs to be playable and it needs to look like decent, and it does. It's never been I don't think it's ever been a fucking concern, like graphics. Would you RP as a Jewish Brazilian drag queen politician steal money from Jean Paul? No. Yeah, did they actually license cars? I would be shocked. There ain't no fucking way they're actually licensing cars, guys. That would imply that, like, you can fuck up a car. Like an actually licensed car. No, these are just, yeah, that's not a real it's the same. No, they didn't license the cars. They've always done this. Ain't no fucking way Porsche would be like, yeah, go ahead. Destroy our cars. Like pack up one of our vehicles with a bunch of prostitutes and blow it up with an RPG. What are you, crazy? They would never do that. No, they're doing the same shit that they've always done, which is have the exact same Return of Donnie. Okay, listen. It probably won't be Donnie. Please put Romboy in here as a corrupt politician you can bribe or fuck with. I don't know if they'll do that, but having similar looking cars with made up names is part of the charm anyways. Yeah, exactly. I suspect that there will be an Andrew Tate analog in the game for sure. Fuck, man. Hank Pecker, maybe? I don't know. Fuck, I'm so excited. Guys, this is it. This is Christmas, man. This is it. I am now a firm believer in Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, and Christmas. That's what I'm a firm believer in. Christmas came early. I could totally see Joe Rogan being a part of it. I could see like a cheesy ass, like Twitch streaming social media platform, Twitch style social media platform to be a part of it as well. You know? Yeah, they put the tattooed Miami Joker in it. There's a bunch of guys like this, though. Of course, can't be Donnie. You have to get there with the times, old man. Role-playing Donnie transitioning to Danielle, pump up the trans rep. No. People saying you're going to need 5090 RTX to play this on low graphics are wrong. Okay? They're wrong. If you and Will do the Irish Gangsters, the character should be named Ira. Oh, fuck, man. Yeah, they'll most likely put a lot of like real life Florida characters. Like they will most likely put people like this, like real life, like Florida legends, like this guy in it. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, it has to be it certainly has to be a fucking new world, obviously. I kind of wish it was Liberty City. Or maybe even like Liberty City with Vice City as well. Maybe there still is a chance that there's like a Liberty City game mode, you know what I mean? Like maybe some missions and the villages will be in it, probably. Oh my God. Vice City just feels too samey to Los Santos. I mean, look, all I'm going to say is this. Florida is, for all intents and purposes, watered down Los Angeles, but like with the crazy maxed out. Okay? They got to do Florida because it's not lasting much longer. True. Yeah, they're trying to milk Florida before it just completely sinks underwater. Imagine being a developer and having to keep your mouth shut for 12 years. Yeah, I don't really know how the fuck they did that. It's wild to me that like leaks are happening at the tail end, 12 years in. You know what I mean? The charm is the people and the story, not really just the city. I think Miami's perfect for that. We'll see. Vice City feels wildly different. I mean, Florida and Miami and Vice City is a boneless city. Like the opportunities in Liberty City, the opportunities in New York and the opportunities in Los Angeles are endless because like there's so many different settings. Whereas like there's like an actual urban area, there's actually suburban areas, there's a desert landscape. Whereas like with Florida, they don't have the same shit. Throw up question marks all you want. There's swamp. There's like somewhat of a city, but it's like way less of a city than a real city. But it doesn't matter. I mean, it'll still be incredible. Procedurally generated Florida man encounters need to be a thing. Looks like the keys will at least be partially a part of the game. Yeah, for sure. I'm willing to bet there's a Mar-a-Lago equivalent in the game. Probably, it has to. The villages will most like one. I'm telling you right now, villages definitely exist in this fucking game. Okay, definitely. For the person who said Tokyo Grand Theft Auto 7, hello, there are already versions of that have. What was it? Sleeping Dogs. What an incredible fucking game. It wasn't Tokyo, but still, or was it? Where the fuck was Sleeping Dogs? Hong Kong, right? Like there is a fighting the triads in and then there's also Yakuza, like the Yakuza games. Bro, this trailer worries me. This shit's going to be as cringe as a Saint Rose reboot. No. I don't think Grand Theft Auto will make it like a Saint Rose reboot. That won't happen. God, Sleeping Dogs was such a good fucking game. And the Yakuza games are incredible too. Here's a city that Grand Theft Auto is not going to be fucking placing itself in. Motherfucking Chicago. Suck me. Chicago believers. Wait, what is this? Wait, hold up. What the fuck? Wait. What does this say? Grand Theft Auto 6 is rumored to feature an evolving map as Rockstar plans to update the game over time, adding new cities on a regular basis, with Vice City being the main setting. That looks insane. That looks ginormous, dude. God, that's so sick. Dude, think about how big Grand Theft Auto 5 is. Think about how vast GTA 5 was. No, I remember playing Saints Row so long ago. There was a damn blast from the past. No. Saints Row is fucking boneless GTA. No shot. This will not be like Just Cause. This will not be like Saints Row. I don't believe Rockstar will do that. They don't got it in them. Oh my God. That's literally South Beach, the Keys, downtown Brickell. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know why people would be worried. You have to look at the track record, right? You have to look at the track record of a company and recognize that Rockstar has never fucking missed. With the exceptions of like Rockstar affiliated remasters, Rockstar has never missed. They have not missed. Don't even say CD Projekt Red. CD Projekt Red had a fucking massive hit and then a big flub after. Rockstar has never missed. Rockstar hasn't missed in like 30 fucking years. Y'all are crazy. Rockstar has never missed. I will stand by that. A thing that I cannot say, a track record that Bethesda doesn't have, a track record that CD Projekt Red certainly doesn't have, but Rockstar only fucking hits, never misses, especially on their signature franchises. Okay? Think about that. Think about their signature franchises. Red Dead is incredible, okay? It's fucking incredible. Bully was awesome. Grand Theft Auto 3, Grand Theft Auto 4, Grand Theft Auto 5, Grand Theft Auto Vice City. Come on now. Manhunt. Even their like lighter. That's why I said a GTA Trilogy re-release was a hard miss. That doesn't count. That's not like that's a fucking total cash money operation that was made by like a Rockstar affiliate and not necessarily Rockstar itself. So it doesn't count. Remember San Andreas had San Francisco and Las Vegas in it too? Maybe they'll do this with 6. The real question is, when are you going to get Bully 2? I don't think they can make Bully 2. Now watch the old Grand Theft Auto 5 trailer.
Why did I move here? I guess it was the weather. Or I don't know, that thing. That magic. You see it in the movies. I wanted to retire from what I was doing, you know? From that line of work. Be a good guy for once. A family man. So, I bought a big house. Came here, put my feet up, and thought I'd be a dad like.
Yeah, motherfuckers be like, the graphics are so shitty. It's like, bro, look at this. Obviously, 12 years have gone by, but come on.
All the other dads. My kids would be like the kids on TV. We'd play ball and sit in the sun.
Put it in 4K. Like 720 p.m.
You know how it is.
One thing I just noticed is that they put a lot more homeless people than like what was actually featured in the game, which is kind of surprising. Yeah, Grand Theft. Yeah, they cleaned out the streets for the release, like fucking Gavin Newsom for Xi Jinping coming over. Yeah, man. I don't know. I just like, fuck, dude. What a legendary video game this was. Nico, let's go bowling. I don't have enough, dude. Honestly, I think we need to go back. We need to go back. We need to go back. What an incredible fucking game.
Life is complicated.
Go back until you start the drive? Okay, shut the fuck up. Yes, let's not talk about
Killed people, smuggled people, sold people. Perhaps here, things will be different.
Fuck. Now show this beauty of a gameplay trailer. I can't believe Red Dead Redemption 2 came out 7 fucking... Wait, when? Like, how many years ago did it come out? I guess 5 years ago now? The trailer came out 7 years ago. The game came out 5 years ago. What the fuck? That's crazy. One of the most detailed universes that ever exists. Straight up.
Listen to me.
They really put their whole fucking pussy into this, dude. They really made this with their whole chest. Honestly, it's so crazy.
When the time comes, you gotta run and don't look back. This is over.
Yeah, they put that rock tussy into it, dude. God damn, dude. There's no... Oh, God. I don't even understand why people claim that this is even controversial. Grand Theft Auto PS5 Pro could be bundled in with a GTA, but there's bad news for PC gamers. No, I'm telling you, PlayStation will have the marketing rights. Who is this fucking guy? Wait, what? I don't think so, man. No, I don't think so. I don't know. I mean, I might be wrong, but I don't know what Rockstar's contracts look like with Sony, but I don't think that that's the case because honestly, I know the PC version is always released later, but we are not living in that universe no more. I'm a diehard Sony fanboy, chat. Don't even start with me. I've always been a diehard Sony fanboy, okay? I'm telling you right now, Rockstar cares too much about Grand Theft Auto Online for that to be simply a fucking console release. If that was the case, they wouldn't. If that was the case, they wouldn't have fucking hired like the 5M company people. So why do you think Red Dead Redemption 2 launched later on PC if we're not in that universe anymore? Because Red Dead Redemption 2's online is nowhere near as important and as big as a moneymaker as Grand Theft Auto Online is. Duh. Boom. Easy answer. Easy question, easy answer. Grand Theft Auto Online is the moneymaker for Rockstar. Okay? That's it. And GTA Online is heavily played by PC gamers as well. If that was the case, if that was the fucking case, they wouldn't have Red Dead 2 flopped online. I think Red Dead 2 just doesn't have the same, like, if you're a Sony fanboy, how come you called your PS5 a paperweight before? Because it is. Because it is. My first guess is they bought the 5M company to help RP on consoles because that's combining both their moneymakers together. Maybe. You're not a Sony fanboy, you're a Steam dick, just playing. Oh, it's true. I am a Steam dick now. That is true. Gaben got me, dude. Gaben actually got me. He did. Gaben fucking put that Steam dick right inside of my heart pussy, okay? He did. I've never felt loyalty to a fucking console like this outside of Sony's PlayStations. Did you get the OLED? I've thought about it. I have too many Steam Decks. You should play LA Noire. I did. I played LA Noire when it actually first came out, and I played it on stream too. I got a little bored of it though, and I dropped it on stream.
Confession. Are you going to tell me what's going on?
I don't know. Is the OLED necessary? Like, I haven't looked into it at all. No. Rockstar didn't miss. I already played the game.
LAPD. We'd like to take a look around.
You need many things for a conviction, young Phelps.
Female dumped the end of Hill Street.
Hard evidence.
Come on, we have a clue.
You get 30 to 50% more battery life? That's crazy.
A motive?
What's in it for you, Cole? More glory?
And best of all, a confession.
Are you going to tell me what's going on? Or do more innocent people have to die?
I'm not lying. She got up and left. That was it.
You think your threats frighten me?
Answer the question.
This is your chance. Don't fail me.
Rated M for mature.
Almost
such
perfect.
a no-brainer upgrade, Valve said that ultimately they were unsatisfied with their reliability at this time. So fingers crossed for the future, but not today. Other tweaks to the outside, colors of the button labels and the bases of the thumbsticks are different. Power button is now a nice almost LTT orange. The power LED is a WRGB diode to give you more feedback about your charge state. And the screws on the back of the deck are Torx rather than Phillips. Very
Those
nice.
are
But
not Linus's fingies.
that's about it for the exterior changes, and it looks like the dimensions are identical, which raises a big question for me. Will your OG deck accessories still fit? Now, D-Brand was desperate to know, which makes sense given their line of work, and we thought about just lending them a unit, but then I was all like, hey, I have the power in this relationship for a change. Why don't we charge them to test it and then do it on camera where everyone can see it? I actually don't know the correct way to put this on, so I'm just gonna go for it.
What is that? Is that like an
seem like
external battery pack? I don't even know what this is. I really have never like played around with all the extra stuff that you can put on the Steam Deck. I just hit it
Anything is
raw.
different, but just because it doesn't seem different doesn't mean it's exactly right necessarily. Micro SD slot, perfect. Rear buttons, perfect. Top buttons, LEDs, all visible, all accessible. Looks good to me. Obviously, if the kill switch goes on, then their other accessories will fit, but what the heck. If you don't need the kickstand, there's also their universal mount. Go ahead and pop that on. Kind of looks like Valve's Valve. Lots of people use these for external battery banks, but you can mount pretty much anything to your Steam Deck with it. I mean, look at that. Wow. Screwdriver. Now, one thing that's not going to go as smoothly is the screen.
People put external batteries on this fucking thing? What are you trying to do, a bicep curl? What the fuck? Like, the one thing I will say is that, like, yeah, I've never, I like, it's definitely not easy to just, like, fucking run around with it and play around with it. You know what I mean?
Protector. Do they?
When are you going to debate again? When's your next debate? This is boring. All hail the master debater Hamas. Who are you going to dunk on today? Who are you going to dunk on in a debate? Debate someone. This is boring. This is boring. Go debate someone. What the hell are you doing? These are fake. This guy really loves to do some research on what he's talking about. Ha ha. I'm not even going to ban this guy.
It has a bigger one because
the OLED is
only
lighter.
A bezel reduction. The actual piece of glass is the same size. And I'm sure you will do a really, really good job of applying it instead of just doing it in a hurry like I'm doing because I'm on camera. Oh man, that's way off. Just don't look that close. They include two though because they assume you'll screw one up.
Please decide for me, PS5, Steam Deck, or Series X. Wait, what? The Series X is out of the equation. Why the fuck would you ever buy that? But I think Steam Deck probably.
With the thumbstick boards, noticeable reduction in fan noise if you don't happen to have a nice tech. The new top of the line includes 1 terabyte of NVMe storage and has the same anti-glare etching on the glass as the original. It also includes this new 2-part case that will help save some room in your backpack. If you don't happen to have a nice tech-focused bag that has room for multiple laptops and a Steam Deck like ours does, lttstore.com. The base model is now 256 gigabytes for the same price as before, a quadrupling of storage, not to mention the speed upgrade, but this one has a catch. It's the old LCD version, and not just with the same screen, without any of the new upgrades. At least that's the case for now. So I would probably avoid that one, and I'd be looking at the mid-tier. It's $20 more than last gen, but it gets beautiful. This is not just a Steam Deck with an OLED display. This is a Steam Deck with a custom HDR OLED display. The first we've ever seen in a handheld with a rated peak brightness of 1000 nits in HDR, a rated 1,000,000:1 contrast ratio, and 110% coverage of the DCI-P3 color space.
I don't really understand this. I'm like, does it look better or not?
The original 7, which they pulled off by shrinking the bezels rather than by increasing the size of the unit, making it feel even more immersive. Oh, and did I mention that it now does 90 hertz refresh rate?
Oh, thank God. Thank God. Oh my God. Oh, all the frame bros, dude. All the fucking frame bros, dude. They were losing their shit. We did it. We did it, everybody.
Great for smoother animations and more responsive inputs. I mean, after the mildly disappointing screen in the original deck, this is everything that I could have asked for. Well, almost everything. We're still stuck at 800p resolution, but what blew my mind about that was how hard it was to tell. I mean, I could have sworn that it was higher. But I guess that just goes to show you how much our perception is impacted by other factors. Like,
not 800p. Bro, what do you mean? Why are you fucking KEGWing? It's a handheld. What the fuck are you talking about? It's a small ass screen, man. Y'all are fucking ridiculous, dude. Actually, bro, what are you talking about? It's literally a fucking handheld laptop, okay? I am an absolute dumbass, and even I understand it. Maybe because I play with it.
Like brightness, contrast, and color reproduction. Valve nailed this thing. Like, the color in sRGB mode is dead on, with even more impressive saturation in HDR. It's easier on the eyes in low light conditions, and the contrast ratio is functionally infinite. So let me just put it this way. This thing pops. The only thing I could ask for would be support for variable refresh rate on the built-in screen. But Valve says that this just wasn't possible, not because they didn't do the software work.
Bro, the major problem here for this piece of equipment is its weight, and also subsequently directly tied to its weight, it's its battery, okay? That's the reason why everything else is the way it is. Y'all are fucking crazy. Oh, and heat too. But again, that also stems from its weight. There's always going to be a balance when you make handheld consoles, and I think that they did their very best. I think it's a powerful piece of equipment. I really like it. I'm a fan, you know, and I'm glad that they fixed the battery life up a little bit better too. Makes things definitely better on an already good product that I stand behind. All right, let's close out some of these fucking tabs and continue. So, we were talking about the Philadelphia restaurant, okay? I remember I was going to talk about the Philadelphia restaurant and, like, the protests that happened outside of it, and then everyone was very upset about it. And then, you know, Grand Theft Auto just, like, or Rockstar just, like, dropped the fucking trailer out of nowhere in an unceremonious fashion. Like, I dropped top of the hour ad breaks. You know, but of course you are more prepared for the top of the hour ad breaks because you subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Hasan, were you serious when you said not GTA 7? Why would they not make another money printer? I will not be around for Grand Theft Auto 7. I will have died by then, is what I'm saying. Test your views with someone that disagrees with you in the long run. It will help you in the long run. Brother, I don't know why you're trying to act like you're a fan. You already revealed your position earlier. And I do regularly, and it's not exactly productive. Okay? If you have like a specific issue with anything that I've talked about, you can say your piece. But ultimately, you know, you're just going to come across like a obsessed weirdo, as the chatter correctly pointed out. Anyway. The White House on Monday condemned a group of protesters who masked and chanted in front of an Israel-style falafel shop in Philadelphia on Sunday night, characterizing the demonstration as an act of anti-Jewish prejudice. And as is the case with many other circumstances, it turns out that it wasn't just a Jewish restaurant, even though that's usually how this kind of stuff is presented every single time. Whenever there is like a restaurant or anything for that matter, like anything that is like associated with Jewish people in America, everybody immediately says, wow, this is anti-Semitic. And there are certain instances where it is, like a synagogue or, I don't know, like the Yiddish Cultural Center. Those places are actually, those places are actually not valid targets for anything like that. Okay? However, there are places like Elbit Weapons Manufacturing, which is an Israeli weapons company, or run your ad break, big man. I did. Like Elbit Systems, which is an Israeli weapons manufacturer, or a place that like specifically is raising funds for a place that's like specifically raising funds for Israel, or a place that has like fired their employees for being pro-Palestine or some shit like that. Those are usually triggering actions that trigger the reaction to it, and not randomly, right? It is anti-Semitic and completely unjustifiable to target restaurants that serve Israeli food over disagreements with Israeli policy, White House spokesman Andrew Bates said Monday. Now, if that was the case, this would be correct. This would be correct. But as far as I understand it, there are a couple different places that there have been a couple different instances, like a bookstore or something. If these people are outspokenly Zionist, then it's valid. If it's just a random Israeli restaurant, I think it's fucked up and protest. Need more info. Not all Israeli business owners are Zionists, right? Of course not. Of course not. Which is why, like, protesting random American Jews is unacceptable and anti-Semitic. But usually in places like this, or usually in mass mobilization campaigns like this, people immediately run and say, oh, it's a pogrom. Gelmedi mi hala? 2 ile 4 arası gelmek zorunda. Gelecekti. Gelmedi mi hala? Gelmiş olabilir. Yok, hala gelmemiş. 4.30'da gelecek diyor. Acıktım ya. Neyse. Sıkıntı yok. Ne? Geldi gitti. Anyway. Where was I? This behavior reveals a kind of cruel and senseless double standard that is calling card for anti-Semitism, Bates said, adding that the President Joe Biden would always stand up firmly against these kinds of undignified actions. In a video clip that circulated on X social platform late Sunday, pro-Palestinian protesters gathered outside of Goldie in Center City, one of the several restaurants co-owned by Israel-born chef Michael Solomonov and the Cook and Solo group. Protesters shouted, "Goldie, Goldie, you can't hide. We charge you with genocide." In recent weeks, Jewish advocacy groups like Anti-Defamation League have reported a surge in anti-Semitic threats incidents in the United States. Shapiro said Goldie, Josh Shapiro, a Pennsylvania governor, strongly criticized the protest in a post on X on Sunday, describing it as a blatant act of anti-Semitism. Shapiro said Goldie was targeted a mob because its owner is Jewish and Israeli. The hate and bigotry is reminiscent of a dark time in history. So as far as what's going on, here is someone who claims that they're a former employee that said, Goldie fired me and a coworker for supporting Palestine. They raised money for an organization that claims to be neutral, but in fact materially supports the IDF and its war crimes. It's not a random Jewish restaurant, and these protesters rule and should keep up the pressure. Side note, but it's a bummer to see people who should know better responding with not a good look and so on. The post in its reply should throw up a lot of red flags that this video has been intentionally stripped out of context in order to provoke that exact response and worse. What is this? Control F for Solomonov? Chev was born near Tel Aviv, was cooking Italian food in Philadelphia when a sniper killed his 21-year-old brother. An Israeli soldier who was patrolling on Yom Kippur. Mr. Solomonov, who is Jewish, dedicated himself to Israeli cuisine and opened Zahav in Philadelphia. The restaurant brought him and Israeli food to national prominence, and he has opened since 20 more restaurants. So, isn't Hatzalah the organization that originated the baby in the oven thing? Or am I thinking of a different organization? Because there's like a couple different ones. But anyway, this is the organization which Solomonov's restaurants donated over $100,000 towards in October, providing medical support, food, and personal care items to Israeli soldiers. Goldie was not just a randomly selected Jewish restaurant. Obviously, this pales in comparison to the U.S. government and defense contractor military support for Israel, but it's not like Goldie was the primary target of a march. Framing this as anti-Semitic without mentioning this context is what people are trying to discredit Palestinian solidarity action wants. Further reports come to light in case of the baby who perished in an oven during the attack on Hamas, a tragedy that has horrified millions. Yeah, it was Hatzalah, which, by the way, it's like, it's American, like the guy, I think like literally, was it Eli Beer? The guy that like went to the Republican, the guy that, Eli Beer is Eli Beer the guy who went to the Republican National Convention or whatever? who like Israeli newspapers were criticizing. I thought, or maybe it wasn't Eli Beer. There's a Canadian bookstore chain that was targeted because the CEO raises funds for people in Canada to serve in the IDF. Yeah, I remember that. So that's the other thing I was going to say. There's an organization that literally offers scholarships for people to go study in Israel so they can join the IDF. And like, yeah, of course people would protest that, and they did. Community members protest that. And in Canada, they presented that also as a they protested that, and people in the Canadian media also turned around and claimed that that was like an act of random anti-Semitism. Now, I guess always there are more valid targets considering how fucking massive the support is. Like, go protest your local government. They've probably given more material support to the IDF than anything else, really. But I will stand by it, where there are instances where if you like go and tag a random synagogue or whatever, like, what the fuck are you doing? Right? Even if the random synagogue in and of itself is like in support of the IDF, you still shouldn't do that. Okay? Especially when there are plenty of people that go there. It's a place of worship. It's different. You know what I mean? Whereas if a restaurant in and of itself has an owner that is like directly funding certain charities that end up offering material support to the IDF, well, that's, yeah. Tagging synagogues is blatant anti-Semitism. Yeah, no, I'm saying that. That's my position as well. So yeah. This is why I don't ban people, by the way. Because sometimes it's much funnier when like when we don't ban him, he just like chirps into the void. You know what I mean? He's like, please ban me, please. Yeah, you're trying to get banned and you're not getting banned, so you're just chirping into the void. Anyway, that's a pet. So the babies being thrown into the oven statement was discredited by, as far as I understand, Israeli journalists, which we covered at the time, and then people got mad at me for saying it, or at least one baby there, and it kind of didn't go anywhere beyond that. You demonize people that don't agree with you is a critique I've seen recently from a lot of drama farmers with actually no stakes in politics. I think it was, yeah, Haaretz that, or Haaretz reporter, or Haaretz itself wrote an article about some of the most famous conspiracy theories that came out in the wake of October 7, in the aftermath of October 7, and show that there wasn't much evidence for a lot of them openly. So, you know, Hezbollah itself is obviously it presents itself as a volunteer organization that is like working with rescue workers and whatnot. But to say that like some of the members of Hezbollah do not have a political position here or a stake in the fight, I mean, yeah, they certainly do. Like I said, it seems like it was more so a larger protest that was occurring where they made one stop here and it wasn't like directed towards this restaurant randomly. And therefore I think there is like misinformation flying around. But there is also, I mean, this is going to recirculate over and over again. And I do think that I do think that there are going to be instances, and has been instances, where people do things that are absolutely anti-Semitic, right? I was there. It wasn't the main point of the protest. Yeah, I don't consider this to be one of those instances. But it doesn't really matter because it doesn't really matter because I think it stems from the employees like being fired, as they claim that they were fired for being pro-Palestine. And everybody, like, it's just like a snapshot. It's a snapshot of a much larger protest to vilify all matter of like pro-Palestinian movement. It's the same shit that happened in LA when locals protested the AIPAC president's house. Yeah, I saw that as well. That didn't get like as much play in the media, but yeah, in Brentwood, people protested outside the president of AIPAC's house. And people made it seem like they were just like going there because he's Jewish, like a random person that's Jewish. That didn't get that much. That didn't get this much like round condemnation though. Even I like had friends that sent me that and were like, "What the fuck is this? This is crazy. It's terrifying." Because the way that it was being presented was like, "Oh, they went to like a random Jewish person's house." How the fuck did Eater write a more balanced story about one of their star chefs? Here's what we know about protests surrounding Michael Solomonov's restaurants. There were reports that posted a viral video showed dozens of protesters chanting "Goldie, Goldie, you can't hide, we charge you with genocide." The incident has led to several local and national politicians calling for the demonstration in front of the restaurant an act of semitism, given that Solomonov has no formal connection to the Israeli government or military or its actions, and rather just cooks and champions Israeli cuisine and is Jewish, including Josh Shapiro and Mondir Jones, Ben Waxman, Representative Brandon Boyle, John Fetterman, of course. The Goldie protests come weeks after protesters start calling for a boycott of the restaurant group, along with other restaurants in Philly serving Israeli cuisine. There have been no confirmed reports or critical damage to Goldie, though protesters were staking "Free Palestine" and "This is Genocide" stickers on the building's exterior. He's a brief explainer of what's going on. The group that led the charge to protesting outside of Goldie on Sunday night was the Philadelphia Free Palestine Coalition. According to their social media accounts, they appear to be a diverse coalition of activists and community organizers, some of who are also Jewish, who are calling for a complete end to the siege on Gaza and the end to the U.S. complicity with Israel, a cause that I'm in support of. In recent weeks, the group has specifically called for a boycott of various cooks and solo restaurants, which includes restaurants ranging from high-end Zahav to casual Kefar Cafe, as well as Goldie, plus other Israeli-owned businesses such as Soraya, Moshava, and Mezeh in Philadelphia. Why Solomonov's restaurants specifically? In October, Solomonov announced that he was raising money via some of his restaurants to support those injured in the Israel-Hamas war. He told the public that he would be donating 100% of all sales on Thursday, October 12th, to Friends of United Hazala, a nonprofit emergency service that is currently partnering with the IDF during the war to provide medical supplies and training. The fundraiser raised more than $100,000, according to Solomonov's Instagram. I will say this much: for as many criticisms as people, including even myself to a certain degree, have launched towards what's his face? The guy who made Last of Us 2 and Last of Us 1, Neil Druckmann. Even Neil Druckmann was like, I'm giving half. He made donations, and half of the donations he made to a Palestinian charity, and the other half he made to, I think it was Zakah, if I'm not getting it right. So, something to remember. Both sides fund conflict. No, all I'm stating is that, like, there's a difference between like going after a wait, hold on, what is it? Where the fuck was it? What charity did he give it to? It's Zakah, the search and rescue, Jerusalem-based search and rescue operations. Is volunteers urgent need of safety equipment. But he also gave to a Palestinian charity as well, like half and half. That's what he did out of his own personal funds. So, read this about Zakah. The police raided the perpetrator's house in the middle of the night, arresting. What's happening with Zakah? What? If you say anything to anyone, a Zakah van will run you over? Sordid history of the Zakah Rescue Service? What? Yeah, I don't know what this is. But it's another Haredi and religious rescue service. Anyway, while United Hezbollah is supporting the Israeli army during wartime, typically it functions as an emergency medical support complementary to Magen David Adom, Israel's paramedic and Red Cross service. Hezbollah operates in Israel, but also provides services in other countries and cities, including New York City and Florida. In Israel, it services all victims of medical emergencies, regardless of citizenship, including Palestinians, and operates in both Israel and the West Bank. It also partners with the Red Crescent, the Palestinian Authority's ambulance service, and operates Israeli Arab chapters in predominantly Arab towns. Solomonov and Cook and Solo declined to give comment. I mean, it doesn't seem that bad. In November, pro-Palestine protesters demonstrated outside of, I think it's like them potentially firing one of their employees is for being pro-Palestine is like, I think worse than donating funds like this to like an Orthodox Jewish rescue organization. You know what I mean? Supporters of Philadelphia's Free Palestine Coalition have clarified on social media that Cook and Solar restaurants aren't being targeted for being Jewish-owned, but specifically because the organization they're giving money to aids IDF soldiers. There have also been allegations online that pro-Palestine supporters have been fired from Goldie for their personal politics. As for the reporting of the story, neither Solomonov nor Cook and Solo have given a statement addressing these matters and declined to respond to Eater Philly. This is out of context. I was there. They made it clear it was because the owner gave millions to a nonprofit that funds the IDF. Have other Jewish-owned restaurants in Philly faced protests? So far, it appears that the only reported physical protests of Jewish-owned restaurants have been at Cook and Solo, likely given Solomonov's public stance on the war and his decision to donate funds to United Hezbollah. Boycott Israeli food and Zionist business in Philly. Goldie, Zahav, Laservolt. This is one of the issues with BDS. Okay? This is one of the major issues with BDS. This is an unfortunate consequence of how this kind of stuff works. If you were to protest South African businesses, right? If you were to protest South African businesses, it's a little bit different because, like, there's no historical Boer oppression. Does that make sense? So, like, if you were to protest it at the time, as many did, it's much harder to draw lines on a historically oppressed, marginalized group of people being attacked for simply being a part of this historically oppressed and marginalized group of people. That's it. There's the major difference there. So sometimes, and this has happened before, a lot of the larger BDS lists that people put out, sometimes have very loose affiliations with Israel. Does that make sense? So overall, some of this stuff I think is like understandably scary for Jewish people. Like, I will say it, even though it is led by Jewish people, usually, these kinds of protest movements. Like, I'm saying that I'm more understanding, even though I don't think that this is in and of itself a directed form of protest that is like anti-Semitic, because it is literally a protest for a specific restaurant owner and their chain of restaurants. I get why there is more fear surrounding it from a larger, like from the larger Jewish population in this area. However, there's also one other aspect of the story that I cannot fucking stand, which is the obviously systemic conflation between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism. Whether or not protests get out of hand does not change the reality that there is definitely a legitimate interest by governing bodies to conflate anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. Okay? United Hatzalah works within the IDF in the same way that the U.S. Army and all American EMS services work with each other. They work for the same government. They don't fund the IDF. Yeah, I understand. My friend Zahav Restaurant, Michael Solomonov, is a great guy in person. A community guy, his restaurant or any other business, Jewish or Israeli, should never be targeted, as well as they are not responsible for what's going on in other parts of the world. Can we all be people of peace and do what we preach? What's good for me must be good for others. Build longer tables. What? Basically, all these Jewish people need to get over it and remove all their fears because it's anti-Zionist. Seems unlikely to happen. I literally never said that. What the fuck? I am much more sympathetic to why Jewish people would be fearful of such a thing. Why is it that that's what you... How do you get that out of what I said when I said literally the exact opposite of what you think I said? My God. What is going on, dude? No, of course not. What the fuck? No, I said the exact opposite. I'm saying it's reasonable for random Jewish people to look at this and go, holy fuck, these guys are being anti-Semitic, especially when it's presented as anti-Semitic. Okay? By media organs. However, anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. So it's just like there's a very delicate line to strike in these circumstances. Most of these movements are led by American anti-Zionist Jews in general. Almost all of them, especially in the Western world, especially in the United States of America. Okay? Optics-wise, this is like this is simply one aspect of a much larger protest, and there's a reason why everybody fucking hyper-focused on this aspect of it. Because this is the one aspect of it that looks the worst. Okay? That's it. How do you think we should combat this cynical conflation? You just have to be very careful, and you have to center, and I've said this already, you should be very careful, and you center American anti-Zionist Jewish voices, too. Like, look, I say this as someone who believes, of course, that Palestinians should be first and foremost in this conversation. But in order for this to be, in the Western world, in order for this to be a optically successful movement, obviously organizations like Jewish Voice for Peace are very important. And if they weren't, then the ADL wouldn't be regularly fucking trying to destroy them. Okay? I know it seems like optics are not important as long as there is an ethnic cleansing campaign going on. However, we're in the Western world. We're living in the United States of America. And in that situation, you want as broad a coalition as possible. Okay? And when you're building as broad a coalition as possible, there are certain things that are going to come across or there are certain things that are going to lean into the conflations being made. I don't think this is one of them. I don't think this is an act of like anti-Semitism personally, for the same boundaries that I brought up, for the same reasons that for the same things that I brought up. That it's like it's a Jewish-led protest. Anti-Zionist Jews are leading these protests and at the forefront of community organizing. And that the owner has been outspoken about his support for Israel in this entire process. And I think that's part of the reason why they're doing this. However, ultimately, it's not like, it's not. There are better targets, which is why the protest itself only simply featured a short bout there. Okay? And not necessarily made it its actual target in the way that Twitter was trying to make. Not everyone's asking questions or in bad faith. You fucking assholes. I might be here for 31 months, but I'm not that smart. Jesus, every fucking article is spun as anti-Jewish when it's anti-Zionist. Like, how the fuck do we get over it? And I never said Hasan said that. I'm saying the media is the reason why people have this sentiment. Yes, this is something that happened in the UK. This is something that happened in the UK where the Corbyn smears, the anti-Semitism links to Jeremy Corbyn got so out of control that, yes, people did legitimately believe Jeremy Corbyn was anti-Semitic. A massive amount of the British Jewish community unironically said, these were like insane numbers at the time, that said that they would leave if Corbyn won. Leave the UK if Corbyn won. So that kind of conflation is very dangerous for two reasons. One, it moves the target away from damaging anti-Semitism, real anti-Semitism, into something that usually is not anti-Semitism, anti-Zionism. Anti-Zionist sentiment can be anti-Semitic from time to time. It can be promoted by anti-Semites. Anti-Semites might mask what their anti-Semitic tendencies are under the guise of anti-Zionism. Like that one chick, the anti-vaxxer chick, if you recall, will be like, oh, who are all of these Jewish leaders in American positions of power? I wonder why America supports Israel. And it's like, yeah, that's anti-Semitic. That's just like, you have a list of Jews in prominent positions, and you're saying you're doing anti-Zionist takes, but that's anti-Semitism, right? The Danish doctor chick, yeah. And this happened in Canada. Like, this was ridiculous. Indigo bookstore vandalism sparks debate over definition of anti-Semitism. For author and political activist Naomi Klein, red paint and posters plastered on an Indigo bookstore in Toronto accusing the chain's founder, Heather Reisman, of funding genocide for her support of Israel had nothing to do with the fact that she's Jewish. That's an outrageous slander, she said at a rally this week in front of one of the bookstores in support of the 11 people charged in the incident. Naomi Klein is, of course, Jewish, Canadian, wonderful person, wrote Shock Doctrine. So, and she was defending the people that got arrested because the fucking bookstore was being protested for the money that it was raising, not for any kind of charity, but one that directly tries to get more people to join the IDF in Canada. Ridiculous. Does that make sense? Anyway. So, that's the situation with the Philly thing. Of course, people will make hay of it, so you just have to be more careful than ever before for two reasons. One, because you never want Jewish people to feel unsafe. And two, you don't want to fucking give it out to mainstream media to try and use anything and everything they can to cynically say things are anti-Semitic, because there is a broader audience that is not as initiated with the subject matter as you, that is most likely going to fucking look at the situation and, depending on the boundaries, make an assertion on their own that this is anti-Semitic or not. Okay? When people actually get fucking arrested for chanting from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, that's very clearly not anti-Semitic, and is being cynically, anti-Semitism is a charge is being cynically weaponized. Okay? Against that. And a broader community of people can look at that and go, yeah, that seems fucking ridiculous. Okay? The Jewish community of the Virginia Peninsula said that it was shocked and alarmed that Williamsburg's second Sunday's Art and Music Festival canceled the lighting because the organizers did not want to appear the true size of the Israel-Hamas conflict. This part I didn't like either. I don't know why the fuck they did this. They should have just had this happen. The menorah lighting, which is led by a local community rabbi, had nothing to do with Israel or any other conflict. Like, this kind of stuff is really fucked up. Like, this should never be canceled. Things like this should never be canceled. Except, part of the reason why there is this conflation being done by both anti-Semites and also pro-Zionist people, okay, is because Zionists love to fucking claim that Israel is doing everything it's doing for the international Jewish community. So when every part of the Israeli defense revolves around how, like, Israel is actually the Jewish nation state for everyone around the world, and, like, it must remain that way, and that's why it's even though it's an ethno state, it's good, because Zionism in and of itself is unironically anti-Semitic, and that's why some of its biggest supporters are fucking anti-Semitic themselves, that there are plenty of uninitiated people that look to this and go and respond in like. They don't know. They haven't thought about it beyond, like, most people are stupid. They haven't thought about it beyond what they've heard from the media. This is why plenty of outspoken Jews, like Lowell Overruled, for example, have said time and time again, friend of the show, Alex, have said time and time again that Israel makes Jews globally less safe by making conflations, false conflations that they represent the interests of all Jews. Can you imagine openly writing, like openly saying, like, no, guys, a lot of people see that we're currently engaging in an ethnic cleansing campaign, okay? And you're fucking doing that. We're doing that right now for the Jews in your neighborhoods. That's crazy. Sam Cedar's been saying this as well. Yes. It's fucking ridiculous. It's a ridiculous thing to say. And it's a really damaging thing to say. You know what I mean? It's like fucked up and it's wrong. That's precisely why so many Jewish organizations say not in our name, that are at the forefront of anti-Zionist protests. They're like, no, not in our name, never again, not in our name. You should not be saying this and then or doing this and acting like you're doing it for us. That's the irony, because people are fucking stupid. Okay? Most people are stupid. They don't think about things beyond the highlights, beyond the fucking titles. They look at it and they go, okay, Israel says they're doing this for the Jews. And, a lot of American Jews that are Zionists are saying, like, Israel is doing this for the Jews. And then a lot of American Christians who are also Zionists are saying, yeah, Israel is doing this for the Jews and it's good. So, yeah, most people go, okay, I guess Israel's doing this for the Jews. It's not correct. And it's very incorrect, and it's very damaging, and it's very devastating to falsely claim that all Jews across the board unconditionally offer support to Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign at a time when Israel's doing ethnic cleansing. It's fucked up. I say this as someone of Muslim descent that came from Turkey, okay? A Muslim country. I am not a big-time religious believer or thinker in any capacity, okay? But it's very frustrating when you have countries like Saudi Arabia also portraying themselves as like the Muslim country doing things for Islam. ISIS says they're doing it for Islam. Al-Qaeda said they were doing it for Islam. The difference, of course, is that Muslims don't fucking point to that and go, yeah, no, they are doing it for Islam. It's fucking sick, actually. Okay? We spend a long-ass fucking time trying to shake that notion that, like, no, this is not being done for Islam. This is not a good thing to do at all. But the media, of course, works in that direction as well, where they say, no, they are doing it for Islam. This is real Islam. And then you have the Sam Harris types also promoting that dangerous fucking conspiracy, that dangerous concept. This is yet another way in which ultra-Zionists make things worse overall and make it a scary place overall for American Jews and Jews living in the Western world. Okay? Festival's organizers not immediately respond to requests for comment. It is anti-Semitic to hold Jews collectively responsible for Israel's policies and actions and to require political litmus tests for Jews' participation in community events that have nothing to do with Israel. I agree. Meanwhile, a menorah will not be displayed outside of City Hall in Moncton, a town in the Canadian province of New Brunswick. Jewish community leaders there say that it has not happened in 20 years. Like, that shit sucks. That sucks. This is terrible. It's ridiculous. I hate it. It's gross. Speaking of gross, a new House resolution, which may be voted on as early as tonight, clearly and firmly states anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. This comes after a previous resolution hinted at that claim but did not fully state it. So now Congress wants to leave no question. But there's an additional trap. Anyone who votes against this resolution will be said to have voted against anti-Semitism. Will be said to have voted against condemning anti-Semitism. Sorry. And guess what? You got Representative Nadler putting his whole fucking pussy on the table. Okay, look at that. Gerald Nadler, Democrat from New York, is actually very critical of the resolution. It says the resolution states that all anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. That is intellectually disingenuous or factually wrong. The authors, if they were at all familiar with Jewish history and culture, should know about Jewish anti-Zionism that was, plus is, expressly not anti-Semitic. So I'm so sorry for making fun of him for saying he poops his pants, because once again, he's right, and he did the right thing here.
More problematically, the resolution suggests that all anti-Zionism, it states that all anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. That is either intellectually disingenuous or just factually wrong. And it unfairly implicates many of my Orthodox former constituents in Brooklyn, many of whose families rose from the ashes of the Holocaust. While most anti-Semitism is indeed anti-Semitic, the authors, if they were at all familiar with Jewish history and culture, should know about Jewish anti-Zionism that was and is expressly not anti-Semitic. This resolution ignores the fact that even today, certain Orthodox Hasidic Jewish communities, the Satmar in New York and others, as well as adherents of the pre-state Jewish labor movement, have held views that are at odds with the modern Zionist conception. According to the Jewish Encyclopedia, quote, the anti-Zionist worldview of the ultra-Orthodox groups, like the Satmar Hasidim.
I just want to point out something, though. It's not just like Jewish anti-Zionists. You know, I do want to clarify. There are non-Jewish anti-Zionists who also are not anti-Semitic.
Perceives Zionism and the establishment of the State of Israel as an anti-Messianic act. That is to say that these ultra-Orthodox Hasidic Jews believe that only the Messiah can bring about the true Israel. And I assure
He's just talking about, like, within the Jewish communities, there's always been robust debate on anti-Zionism, and that, you know, there are obviously, like, plenty of anti-Zionist Jews, and it's ridiculous to say anti-Zionism equals anti-Semitism.
assure you, the Satmar Hasidic Jews are certainly not anti-Semitic. I should also note that there are those who try to smear even progressive pro-Israel supporters with the inappropriate label of Israel hater or anti-Zionist. Under this resolution, those who love Israel deeply but criticize some of its policy approaches could be considered anti-Zionist. That could make every democratic Jewish member of this body because they all criticized the recent Israeli judicial reform package, de facto anti-Semites. Might that be the author's intention?
Yeah, I'm glad that he did that.
The GOP has shown themselves fundamentally unserious about combating anti-Semitism. Of course, none of us should be surprised. If our friends on the other side of the aisle were serious about combating anti-Semitism, they would have spoken up when former President Trump called the Nazis in Charlottesville very fine people. They would have condemned the former president when he dined with known Holocaust denier Nick Fuentes. Chairman Jordan would have thought better before tweeting out Kanye, Elon, Trump, sending out dog whistles to their white supremacist anti-Semitic base. And they would have chosen their recent witnesses more carefully. Chairman Jordan chose to give a platform to Robert Kennedy Jr. just days after he trafficked in anti-Semitic conspiracy theories suggesting Jews were responsible for COVID.
Dude, fucking anti-Semitic ass Elon Musk's website just failing to operate correctly.
And I cannot help but note that although this resolution strongly condemns and denounces anti-Semitism, its authors carefully avoided mentioning any of the obvious instances of anti-Semitism coming from their own leaders. The resolution is flawed in other ways as well. For example, the resolution implicitly compares some peaceful protesters with the January 6th rioters and insurrectionists. I suppose they have their reasons for that.
Well, no Republican Jews would he like to congratulate this evening? Did I say something similar about Charlottesville earlier, but Chad is going ham? What? Yes, I did. I did talk about the Philadelphia restaurant thing.
More problematic.
So yeah, that's how I arrived at Nadler. Genuine question: does this literally make anti-Zionism a thought crime over doing Nazi shit? I don't know how much weight that would have held anyway. I feel like they've done it over and over again. It's just funny. It's like fucking Tennessee guy putting this forward, strongly condemning and denouncing the drastic rise of anti-Semitism in the United States and around the world. I love that the way that they tailor it is like condemn anti-Semitism rising. And then inside of it, it's like anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. Yeah. Ridiculous. Ridiculous stuff. But like I said, I don't know how much weight it would hold anyway, even if it passed. Because free speech exists in America still.
Israel.
Anyway, let's talk about the U.S. Relationship with Israel.
We stand with Israel.
I love Israel. I love Israel.
The bond between our two countries is unbreakable.
The eternal friendship.
Relationship is very important.
We are you and you are us.
It's a relationship that's always been super close, but it's been getting more attention recently. After Hamas attacked Israel on October 7th, and Israel launched its war on Gaza.
The U.S. is moving a tremendous amount of firepower and manpower as a show of support to Israel.
A significant increase in American support.
Basically comparable to a blank check.
No questions asked, not even a debate.
Now, there are lots of layers to the U.S.-Israel relationship, and it's tied up in at least 75 years of pretty complicated history. But here are 4 things to know that'll help explain what's behind it, what's kept it going, and where it's at now. The first thing to know is that the U.S. has supported Israel from the very beginning. Israel declared itself a state in 1948 on land that had previously been Palestine under British control. More than 700,000 Palestinians fled or were forced from their homes. And the U.S. was the first country to recognize Israel. President Truman did it just 11 minutes after its creation. The idea of establishing a nation for Jewish people had been gaining momentum for decades. It was the main goal of a movement called Zionism, which started in the late 1800s. Zionists believed that a Jewish homeland was the only way to ensure safety for Jews, who'd suffered persecution around the world for centuries.
The United States supported the Zionist idea.
Have you heard that the Biden admin doesn't support Israel's want to push into South Gaza? If so, do you think anything will come out of that? Brother, I'm going to be honest with you. The United States does not give a shit about Israel pushing into southern Gaza. They just want Israel to be a little bit more careful and not like engage in open ethnic cleansing, as they keep saying they're interested in ethnic cleansing. And Israel is just like, yeah, fuck off. It doesn't matter. If you're with us, you're with us all the way, baby. Be a real one. Let me kill whoever the fuck I want. To which the United States kind of goes, okay, I guess so. All right.
From the very beginning, it was almost natural that the United States would be the first to recognize the existence of the State of Israel.
There was great sympathy for the Zionist project throughout the 1930s and 40s, for example. And of course, after the Holocaust, that was combined with enormous sympathy for the genocide that was carried out against the Jewish people in Europe. And that helped pave the way for Western and particularly American support for the establishment of a Jewish state.
The other thing was that President Harry Truman was facing an election, and he didn't want to sacrifice any possible edge that he could have over his opponent.
Now, something both the US and Israel highlight a lot is the idea of shared values. It can be hard to pin down exactly what those values are, but many US politicians talk about Israel as
the only democracy in the Middle East.
A lot of people might criticize this idea that both the US and Israel are beacons of democracy. But whatever you think about that, it's a narrative they both like to emphasize.
America's a nation of immigrants, strengthened by diversity, enriched by faith. We're fueled by entrepreneurship and innovation, and we are defined by a democratic discourse. So in Israel, we see values that we share.
Can we be done with it? Who did you wish streets would roam their blood? I can't remember who you were talking about. Who did you wish death upon? I can't remember. No, we don't have to be done with them. We can keep doing it. He can stay.
To feel they have an alignment of values.
He's gonna come up with talking points that are actually good eventually. I think. Hopefully, he'll walk through it.
Values that perhaps the United States doesn't feel it has with Muslim nations in the Middle East, and they feel that Israel's strategic desires and America's.
Just wait, he's gonna be like bro tips. He's gonna go through that. Be like, remember bro tips, stuff like that.
Desires dovetail.
Remember when you bought a house for yourself and your family? That was really fucked up. I remember.
Israel.
Anyway, sorry, let's continue.
We see values that we share.
They seem to feel they have an alignment of values that perhaps the United States doesn't feel it has with Muslim nations in the Middle East. And they feel that Israel's strategic desires and America's strategic desires dovetail significantly. And I think that's something that draws them together.
So here's the next point to know. As well as those shared values, the US and Israel are strategic partners. What does that mean? Well, basically that they both get something concrete out of the relationship that serves their national interest. And it really started with the Cold War.
Significant news from Russia.
That's the period after the Second World War until the late 1980s, when the US and the communist Soviet Union were competing to be the dominant global power. And that rivalry played out in the Middle East too, especially in...
Oh my God, that was his first take in the chat, dude. Oh my God. Oh, what a predictable little egg. Remember when he raised millions for so many charities? For shame. Yeah, lol. I mean, those guys will never. It is with a bro tip, bruv. He's so desperate to get fucking banned, and it's just not happening for him. I'm gonna do a charm offensive until he literally fucking turns around and is like, honestly, dude, all right, you win. I love you. And now
Egypt, Israel's neighbor. Keep in mind that 5 Arab countries, including Egypt, went to war with Israel right after it was created.
Colonel Nasser holds a parade.
In 1955, Egypt's leader Gamal Abdel Nasser bought weapons from the Soviet Union.
We have to defend our country against aggression.
That shifted the military balance in the region against Israel and marked a new division in the Middle East.
With that, Nasser separated himself from the West, and the Middle East was divided into two camps, pro-Soviet and pro-Western.
Now here's the thing. Israel had been asking the U.S. for weapons since 1950. It said it needed them to maintain a military edge over hostile Arab neighbors. And in 1962, the U.S., under President Kennedy, finally agreed.
Kennedy laid the foundation for what would later become a closer relationship and one that had a strategic dimension.
That increased exponentially after the 1967 war, when Israel not only fended off Arab states in 6 days, but also managed to conquer land from Jordan, Syria, and Egypt.
And with time, Israel started to offer more and more strategic gains and advantages to the United States.
They've got intelligence gathering abilities that are pretty efficient, and they're also funneling a lot of this information back to the United States.
So what does Israel get out of its relationship with the U.S.? Well, among other things, a lot of money. Since the Second World War, the United States has given more money to Israel than any other country, about $260 billion in total. That included economic aid until 2008, but now the U.S. only gives money for military spending. Israel gets $3.8 billion a year as part of a deal signed by President Obama. These Americans,
who was literally the biggest hater of Israel, according to Israelis.
American taxpayer dollars have helped Israel build up one of the most powerful militaries in the world. With the latest American fighter jets and an advanced missile defense system called Iron Dome. But one important thing to know about the money given to Israel is that almost all of it has to be spent in the U.S.
America provides essentially grants to buy, for Israel to buy American military hardware.
So it's kind of a self-licking ice cream cone, really. I mean, you give all this money, but it's actually spent on industries that are in key congressional districts.
Another thing about this military aid is that the U.S. really doesn't attach any conditions to it, either in terms of how the weapons are used or as a way to pressure Israel on any of its policies, like the way it treats Palestinians, for example.
Israel essentially is given a blank check with regard to the military hardware, the technology, the resources that the United States provides. There is little or no scrutiny. Theoretically, there are laws in place, for example, the Leahy laws, that U.S. military hardware can only be used for defensive purposes and can't be used in violation of human rights standards.
Yeah. Good thing we have that. I think as of today, the most useless law of all time. If you're ever feeling useless, remember that there is a term such as the Leahy Law, prohibiting the U.S. government from using funds for assistance to units of foreign security forces where there's credible information implicating that the unit in commission of gross violations of human rights. Remember, there's nothing more useless in the American legislative body than this one. So let me tell you something. I believe as of today, we have, like 20 congresspersons total that have tried to get others to even sign on to this, to like acknowledge the Leahy Law with respect to Israel.
We've never.
Why do you say Palestinians don't have a propaganda outlet when Al Jazeera exists? I guess there's that. Yeah, there is one website that, I mean, there's a couple. There's the Quds Network too. There's Middle East Eye. There are definitely outlets that cover Palestinians as full-blown human beings. You know, they're of course under a lot more scrutiny than like the Jerusalem Post, and they would never be able to get away with like abject lies, such as Jerusalem Post gets to do. You know what I mean? But ultimately, when I say Palestinians don't have their own propaganda arm, I mean like, you know, with the exception of like Abu Ubaidah propping his head up every fucking now and then to deliver a speech. Where is the official Palestinian arm dishing out propaganda in the same way that like Israel does? Buying out. See, look. You want to know how powerful the Israeli propaganda organs are? This guy says, how bad is Memri? Memri is not a fucking real, Memri is not a Palestinian or even a Muslim outlet. It's an operation that is, if I'm not mistaken, funded by Israel to a certain degree. Hold on. Yeah, monitoring over the Middle East Media Research Institute. Monitoring project. Is a 501c3. It's based in D.C. And it is 100% a pro-Israel research institution. It's like a collaborative project. So there you go. That's how little fucking Palestinians have. That's how little Palestinians have like a propaganda organ. That you literally look at something like Memory TV, which aids in Hasbara operations, and you fucking turn around and you go, oh, is this the Palestinian outlet? Like, that's how little they have. They have nothing.
Never seen those conditions or those provisions applied in the Israeli case.
So how do we explain this blank check approach? Well, some of it comes down to domestic U.S. politics, where generally being pro-Israel pays off politically. And one way to look at that is by looking at public opinion on the Israeli-Palestinian issue. Sympathy for Israelis has consistently polled higher than sympathy for Palestinians.
Israel not only has positive side of mainstream Western media, but also international channels like I-24 or the French channel under the same owner, BFM TV, which literally uses I-24. Yeah, I mean, they're like, oh, they're not just like pro-Israel, they're pro-Netanyahu.
Although the gap's been narrowing a bit recently. Something else to consider is that a big voting constituency in the US are evangelical or born-again Christians. They make up about a quarter of the US population, and they are overwhelmingly pro-Israel.
Israel is not a political issue, it's a Bible issue. Israel is the only nation on earth created by a sovereign act.
Never forget, even these fucking freaks, like the Christian evangelicals, not just like the Christian Zionists, like Joe Biden is a Catholic, but he's a ultra-Zionist, right? But never forget, Christian evangelical Zionism is literally 10 times larger as a movement, at least 10 times larger as a movement, than Jewish Zionism in this country, okay? That is before we even look to the broader Christian Zionist movement, just the evangelicals alone. So that's why, like, all of this stuff is silliness, is largely led by Christians. This conversation starts with Christians, it ends with Christians. Jewish Zionists and Jewish anti-Zionists play they do not play as major a role as anti-Semites would have you believe. Oh.
Act of God.
Jewish people are God's chosen people. The Bible says 55 times that land shall be Israel's land forever.
We are talking about millions of people who believe that what is written in the Bible is a pure truth. So if God promised to Abraham that the land of Israel would be his and of his descendants, then this is what should happen.
Another element in U.S. political support for Israel is the influence of pro-Israel lobby groups like AIPAC. Now, there are different schools of thought on just how much influence lobby groups like AIPAC actually have in practice. Are they really shaping policy, or are they just promoting policies already popular with politicians and the public? Whatever the case, U.S. leaders certainly pay attention.
Well, hello, AIPAC. What a remarkable crowd.
It is wonderful to be here and see so many friends.
AIPAC has long been able to direct funds to candidates for office on the basis of
AIPAC is just straight up fucking far right, by the way. Like, it's not just like a ultra-Zionist organization. AIPAC is a right-wing Zionist organization.
That candidate's attitudes towards Israel.
J Street, on the other hand, is the liberal Zionist organization.
Representatives where, they're, running for office every 5 minutes. They need a constant flow of money.
What the Jewish Israel lobby do is not forcing policy on the United States, as many academics and pundits are arguing. They present a policy that they argue would be preferable to Israel. If these interests are aligned with the American interests, then the United States would go for it.
So you've got all of these elements that feed into the US's relationship with Israel. There's the history, those shared values, strategic interests, religion, and broad public and political support. All of this has sustained the relationship to the point where some people say it goes pretty much unchallenged. And that's where a lot of the criticism also comes in, especially in the context of Israel's occupation of Palestinian territory and a system that human rights groups have described as apartheid.
Just saying, AIPAC not being a foreign lobby is fucking nutty. I know that it's like backed by American Jews, but ridiculous. Ridiculous. AIPAC not being considered a foreign lobby is fucking ridiculous. Come on, dog. It's like, it quite literally is a right-wing foreign lobby. Like, it's not even... Oh, my God. Ridiculous.
One view of the U.S.-Israel relationship is that it basically enables this to the detriment of both Palestinians and Israelis.
Because crucial to this relationship is that America is the guarantor of Israeli impunity. We could not be where we are today if America had not got us to a place where there are no costs and consequences internationally, legally, in terms of sanctions at the UN.
In the UK, we even have a Labor Friends of Israel, which is literally just the Israel lobby group. Starmer loves them. Yeah, I would love them too if they fucking knocked out my opponent and smeared him as an anti-Semite so that I could actually fucking rise to power in one of the major parties. Even though I have the charisma of a wet napkin, a wet noodle, if you will.
Etc. For the way Israel treats the Palestinians day in, day out, for generations. And I wonder how much America is waking up to that.
So is the alliance under pressure? Well, it's hard to say. But events following the Hamas attack on October 7th have put it on full display.
Let there be no doubt, the United States has Israel's back.
Plenty of people are questioning it, perhaps more than before.
Biden, you can't hide! Biden, you can't hide!
The United States of America provides $3.8 billion every year to Israel. We have a right to say, sorry, you need a new military strategy.
But whether that will translate into any tangible change is something else.
Congress is still overwhelmingly in line with the traditional pro-Israel stance that is largely uncritical and in many cases hostile toward Palestinians.
A lot will depend on how the Gaza war plays out, what Israel does next, and how the U.S. government responds. We do all kinds of explainers on news events and current affairs on Start Here. You can check out our YouTube playlist here.
Here's the Ukraine part of the conversation.
Welcome back. The White House is now warning it is running out of time and money to help fight Ukraine fighting off the Russian invasion. President Volodymyr Zelensky reported intense battles along the front lines yesterday. And overnight, Ukraine's Air Force claims Russia launched 18 drones and a cruise missile. Joining me now to discuss is George Beebe. He's the director of Grand Strategy at the Quincy Institute and former director of Russia analysis at the CIA. Thanks so much for being with us this morning, George.
Good morning.
So I want to start with some comments from Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky. He said in a recent interview with the AP that the war has now entered a, quote, new phase. What does that really mean?
Bro, how the fuck do we run out of money, dog? I don't believe that shit. I'm going to be honest with you. The fuck do you mean we ran out of money? How is that even possible? We're the United Goddamn States of America. What the fuck are you talking about? We always got money in the banana stand, no? What is actually happening here? More like running out of field testing opportunities now the Russians have dug in. That's not true either, I don't think.
Well, I think that means that Ukraine is struggling to make a transition from what had been an offensive strategy. For much of the past year, their hopes for ending this war depended on a breakthrough of Russian lines that would cause the Russians to come under such pressure that...
I don't think we run out of money or run out of weapons, really. I think we run out of Ukrainians. I think that's a more realistic situation. And it's not that we ran out of Ukrainians. I think Ukrainians ran out of Ukrainians. I don't know.
That they would sue for peace, that they would come to the negotiating table and negotiate on terms favorable to Ukraine. That counteroffensive did not succeed. The Ukrainians used up a lot of men, a lot of munitions, a lot of air defense missiles, and the momentum in the war right now has shifted to Russia's side. So what the Ukrainians are trying to do right now is to readjust their strategy for bringing this war to a successful conclusion. And it looks like they are trying to go on the defensive themselves, to dig in, to build the kinds of defensive fortifications that the Russians built so effectively earlier this year, so that the Russians don't have any hope of making a breakthrough of their own. And I think the hope in Kiev is that the Russians, recognizing that they can't break through Ukraine's reinforced defenses, will themselves be forced to think about how do we negotiate some sort of compromise end to this war.
George, I want to ask about potential war crimes here. You know, Ukraine is investigating the execution of 2 of its soldiers who they say were unarmed and shot by Russian troops as they surrendered. Have the rules of engagement here changed since this war began?
I doubt that. I think in any war, there are going to be incidents in which troops are undisciplined, that they engage in war crimes. The real question is this prosecution, is this investigation into these war crimes likely to change Western attitude?
Bro, what's happening, dude? Everyone is just fucking war crimes galore. It's like Russians do war crimes. What can you do? Like what is there to do? You try the whole like global sanctions regime. It doesn't really matter because like Russia is still an energy provider, so many people are not going to follow through on that completely. And then secondary markets pop up like India. Okay? But then like there's not really too much. Where is the mechanism? Where is the mechanism to actually enforce when someone does a war crime? I don't think the war crime stuff actually works against our enemies unless it's like a tiny enemy. If it's a major power or a regional power, it just doesn't work that way. We can black bag and grab fucking I don't know, warlords or any number like a Serbian dude, you know what I mean? But like you're not gonna fucking. Are you fucking kidding me? They're doing war crimes investigations over 2 guys while Israel slaughtered 50,000 people in Gaza. No, Russia has been doing war crimes since they invaded Ukraine. Let's keep it $150 here, okay? Let's be for fucking real. It's just that they're Russia and they're not a fucking ally, so it doesn't. But they're still powerful enough that you can't really do anything about it. Russia's been doing war crimes. It's just my question is. What the fuck? What are we going to do? What are we going to do about it? What can we do about it? Okay? It wasn't 2 guys in Ukraine. Now, obviously, when you look at the metric ton of war crimes that Israel is engaging in such a short period of time, yes, you have to remember I mean, that puts things into a different consideration here because Israel is our ally and is doing it with our weapons and things like that. However, Russia's still doing war crimes. The question is, what the fuck do you do about it? Like at the top of the hour, the war crime of a 3-minute ad break comes for you, and you could do something about it. You can subscribe for $5 or free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month, and you use it on your favorite broadcaster. All of a sudden, you're not seeing the fucking 3-minute ad break. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way.
Towards supporting Ukraine, to refocus Western attention on this war. And Western attention has been diverted. The war in Gaza, I think, has to a great degree displaced Ukraine from the headlines. So part of the reason why the Ukrainians are publicizing these kinds of incidents right now is the hope that it will draw Western attention back to the war and help step up Western support.
Yeah, and I want to ask more about Western support. You know, lawmakers here in the U.S., they are debating providing more aid to Ukraine in this moment. How may that affect the war? And is this really a representation of how Americans are feeling in this moment?
Well, Ukraine is completely dependent on American military aid and economic support. They can't continue to prosecute this war without it. So if that aid comes to an end, it's very likely Ukraine could collapse altogether. And you wouldn't get a negotiated settlement over something like that. That would be a situation in which Russia could dictate the terms of ending this war. That's not a situation that Ukraine wants to be in. I would argue that's not a situation that the United States wants to be facing either. So we're going to have to make some hard choices right now in a period when polls indicate that the American people are growing more skeptical of the war. They're wondering, what is all this aid that we're providing to Ukraine getting us? Can Ukraine actually win? What is the plan for ending the war? That's something that the White House has to address.
Okay, George Beebe, we'll have to leave it there for now, but thanks so much for your time and insight. We appreciate this.
You're welcome.
Well, this morning,
I mean, shit sucks, dude. All right, let's look at plagiarism in YouTube. I want to cover a couple different parts of this, specifically Illuminati. We're not going to watch the whole thing because it's 4 hours, obviously. But I want to start out with the Illuminati thing.
Don't part Illuminati.
This was like a big thing, right? This was like a big deal. Illuminati was like saying Legal like stole from her or something. And at the time I thought it was like ridiculous. One, because, you know, I'm a misogynist, and two, because I think Legal is hot, and three, because I think it's a ridiculous thing to say that like an editing style is stolen. You're in the content mill part? Yeah, I know. Bro, the stray you caught in this was so rough. Okay, everyone needs to calm down. Like, and collectively take multiple breaths. One, HBomberguy was literally in the chat earlier today. He is a friend of mine. And he literally asked ahead of time, where he was like, I wrote a joke, and I now realize that this joke is probably going to be seen as like me shitting on you. Like, do you think it's all right? Like, and I was like, yeah, sure. I don't give a fuck. Go ahead. Pop off, King. Who gives a fuck? You're the man. Now, I should have never even mentioned that, because now people are trying to use that as a reason to shit on HBomberguy. Like a lot of fans of like Internet Historian and stuff are using that as a way to shit on HBomberguy, to be like, no, actually plagiarism is perfectly fine and valid. Like, the real problem is when you are openly watching someone else's YouTube video that you like often, especially now, get express permission to watch, and you know, are friends with the content creator. Can we watch the cave stuff because it exposed a popular YouTube as a right-wing guy? I got like vibes that he might have been like a right-wing dude. I thought he was all right. I don't know. I don't really know enough. They were asking proof of you, saying it was okay. Actually, psychos. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Who gives a shit? Anyway. My least favorite part of you watching videos is how you pass them off as videos that you wrote / made. Yeah. I guess instead of like watching someone else's video after getting consent from them, or maybe sometimes even not getting consent really, but assuming that more often than not consent has been given, or at least there's been a broad allowance for people to watch their content. These are usually the three different broad categories. No, not assuming consent of that sort. I'm saying like when someone, like the internet historian has in the past said, you know, he doesn't give a shit when people watch their content. You know what I mean? So there's obviously a difference between like watching this a YouTube video versus like passing off someone else's YouTube video as mine after watching it, taking the transcript, and then repurposing it and then making it myself. Now, I'm not shocked that a lot of these videos are plagiarized, I guess. I think I have a very different approach to YouTube content. Like I understand that a lot of it is plagiarized. You know what I mean? But I never really knew to what degree it was actually plagiarized. Like I always knew that it was straight up like Wikipedia rips, right? We've joked about it before, even in this community. There's like certain content creators that just literally go to Wikipedia, basically copy paste it, and then put their sources and pass off Wikipedia sources as though it is their own. Fuck, I can't even talk. Many great, well-edited videos are like that. None of my friends are like that, though. All the videos I watch on this broadcast, they're not like that at all. They're actually very well sourced and really good. So that's it. HasanAbi stole everything he put out from queer creators, then talked about queer erasure while doing just that. All right, let's watch.
It's a pun. I don't need to impress you. In 2021, when I was working on the vaccines and autism video, I needed something to listen to in the background while I built an Argos bookshelf. So out of curiosity, I put on
a video that I've watched, by the way, and reacted on this broadcast. One of my favorite HBomberguy videos, Andrew Wakefield. Some of the stuff that he personally researched, we use to this day. I use to this day as a talking point, which you could say technically I plagiarize from him. Or I do give him credit for it and don't pass it off as like my own research. So there's that.
On other videos on the topic. One of them was by a channel called Illuminati, whose real name is Blair Zon. I hadn't heard of her before. She seems to do videos covering multi-level marketing schemes, pyramid schemes, and failed businesses, stuff like that. And she seems to make a lot of them really quickly. I wonder how. The video was fine. My phone was several meters away and I couldn't be bothered to reach out and get it and change the playlist, so it just kept going through her anti-vax videos. And at one point, I did a double take.
There was a joint inventor on these products, a man named Hugh Freudenberg, a former immunologist who has been long controversial. In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit with the Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop injecting his autistic patients with blood products.
I remember pausing, budget B&Q hammer in hand, and thinking, haven't I heard this exact sentence before?
In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit involving the Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop injecting his autistic child patients with blood products.
An interesting thing about the MMR scandal is literally all of its big discoveries can be attributed to the work of one man, Brian Deere, whose years of diligent journalism are basically why we know what we do about Andrew Wakefield. His 2004 documentary, MMR, What They Didn't Tell You, effectively berserk eclipsed Wakefield's career as a legitimate doctor. It's great, and Brian uploaded it to his own YouTube channel for free in 2014, so anyone can go watch it. This version has the timecode burned in at the bottom, which which is kind of cute, but if you wanted to make your own video about the subject and use that as source footage, that's kind of annoying to look at. So I spent like 2 full days of my life trying to find a version without the timecode, and I finally found what I think is a copy of the original broadcast from 2004. Harrowing stories of child abuse do not pair well with teasers for the TV premiere of Moulin Rouge.
When Dr. Wakefield launched the MMR scare back in 1998,
I used footage from Dia's documentary in my video, explained how important it was, thanked Brian for all of his hard work, and even recommended his book on the subject that had just come out. And he actually emailed my producer Kat with metrics showing people actually did go out and buy the book after seeing my video, which is great. I love knowing that my audience actually reads books. Thank you so much.
I mean, I don't know. One could say that sometimes, hey, is it cool if I plagiarize you? Fuck yes. I 100% recommend it. What do you think? Why do you think I give you talking points? That's like 98% of why I do what I do. Okay? Yeah. No shit. Yeah. Use the things that I'm saying. Obviously, don't just internalize it. Read on your own and learn these positions thoroughly. But yeah, fuck it, YOLO.
So much. So, the reason the Illuminati video sounded so familiar was because I had just rewatched that documentary.
Then in 1995, he was suspended from practicing medicine.
Then in 1995, he was suspended from practicing medicine
and made to pay a $10,000 fine for his misuse and misprescribing of controlled drugs.
And made to pay a $10,000 fine for his misuse of prescribing controlled drugs.
Professor Freudenberg has long been controversial.
Hugh Freudenberg, a former immunologist who has been long controversial.
Been long controversial? So, this is weird. She wasn't quoting Dia, she was saying his words out loud as if she wrote them. So, what's happening here? Well, after the bookcase seemed to stand up on its own, despite all the pieces mysteriously left over, I watched the video properly and noticed she does acknowledge Brian Deer and the documentary pretty openly.
In 2004, Brian Deer came out with a documentary entitled MMR, What They Didn't Tell You.
Blair watched a documentary and then downloaded it and used it to make her own. In the first 20 minutes, she plays a chunk of the documentary, or just quotes it, 25 times. More than once a minute, you're hearing something Brian Deer said from his mouth or hers. So this video is lazy? I'm personally insulted that she just used the version of the documentary from Deer's YouTube channel with the timecode burned in. That gets to me a little bit after the effort I put in, but that doesn't make it plagiarism. It's just not very good. And hey, it's not like this is her one source. She quotes a lot of other places too. Or does? Here's some of the times she quotes someone else in the video. Wow, look at all this research she must have done. One thing though, what's the source for these quotes? Okay, we need to talk about how to cite a source for a second. If you watch any non-Illuminati video essay, you'll see these pretentious little commies put some text in the corner telling you where their quote comes from. This is so you know what they're quoting, so you can check it or go find it and learn more if you want, and to give proper credit to the people whose ideas or knowledge they're borrowing. If you're using someone else's words in a video you intend to make money off, it's very important to give proper credit and attribution. Listing where the quote is from is important, not just so it's easy for people to find and verify it, but it's useful context which helps people interpret what they're seeing. If someone showed you a quote that made a person look bad, you might feel
the U.S. bombed them back to traditional values. Feminism does not exist in Japan. While I don't like judging an entire culture that does not
feel a bit cheated if they didn't mention its source is a blog by someone you've never heard of that doesn't exist anymore. I have a little rule for quoting that other creators seem to use as well. If someone saw a clip of your video out of context, would it be possible for them to tell you're quoting someone and where it's from? Blair, for some reason, doesn't cite her sources. Here's a part where she quotes Andrew Wakefield.
Wakefield also stated, mumps, measles, and rubella together might be too much for the immune system of some children to handle.
I love there's a tiny Andy there for some reason, but not saying where he said this is pretty bad citation. But this isn't a mistake. Blair is hiding the source on purpose for a reason. You see, this quote is from the...
Yes, one of the funniest parts about this is literally like a first year college course explaining to you how like you're supposed to properly cite your arguments. You're supposed to probably source and cite your the things that you use in your videos. I mean, not videos. Fuck, in your articles, MLA format, APA. I guess they do it in fucking high school too, right? I don't know. I didn't learn about this stuff in high school. I didn't go to high school here. I went to high school in Turkey, but.
Same documentary again. Brian Deere plays a clip of Wakefield.
Like, what you could say that what HBomberguy is doing here is basically like turn it in. He's pulling a turn it in on YouTube commentators and like the commentary sphere, like essay writers. A 4-hour turn it in fuckfest.
Saying it at a conference.
Measles, mumps and rubella given together may be too much for the immune system of some children to handle.
Why didn't she just play the clip? She had it downloaded. Well, because she's already played so many clips from this documentary, it looks ridiculous. So she started quoting it, and just not telling you she's quoting the one thing she watched. I wonder where all the other quotes come from.
And more still, nurses were leaving, saying they don't like what's being done.
Nurses were leaving.
You know what's ironic? I feel like it would be better if she just like unironically took that documentary and reacted to it and then cut the parts where she's reacting to it. Like, it literally would have, like, less people would be mad if you just watched the documentary, said you're watching the documentary, and then reacted to the documentary rather than passing off words from the documentary as though it's on your own, as though it's words that you came up with on your own. I'm not even kidding. Because at that point, absolutely zero people think that you wrote any of that shit. I don't think people come in here and they go, oh, wow, Hasan, I can't believe you wrote a 5-hour video on plagiarism in YouTube. How cool. No, like, everybody knows I'm watching a friend of mine's 4-hour video on YouTube about plagiarism and YouTube. I didn't write any of this shit. I do, however, play a role in this where I get joked about.
And saying they didn't like what was being done to these children.
It needed 3 people to hold these kids down
in some cases, just to have blood taken. I feel very sorry for the children who I feel were being abused.
This study had, in fact, begun with a contract from a group of solicitors that were
trying to sue MMR manufacturers.
That is
Chadwick
damning!
said he had hoped the ordeal, when it hit the news, would die its own death.
It includes injecting mice with measles virus.
He injected mice with measles,
extracting their white blood cells,
extracted their white blood cells, and injected the stuff into pregnant goats.
This is amazing. She just quotes people from this one documentary and pretends she did any work.
No, this literally is like straight up. This is like utilizing the documentary as a narrative tool to like draw a larger point that you want to make. For example, right? I do this from time to time. I will look at like source material. I use it with like Al Jazeera videos and shit, right? But however, of course, I have a lot more opinions on a particular matter when I'm watching a YouTube video, and I will add a shit ton, a metric ton of different additional information to it. I'll pull from other videos as well. I'll source things. However, one thing I won't do is just like verbatim copy paste the fucking transcript. You have to, this is hard. I don't know why she's working this hard. I don't understand it. Why does she just not play the video and then add her own perspective into it? Like, she should have just used those parts that narratively make sense and be like, wow, dog, that shit's crazy. They used goats. Even that, all of a sudden, is not like great, but then the argument turns into you're not reacting too hard.
Eventually, she stops bothering to even make it look like a quote and just starts saying Brian Deere's words out loud. And that's how the stuff at the beginning happened. She got so lazy she stopped bothering to pretend.
I saw some people last night try to explain to you that you don't cite your sources when it's sources you're reading on screen.
She wasn't copying the documentary.
In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit involving the Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop injecting his autistic child patients with blood products. Then in 1995, he was suspended from practicing medicine and made to pay a $10,000 fine for his misuse of prescribing controlled drugs.
MMR, what they didn't tell you, has been chewed up and spat back into your mouth like you're a little baby bird. My favorite part is when some of what she's saying appears in quotes for some reason, attributed to lawsuit with FDA. Like, no, Brian Deere said that.
He established a scientific system that would satisfy Wakefield and Pounder for testing.
And Pounder? Wait a second, who's Pounder? This Pounder guy never comes up again in the video. She brings him up here by mistake because she's paraphrasing another section of the documentary.
He established a scientifically valid system that would satisfy Dr. Wakefield and his head of department, Professor Roy Pounder.
Roy Pounder is an important character in the story. Blair has cut him out completely to save time, but she accidentally kept this one reference. This makes the copying kind of blatant. She's referencing a guy who exists in the documentary and not her video. Obviously, stealing someone else's words is plagiarism, but on a more zoomed out level, so is copying an entire documentary and trying to hide it. Like, obviously there's something wrong here. Here's a hint. If you're trying to trick people into thinking you're not quoting the thing you're quoting, you're probably doing plagiarism. But here's where it gets interesting.
But it's like, but she didn't even... I feel like you could at least try a little bit harder to, like, use a thesaurus or something. This is, like, basic entry-level shit, you know what I mean? In order for your Turnitin project to not get fucking hit with like, oh, this is definitely something that you've plagiarized, you literally have to use like a thesaurus or something. Even I know that from my fucking college days. You know what I mean? Run it through, change some goddamn words. She had the same pacing and the same cadence. How did she do that?
Blair knows people might notice this, so she's come up with a defense mechanism. The video has a link in the description to a list of sources, where stuff she quoted or showed in the video gets linked. This is normal, lots of people do this, although usually they cite them when they use them in the actual video, but still. It's an unlabeled collection of links that's difficult to sort through, but if you keep digging, eventually you find a link to Brian Deere's YouTube upload of the documentary. So now if anyone criticizes the fact she ripped it off, she can say, no, I was using a source, I cited it, check, it's in my list. Somewhere. And she uses this flimsy excuse to basically steal anything she wants. Blair frequently plagiarizes people, never mentions they exist in the video or cites them anywhere, but she puts a link in a list no one will read. So that makes it okay, right? The video we've been talking about so far is the second in a series of 3 about Andrew Wakefield. Here's part of the first one where she talks about his early career.
He became a fellow of the Royal College of Surgeons in 1985 and a year later was awarded a Wellcome Trust Traveling Fellowship to study small intestine transplantation in Toronto, Canada.
Let me ask you real quick. Is she quoting a source right?
The first guy he talks about in the video worked for IGN and just copied other writers at other websites? That's crazy. What, Cinemassacre? Is that the guy? Or Philip? Philip? What a name.
Right now?
Philip.
I mean, no, it's just stock footage. So clearly she wrote this part, right? No, she's just reading an article from the Telegraph.
He became a fellow of the Royal College of Surgeons in 1985 and a year later was awarded a welcome...
I mean, look, as a fucking article head myself, I read a lot of articles, okay? Sorry, I will admit it. I do be reading articles, okay, nonstop. And like, obviously I process a lot of that information and I will be spitting it out in real time every now and then in the midst of a conversation, right? But I feel like when I do that in real time, when I'm like trying to remember information and like repeat it to you, like I'm still using my words. You know what I mean? I'm not like, I've learned something from an article that I read and now I'm actually repeating it to you. And I feel like even then it's like, but it's my words at that point. You know what I mean? Like I paraphrase, I don't know, unless I'm directly reading an article on stream, which I do quite regularly. I don't know. Like, I don't know how you do this and make a scripted video where you're just like reading an article. Why don't you just like post it? It's an article.
Trust Traveling Fellowship to study small intestine transplantation in Toronto, Canada. Dr. Wakefield returned.
That's just called that's just called learning. Yeah, I mean, there's that too.
To the UK in the late 1980s, where he began to devote more time to research.
Oh no, there's more.
Joining the Royal Free Hospital in London, he worked on the liver transplant program and in 1996 began researching bowel disorders, autism, and the MMR vaccine.
The average person watching this is being led to believe Blair wrote the words she is saying here. This is called plagiarism. The audience has no way of knowing she's actually reading them the fucking newspaper. But the article she plagiarized is in the list of sources. So we already know what the excuse will be.
It's like if you read an article off screen but acted like you were just talking. True. Okay. Which is ironic because sometimes I just pop off so fucking hard. Chatters will unironically, like, my haters will be like, where are you reading this from? To which I say, my brain, bitch. That's right. Fucking hell.
Will be. It wasn't plagiarism. She was just quoting a source. Without telling you. I'm imagining an alternate universe where Philip and Newt's videos just had a little paste bin link at the bottom, which goes to all the stuff they stole. Like as if that would make it okay? This is just plagiarism, but with a shitty excuse in her back pocket to create plausible deniability. The intent behind this is pretty clear. Illuminati videos are like 90% quotes by volume. The part where she plagiarizes the Telegraph is in a 5-minute sequence mostly consisting of quotes from other places.
More research groups with more sophisticated techniques failed to confirm Wakefield's findings. Wakefield was actually born into a family of doctors in 1957. His mother was... This data led us to postulate that there may be a role for measles infection and Crohn's disease, even if at present this role remains unclear. Medical Research Council also insisted upon a frantic rush.
Seriously, huge chunks of the video are just reading entire screenfuls of text from the BBC, various papers, Slate, The Telegraph, and Brian Deere. Yeah, she actually quotes Brian Deere in this one. Wow! But this makes the videos boring. She's just reading pages of quotes at you. So to break up the screens of text and make it feel more original, sometimes she doesn't tell you she's reading someone else's words. She's doing plagiarism out of embarrassment to make the videos less boring. When I think a video is being lazy, I do a little test. I check what sources the video used, thankfully Blair provided a list, and I compare it with the sources you would get if you went to the Wikipedia page for the topic. Ooh. All of the quotes in that 5-minute sequence I mentioned, including the Telegraph article she plagiarized, are just linked on Wakefield's Wikipedia page. Oh, I know how this video was researched. This is a really common trick with lazy creators. Go on Wikipedia and quote all of their sources, and then it looks like you did a bunch of research and work. And to make it even better, she pretends she had to look for this stuff.
Other studies have suggested there may be a link to Crohn's and measles, just not Wakefield. I was able to find a different study from the National Library of Medicine that's more recent.
I was able to find? I mean, I guess I'm glad you were. One of the lights went off. Hold on a second. I'm not sure everyone...
I mean, what's she supposed to say, though, to be fair? I went to Wikipedia and copy-pasted this and then used the sources as though they were my own sources. I'm just saying. At this point, yeah, he's shitting all over your research process in college, baby. That's right. Who amongst us hasn't done this? Except, like, obviously you're not slapping on fast-paced edits onto it and like passing it off as your own and then making YouTube money off of it. I guess that's the only difference there. And you have a Turnitin structure, so you actually have to basically massage the words better, that sort of thing.
Everyone is fully convinced that quoting a documentary for 30 minutes while pretending you're quoting someone else counts as plagiarism. I mean, It's a bit weird, but she cited it as a source, so technically it's fine. I see you little pedant. You think you're so fucking clever, don't you? But the fact she's trying to pass off other documentaries' work as her own is obvious when you realize if you didn't know the source material, you would have no idea she was doing this. To test this theory, I decided to watch a video of hers on a subject I knew next to nothing about, the Fire Festival, which I've really not looked into before.
It was no isolated island, but
I haven't seen this video, but I disagree with it. Good artists steal. Any creative who works in capitalism knows our lives are our content being stolen by powerful folks. I say let it all be stolen. Thank you, Cinemarxism.
An underdeveloped lot just north of a sandals resort.
At first glance, the video is surprisingly well researched, with plenty of backstory and explanations.
According to Marianne Roll, a local that owns an Exuma Point restaurant, they had every living soul on the island of Exuma who could lift a towel working.
Lots of it is just quotes, of course. She's still just quoting people mostly. But the fact there's so many quotes makes it feel well-researched and credible.
One of these people was Keith Vanderland, a pilot in charge of flying Billy around the Bahamas. According to Keith, Billy's team really wanted to do
and, once or twice, Blair brings up one of the documentaries about the Fire Festival and mentions something that happens in them.
Later, in a documentary around the event, Billy himself claims that they had
He even talks about Ludwig's yoink and twist. No fucking way, really? He had the smoke for Ludwig? Where was that?
rented 250 houses.
She makes it very clear what her source for that section is.
To be fair, yoink and twist is valid. Like, that's the basis of art. All art is derivative. There is no art that you could be, truly revolutionary or unique. There's always going to be something there. Yoink and twist is totally valid.
All seems very above board.
Ethical Reacts is totally valid
too.
too.
documentaries were some of the sources she used for her
I'm gonna grab my food real quick, which is why, while I'm still listening to the video, I'm not gonna be appearing on screen for a brief moment, so all my haters can fucking get excited. Clip it right now.
Netflix documentaries as sources for this episode, as well as various articles.
I think it's fair to say an average person would think they were watching an original work with lots of research and sources, which tastefully brings up 2 documentaries when necessary. And that's what I thought too, and I thought that was fine. It was a pretty well put together video. But then I watched Fire, the Netflix documentary about the Fire Festival.
And what I realized was that they had
What was the timing on that? What was the timing on that? What was the timing on that?
Sandals Resort.
What was the timing on that? 10 seconds? Fuck. Too late, I already clipped it. Fuck. It's over, bros. It's over. It's over. It's done. Pack it up, buddy. Pack it up. I just got fucking got, dude. I did it. No, I didn't actually piss. I went to grab my food from the door. So I was listening to everything that he was saying.
It was no isolated island, but an underdeveloped lot just north of a sandals resort.
And then effectively photoshopped out the bottom portion of the map to make it look like they were on a deserted island.
They were photoshopping out the rest of the island to make it appear as if Fire K was a deserted island dedicated to the event. According to Marianne Roll, a local that owns an Exuma Point restaurant, they had every living soul on the island of Exuma who could lift a towel working.
They had every living soul on the island of Exuma who could lift a towel working.
According to Keith, Billy's team really wanted to do tents, so what I did is I took
my wife and we tried to sleep in a tent for one night, and it was so terrible.
Her Fire Festival video is mostly her reading words from the Fire Festival documentary on Netflix, set to footage she got from the Fire Festival documentary on Netflix, with supplemental footage taken from the Fire Festival documentary that's on Hulu. But don't worry, her first source in her list is the Netflix documentary, so that makes it okay, right? And then further down in the list is the Hulu one. Although fucking hilariously, she doesn't link it on Hulu, she links it on 123films.cc, the piracy website she watched it on.
Okay, I respect that. I respect that. That's the first time. That is the first time I've seen something that Illuminati's done that I respect. That one I stand behind, okay?
Now this is journalism! Yeehaw!
Calvin claims he then went to the Bahamas for himself to see what was going on and discovered that the luxury festival tents were nothing more than leftover emergency relief tents from Hurricane Matthew.
Apparently this part is from Calvin Wells. No, it's from the same documentary she got everything else from.
One of the things that really struck out to me was that they were erecting these dome tents that were pitched as luxury villas that I realized were leftover hurricane tents from Hurricane Matthew.
The footage playing while she is saying this is the same footage the documentary is showing as Calvin says it. She's just replaced the documentary's voiceover with herself quoting the documentary. It's ridiculous. Quoting documentaries you pirated for 30 minutes while pretending you're just quoting specific individuals is plagiarism. To give an example of how to do these quotes correctly, here's a New Republic article that quotes one of the things Blair did. As one caterer puts it in Netflix's Fire.
Whoa.
It's clear and to the point. The article isn't trying to look like it found this quote. Blair could have said, in the Netflix documentary, this person says this, but she'd have to say that 50 fucking times, and it would make it obvious she's just remembering Netflix at you, so she deliberately obscures the actual source of her quotes. This is to convince a casual audience she found these herself by doing actual research and reading articles and interviews with these people, which she didn't. This is passing off the work that went into making the documentary as her own.
It's just so funny because, like, I feel like if she did basic Turnitin evasion strategies, like, at least then it would be like a little bit more permissible, right? Like just straight up basic Turnitin avoidance strategies. Use your own word.
Own. When she brings up the other documentaries as if she's only just talking about them, this is a lie to make you think she hasn't been doing it the whole time.
According to Mark Weinstein, a festival consultant,
a metric shit ton, actually slightly more, an imperial shit ton of this video is just footage from the Netflix.
By the way, didn't this pop off because she literally tried to fucking flex on Legal Eagle? Like, didn't this entire thing absolutely explode in her face because she was like trying to tell Legal Eagle that he stole her editing technique or something, which I thought was insane.
Documentary. Seriously, you can't even fucking take your own screenshot of these articles? What the fuck? This isn't even plagiarism. This is genuinely just copyright infringement. Like, the copyright holder could get this video taken down easily and maybe even take her to court for the ad revenue she got from their footage. You know YouTube's copyright system, where if you use 5 seconds of the wrong TV show, your video is demonetized? You're probably wondering why that didn't happen here. This is what the Content ID system actually exists to stop, after all. Well, this is why the video has all these ugly filters. What Blair is doing is so obviously stealing that YouTube would notice, so she had to put bisexual lighting over all the footage she got from the documentary. Whoever's making these videos is fully aware what they're doing is unacceptable and is purposefully working around the systems designed to stop them doing it. Blair doesn't just reuse other people's footage without credit though. The video has also been edited to hide the credit that was there. The Fire documentary itself used videos posted on Instagram and Twitter by people who attended the event. And guess what? It credits them. Their social media's in the corner. Blair's video steals this footage from the documentary too and puts a filter over it, but also blurs out the social media. She uses a few clips from a Vice video as well, and the Vice logo gets blurred out so you can't tell where it's from. Since Blair's making a documentary out of other people's documentaries without permission for money, she's trying to hide the evidence of whose footage she's using so they don't notice and serve her a fucking cease and desist. Incidentally, when the Vice video uses footage from the documentary, it tells you, because this is how this shit is supposed to work. At one point she uses a clip of a news piece about the festival, which used footage from the documentary, and you'll notice they also correctly credit the footage too. Blair's sources are full of examples of how to credit the source, but if she'd done the same thing, the word Netflix would just be in the corner for 30 minutes. The video's opening features this fan art, depicting her bro-fisting with a person I believe she recently sent a cease and desist to. Put this on r/aged like milk. This piece of fan art is better attributed than the documentary she stole this video from. The 25 minutes of clips and
I was gonna say this is the least problematic thing Illuminati's done. She basically had her editing an abusive work relationship and was paying him very little while holding things like cars she bought for him unprompted over his head. He was like 20 or something.
Quotes from Netflix don't get this treatment. She just says, oh, I used these documentaries as research at the end. And I guess she's not lying. She definitely did. I wish there was room in the video to show you just how much she quotes the documentary without telling you, while reusing greased up footage from it, but it's most of the video. There's just too much to show. I also wanted to go more into the ways making sloppy, poorly researched videos means the videos are full of obvious mistakes, but this video is looking kinda long, so I shouldn't. However, before I realized I shouldn't, I'd already made all of it. So, check out the new video on my hot new second channel. I have a second channel now. It's not a live stream channel I hastily rebranded. Check it out if you want to see me complain about Blair getting the Stanford prison experiment wrong, and also Silent Hill lore. Why would you want to watch that? I don't know. This is a horrible pitch. As a creator, my question is, why make 3 bad videos a week when you could make 1 half-decent video every 2 weeks? Or 1 pretty good video every year? Videos like
this motherfucker is crazy, bro. It's 4 hours, dog. There's more? There's more? Who's got the fucking time, man? Longer than the Lord of the Rings.
like this aren't made for the reasons normal people make videos, like to inform or entertain or for the joy of making something. They're made for the purpose of putting out more content.
We're gonna get to internet historian after this.
The phrase content mill refers to organizations which produce huge amounts of material very quickly, designed to get attention, with no interest in quality. If you've ever seen an article in a search with a compelling title but which says nothing for several hundred words, and only tells you the thing you wanted at the end, while showing you 7 million ads, you've had the content mill experience, my friend. Some of these are just a link to a video someone else made, but they got to show you ads. There's a ton of channels out there whose objective is to make as much stuff as possible, as fast and as easily as possible. We just watched Cinemassacre become one of these, making easier, lower effort, worse videos, and for the ones that were supposed to be good, outsourcing the editing to a guy they underpaid so badly he later quit, and the writing to a guy who turned out to be stealing shit. The quality suffers, yeah, but if you don't care about quality, you save yourself a lot of time and effort. The people who are in this for the money are engaged in a constant race to the bottom, to find the easiest possible content to make and still get paid for it. If you're a nerd, and look at you, you've been recommended a YouTube
What's AVGN?
Short where a robot explains what happens in a comic.
The sad story of Rocket Raccoon, the drunk who knew Batman's identity after Homelander lost his mind.
These float to the top because there's catchy names.
Yeah, bro, ChatGPT has like fucking made the situation completely untenable. Angry video game nerd? Who's that? I don't know anything about this guy. He's the angriest gamer you've ever heard. He's the angriest.
And there's hundreds of them. So they get recommended to everyone even though nobody likes them. My favorite insane content farm stuff is when an AI explains the plot of a movie to you, but the title is "A Woman Wakes Up Covered in Bees" or something.
Welcome back to Movie Recaps. Today I will show you a drama.
Oh, this shit's so awesome. Dude. We are getting progressively dumber and dumber, bro. I see these sometimes, and I'm fascinated with it because it's so stupid. It's like, why? Who watches a movie to get the fucking summary? Like, who would watch that? Like, what, your goal is to be like, yeah, I watched 1,000 movies? Like, what the fuck? It doesn't make any sense. Why would you watch this? Just watch the fucking movie. They made it for you. They literally made it so you can enjoy it. What the fuck? It's not like reading a book.
Fantasy film from 2018, title Be With You. Spoilers ahead.
These are so perplexing, they wrap back around to being performance art. He has only 3 organs left, but the scientists turn him into a super soldier. It's RoboCop! An AI voice explains the plot of RoboCop to you.
Okay, that's
incredible! But if something becomes successful, even if it's something this weird, people are going to try and do the same thing, especially if it's easy to crank out, like an AI recapping a film.
The opening scene features a guy who finds himself confined within a large cube.
The opening sequence introduces a prologue. After this, the chaos caused by the Egyptians is depicted.
Today, I'm going to explain a film based on the real-life story of the youngest warrior of World War II called Soldier.
Wait, is this... Wait, what? Soldier Boy? Is this, like those disability what is it called? Like it's like a helpful thing for people with disabilities. Like if you're blind, it's basically like a text to speech of like the closed caption. Descriptive audio. Is this just descriptive audio? Is that what they're doing? Like they just take the descriptive audio and just post it? Screen reader. What is it called? Yeah, that's basically an accessibility feature. I'm saying like maybe they're taking the accessibility feature and like playing it off as though they are, you know, as though it's their own.
Your boy.
Today I'm going to explain the horror zombie film, titled Warm Bodies.
And walked over to the man. When the man saw it, he was still cursing at his wife.
The Dog King has gathered hundreds of stray dogs. He is leading his entire army to attack the city.
Hi, Jake Recaps here. Today I am going to explain a movie called Allerlero.
So you can see how
okay, I need to watch these. These are fucking sick.
Content mill shit dovetails very nicely with ripping people off, if not outright plagiarism. And right in the middle of this ecosystem are reaction videos, where people just upload themselves reacting to other people's videos.
Yo, chill.
The money almost makes itself. Reaction videos are a key piece of the Illuminati puzzle here, because that was Blair's previous content mill. A few years back, reacting to Reddit posts was a popular format, and it was easy to make, so hacks jumped.
Who would watch this shit, Hasan, 2 minutes ago? No, I'm saying I would watch it. The fucking AI readouts, I want to watch it now. I'm going to react it. That was your whole cameo? Wait, I thought there was more, no?
Jumped on it. She used to make videos reacting to popular Reddit posts, and she'd try to add to the jokes and, you know, not manage it.
After all, if I can't trust the President of the United States, who can I trust?
No, I thought he also shows him like in the chat or something. Or that's it?
And that's Tricky Dick. Very cool, man. The Watergate scandal, man.
Oh, I think I saw the Comrade Lamppost. That's why.
You can see how
I have a feeling that I don't even want to look at this because like people are using this against them, and I hate that. Yeah, no. HBomberguy hates me, and he fucking made fun of me for reacting. You said a while ago a friend of the show was making a chair joke for a video. Was this it? Yes, this was it. Anyway.
And himself.
Extremely boringly reading out Reddit posts wasn't good content, but it was content. She saw moderate success doing this for a few years, briefly forming a communal channel where she and several friends reacted to Reddit posts together called Sad Milk, a channel which has since been completely obliterated, and she's currently sending cease and desists to the other members to stop them talking about why. So that's fun, but this kind of explains a lot. In a way, Blair has always just been reading other people's stuff at you. She spent over half a decade trying to become a popular YouTuber by any means necessary. Before these, she used to do storytime videos back when they were really popular, which led to a notorious video where she talked about clogging a toilet by literally filling it with shit.
I didn't even see the hole, so I knew the poop wouldn't go.
When video essays started being a popular format, she pivoted again and started making what she makes now. None of this has ever been about actually making something she cares about. It's always been about making something popular. When these finally caused her to really take off as a creator, she basically immediately deleted all of her previous cringe.
I kind of feel like we are officially at an era on YouTube where it's like basically a professional form of media. So much so that there's like ethics in YouTube reaction and ethics in YouTube content creation now. Because like you would never in a million years do a video like this about TikTok in general. Like everyone would laugh at you. Like that's 99.9% of content on TikTok is like this. Yeah, you're right. It is a mature medium now. It's official. It is officially a mature ass medium. I respect it. Yeah. We did it. We finally got there.
Attempts to cash in on other trends. Remember when nearly 1 million views disappearing from Philip's channel was a bit weird? Try 40 million. Sounds like those videos aged like milk. Sad milk, that is. The Illuminati channel is a video essay content mill. She has a team of editors helping to put out videos every other day, and she doesn't need a writer. Wikipedia's got her covered. And if there happens to be a documentary on the topic, she can just quote that 40 fucking times. The video happens overnight because she didn't have to do any work. There's a part in the vaccines video where she talks about all the documentaries she's watched as part of her research process. And I don't think she realizes she's telling on herself here.
And I've got to tell you that I've seen a lot of documentaries doing research for these deep dives. The Netflix Betting on Zero for Herbalife, The Dark Side of Chocolate for Nestle, documentary series on the hikikomori, and all the Goop episodes on Netflix, Blackfish for SeaWorld, there's a lot.
This is just a confession. Referencing the big documentaries on a topic you're covering is fine. Quoting them or using some footage from...
Twitch is the next for ethics? No, Twitch is too early. Twitch is too, like, Twitch has only recently become, like, relatively mainstream over the course of, like, the past 4 or 5 years, even though it's been around for a lot longer. So there's still plenty of workaround. We don't even have a fucking functioning copyright structure, which is great. Please don't.
Them makes a lot of sense, I think. But at a certain point, you're just repackaging other people's work and selling it off as your own. And speaking of selling, why would someone do this? Well, when I sat down to watch the Fire Festival video, I got served 2 advertisements before I could hit play, and then immediately got hit by a commercial for Blair's plushie.
Make sure to snag one before it's gone because these are not coming back once this runs out.
Then 11 minutes in, I got a message from today's sponsor, Mint Mobile, where I could get Squixteen Dingles off my Bexed burger.
And we will begin to unravel what happened at the Fire Festival right after this ad break. Make sure you go to mintmobile.com/MLM. That's mintmobile.com/MLM.
Yeah, I mean, not even a way to avoid the top of the hour ad breaks. Like, that's crazy. At the top of the hour, that is. Right. At the top of the motherfucking hour, baby. 3-minute ad break coming to you right now. Shamelessness.
And then within seconds of that sponsorship ending, I got a second sponsorship. She has 2 right next to each other. Go to blueland.com/Illuminati.
Go to blueland.com/MLM. That's 15% off your first order of any products of Blue Land orders at blueland.com/MLM.
Now, I don't want to speculate how much money Blair made from this sloppy shit that was made in about a day. But I do know how much a video with that many views makes in ad revenue, and I know what the overhead is on those plushies, and I've been offered similar sponsorships. So I'm pretty comfortable in saying she made a fuck ton of money from stealing someone else's documentary. It turns out it's the same twist it always is. Why did this stupid shit happen? Oh, it's money! This is a really good racket. I'm almost jealous. With a small team of editors, you could knock one of these out every few days. And she does. I mean...
It almost feels like he's mad that, I mean, I agree with what he's saying, but it also does kind of feel like he's mad because, like, it takes him months to make these incredibly long, very well sourced, very well documented, very well researched pieces that he puts together. And she's just out there fucking churning out back to back to back. Rapid firing videos. Some people just hate seeing women succeed. True.
She doesn't need a writer. Now, maybe this technically isn't plagiarism. Maybe you give them a pass because having a link somewhere in a description makes it okay to have done this. But I think we can all agree that even if it isn't plagiarism, it is, at the very least, shit. When we're talking about creative works, questions like this aren't really about rigid definitions. It's about whether or not something passes the vibe check, as adults pretending to be children might say. A lot of this is about how something feels. Case in point, when Blair accused someone else of stealing from her. Plot twist, baby! Party time. The Legal Eagle debacle. This is Devin Stone, law YouTuber and actual lawyer whose channel name
He's so fucking handsome, dude. It's crazy.
is Legal Eagle. He's pictured here interviewing me in my pajamas in the final year I had hair. I used this clip so I could savor it for a second. On April 20th of this year, Blair accused one of Devon's editors of taking her video's style. They were trying to replicate her videos.
Just FYI, I watched this, and there's no need to watch more of this section. I would move on to the internet historian. The last part of the half of the video is so important. There's 100% people in this community that have had their writing stolen by the last guy. Yeah. I mean, like, Gita was tweeting about this. Like, there's a lot of people often forget because we have so many fucking haters nowadays that, like, I have a shit ton of journalists that are in here all the time that are ride or die HasanAbi heads. And it's ironic because, like, well, they obviously love when I read their articles because, you know, it's fucking sick because I'm just reading their articles, right? And there are apparently these content creators that just, like, fucking rip their shit. You know what I mean? Which is kind of fucked up. Give them a shout out, you know? I would say, straight up, the one good thing about, like, ReactGate, which was, you know, led mostly by people that were just fucking haters in general, or people that wanted to fucking farm clout. The good thing about the jokes, the ethical reacts jokes, okay? The one good thing is that, like, I take the time out and try to genuinely show what the video is now. Like, I'm very careful and very deliberate in the type of shit that I look at, and I give shout outs. I make sure that it's like people understand, you know, that we're watching someone else's video and, like, they should go check it out. Paid in exposure, don't complain. No, ironically, that is the problem. That's the problem with plagiarism. You're not paying an exposure. That's the issue. If you were to pay an exposure, then yes, technically, yeah, then it wouldn't be plagiarism because it would mean you're showing the actual fucking source material. That's literally the point with the fucking ethical reacts or reaction concepts versus fucking plagiarism. That's the whole point. Ironic, because, like, hella people are like, oh, dude, what the fuck? Like, you mean paid in exposure? And it's like, first of all, a lot of these videos do require exposure. That's the whole point. They're already made products, okay? Which is part of the reason why so many people don't have a fucking issue with, like, reactions in general. But as long as you fucking, you know, hype it up. And I do admit that there was times in the past where I wasn't, if Hasan has 1 million haters on one of them.
Evidence? One of his
anyway, we'll skip it to the internet historian. Is this the one? Is this the internet historian saga? I'm gonna skip the legal debacle. Wait, was there an XQC joke in there?
Man in Cave is about Floyd Collins, a cave explorer who in 1925 got trapped in a cave.
Video.
Nice one, Floyd. The video is 1 hour and 10 minutes long and pretty detailed, covering the events hour by hour as they happen. What a unique way of telling the story. The video implies a deep level of research and understanding, and that animation's pretty cool too. The video was uploaded on September 29th, 2022 and was extremely successful, garnering like 10 million views in the few months since it went online. It was deemed so entertaining it became the thing every Twitch streamer put on while they went and did something else to keep their audience busy. Ooh, that's a good chunk of change right there.
God damn.
But then in March of this year...
Respect, get your money up, XQC. Get your fucking money up, you son of a bitch. God damn, 1.2 million? That's crazy.
The video disappeared. Any links to the video?
We did, I remember. No, I watched this shit on stream too. Wait, why did this video get disappeared? Wait, hold up. I think I could tell you exactly when you watch this. Does anybody have my video? I'm sure someone uploaded it. Because I did watch this. Your reaction re-upload by another channel is one of the only original copies. Oh, let's go.
It took you to a blank page saying it was unavailable.
Look. Hasan reaction is 400,000 views. Now, let me tell you something. XQC uploaded that shit onto his own fucking page. 1.2 million views. That's crazy. He did that. Me, Hasan Reactions is not me. That's a fan channel. Someone uploaded this fucking react where I'm chirping up a goddamn storm, watching this over the course of hours, taking my fucking shirt off. All this shit, uploaded it, 400,000 views. They made money off this. Which, by the way, get your money up. Not your funny up. Respect. That's all I'm going to say. Your react is so good, it was able to remain up and not be taken down. Best hair era?
National.
No, it's not true. Yeah, I mean, this was a great video. So who made it originally?
Available because of a copyright claim. Usually with really popular videos though, YouTube resolves this quickly to avoid negative attention, but this was down for a while, and then it stayed down. What's going on here? Let's look into this a bit. This video is no longer available due to a claim by Pro Sportority Limited, doing business as Minute Media. That's what DBA means, by the way, aren't I clever? Minute Media is a publisher of digital content. One of their brands is Mental Floss, a digital news and entertainment site, which also has a YouTube channel. So, did he use some of their copyrighted images, or the YouTube channel's footage? Well, it doesn't look like the channel has ever covered Floyd Collins. The Mental Floss website, however, has. In 2018, Lucas Riley wrote a story about the 1925 cave rescue that captivated the nation. Uh-oh. This article is an extremely detailed summary of the story of Floyd Collins. Uh-oh. In fact, it makes the unique choice of covering the events hour by hour. Oh, he didn't. He did not just...
Floyd tried to breathe calmly. His left arm was pinned underneath his torso, his right wedged by the rock ceiling above. Beneath him, sharp crystal shards dug into his skin. When he did attempt to shuffle, more gravel and rocks would tumble from above and pile onto his feet.
He should try untying his shoes, said one. No, we should send him down with a contortionist who's got a mallet and a chisel. Hey, how about using dynamite? One clique formed, insisting that it was a great idea, till they started arguing about gas torches. But by far the most common suggestion, of course, was amputation. So he removes his suit, drapes himself in coveralls, and grabs a lamp. Whoa. But Floyd didn't really answer any of his questions. In fact, he was incoherent. So Miller took a few mental notes, and he left. Somehow, Homer mustered the strength to altogether wrench the cord from the other men's hands. The rope went slack. Homer, Floyd, and the rope lay limp on the cave floor. No progress had been made.
For the first time in YouTube history, a copyright claim is real. Internet historians stole Lucas Riley's article, used it as a script for a 70-minute video, gave him no credit, and uploaded it for money. But let's consider an alternative explanation, just to be fair. This was a real historical event. They're both telling the same true story, so of course they're going to be similar. That's a good point, you're very smart. But there's a difference between using the same sources, or recounting the same history, and telling the exact same story in the same way, using the same words. And if going hour by hour didn't make it obvious, the fact it copies the rest of the structure makes it blatant. The opening, which covers Floyd entering the cave, even uses the same image used at that point in the article. Soon after, when Floyd first becomes trapped, the article flashes back to Floyd's childhood. The video copies this narrative framing and does the same thing, flashing back after he's trapped, and even tells the same anecdotes about his past.
Floyd has been exploring the caves of Kentucky since he was merely 6 years old. And as he grew up, he gained a reputation.
Why is it different? What do you mean? He just like straight ripped the fucking article and passed it off as his own. That's the problem. Considering it's a real story that happened in the real world, if you were to literally explain the story in your own words, it would be fine. Let's say he read this article. Let's say internet historian read this entire article. He internalized it. Okay? Then maybe he read another article on this exact same issue. And then off of memory, he recited these articles. Okay? Off of memory, he doesn't have photographic memory. He basically tried to utilize his own language, his own style, and his own fucking seasoning to like retell this story. It is not going to be bar for bar verbatim the same, which is precisely why it would be different. It would not be held to the same level of scrutiny. People would not say, oh, dude, you just went bar for bar. You went and playing the same thing.
for being a very daring caver. He would dive into some hole on one side of town and emerge miles away on someone else's property.
This one's interesting because the words are quite a bit different. Instead, it's copying the article visually by having him literally pop his head out like a gopher. You know how in the previous segments I've been showing all the really obvious examples to get the point across? Man in Cave is over an hour long.
The original is an article though. Doesn't the animation add something to it? I think if he said that he's just like animating an article he found online and then showed the article and properly credited it, it would be fair. Does that make sense? Because like, I guess the point is like, you're passing it off as though you wrote that whole thing and it's someone else who wrote it.
I showed the funniest examples, we'd be here all day.
Gerald knew more about cave rescues than most. In fact, just that summer prior, he had helped untangle Floyd from a different snag. Everybody was shaken by the experience. Burden fainted as he crawled towards the exit. Most of the other men had to be carried away. World of Tanks is not only the best game I have ever played.
Okay, that one was a joke. Sorry, I couldn't resist. There are some differences between the two, though. Internet Historian's video has mistakes. He gets the weight of the rock pinning Collins' leg down wrong. He says it's 33 pounds, while the article lists 27. Every credible source I can find has it listed as around 27 pounds, give or take, and the Wikipedia page lists 26. The rock weighs about 26.5 pounds. How do I know this? We still have it. We've weighed it. It's 26.5 pounds. How did he make this mistake when all his sources, including the one he was plagiarizing, say otherwise? It's almost like when he was loosely rewriting the script to seem more original, he accidentally changed some of the facts of the story. Or maybe it was on purpose. It's slightly harder to say it was plagiarized now. I mean, how could he be ripping anyone off if he got the facts wrong? Man in Cave is also a little confused about the fucking cave? In 1917, Collins discovered a beautiful cave full of stalagmites on his family's land, which he named Crystal Cave. They tried to turn it into a tourist attraction, but this didn't pan out. He then tried looking for a new cave on his neighbor's property, and this is the cave he got trapped in while clearing out, which was later...
There's a popular YouTube channel called Oversimplified that should have ripped off Ken Burns' Prohibition documentary. I imagine most of their videos are copied like this. That's pretty wild. Yeah, it is talking about Internet Historian, yeah.
Named Sand Cave once he became trapped. This is covered in the article as well as being common knowledge about this story. Internet Historian treats them like the same one cave and calls it Sand Cave. So now the story has insane shit, like Floyd...
For the record, I don't know about the oversimplified take that chatter said. I just read it out loud. I don't know. I don't know anything about it. I've never watched it.
Advertising Sand Cave to tourists, which literally never happened because he died in it before it could open for business. That's what the story is about. This isn't nitpicking. Okay, it is. But this is the cave in Man...
People should pay writers when they adapt their works too, though, right? Works too, right? That is what happens, yes. Like, for example, I can't just like go look at a fucking article about George Santos and be like, well, this is a good article. Let me go adapt it on my own to make it into a screenplay. If I do that, then I have to pay the journalist that wrote the article. You can't just like, you know, change some of the fucking words and then be like, I wrote this. It don't work that way.
Man in Cave. It would be nice if he got the cave right. This is the place most people my age are going to learn about Floyd Collins, and it's a shame they're learning history that's not true. Here's a funny thing I noticed, because I'm one of those weird cave people. We prefer the term amateur speleologist, but he keeps using this picture to represent the grotto Floyd is trying to reach.
On the other side is this. Until he found...
What? This is obviously directly stolen. Are people okay? Has anyone ever looked into his other videos thoroughly? I just saw a comment under his Cost of Concordia video indicating that the segment around 23:30 is plagiarized from his Vanity Fair piece. Historian All Day Saturday rescuers searched for the people on the ship. On Sunday morning, a South Korean couple was found in their cabin, safe but shivering. They had slept through the crash and woke up unable to exit the cabin. Another night to remember. Brian Burrow, Vanity Fair. All day Saturday, rescue workers fanned across the No. Is this a reading comprehension thing? Because I've seen some sizable defense of this type of behavior, and I just genuinely don't understand what's not to get there. I think this is the most satisfying answer. They just don't know what plagiarism is? Wait, what? Wait, let me read it. Historian, all day Saturday, rescuers searched for people on the ship. On Sunday morning, a South Korean couple was found in their cabin, safe but shivering. They had slept through the crash and woke up unable to exit her cabin. Another right to remember, Brian Burrow, Vanity Fair. All day Saturday, rescue workers fanned out across the ship looking for survivors. Sunday morning, they found a pair of South Korean newlyweds still in their stateroom, safe but shivering. They had slept through the impact, waking to find the hallway so steeply inclined that they couldn't safely navigate it. Yeah, I think, are you like a big fan of the historian guy? Yeah, I think that's a completely different sentence. Only similarity is that they describe the same event. No, it's not. No. The sentence structure is like almost identical with like a couple of words being taken out of it. I don't understand. Sentence structure is the same. He also quite literally uses certain colloquialisms that are obviously specific to the writer, Brian Burrow, who says in that moment, not to say that this colloquialism is just his own, obviously, but in this circumstance, using safe but shivering would imply that it's like pretty much a lift. Safe but shivering in that circumstance is a literary spin that the writer put on it. Some people think unless it's bar for bar, it isn't plagiarism. I guess like it wasn't paraphrased as hard, or even if you paraphrase, you still need to put quotations in it. I don't fucking know. Based on internet historian's reaction, he knew it was wrong too. No, that's a different story.
Hollow.
This isn't a picture of that hollow. There are no pictures. No one's even seen it apart from Floyd. And because I'm insane, I recognize this picture. It's from the website of Crystal Onyx Cave in Kentucky, which is about 12 miles away from the mammoth cave system the video is talking about. This cave is often confused with other nearby caves because the names are similar and they're so close by. So it's an understandable mistake to use this image instead of one from the right cave system, but I do find it really fun.
I think my controversial opinion, and I people will get mad at me for this, is that like I don't think it's that damning. I think people will take this super seriously and be like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? I think, like, especially if it's not being, like, lifted from smaller content creators. I don't know. It's YouTube. Am I wild? I don't know. I might be wrong. I might totally be off base for this. Dude, what the fuck are you talking about? It's just like, I guess the difference is that if you're like born into YouTube existing, this is like a fucking serious platform where the expectations are that like the content that you're watching is like well sourced and well researched and stuff like that. Whereas you should still properly cite it. Some people watch the internet historian videos. We're never going to read the article. I feel like it's setting a dangerous precedent if you don't do something about it. Fair.
Funny, a picture being used to represent part of Mammoth is from a site whose title reads, "We're not Mammoth." Like, they tried to warn you, buddy. And I saw people congratulate this video for the effort that went into it. I assume they're talking about the animation, which is pretty decent. Internet Historian's team did a good job with this, especially considering its length, a compliment I've received myself many times. That's one reason why this is all so disappointing. This could have been good and not been stolen. We can do both. Riley is a really talented writer and researcher. He was the article articles editor for Mental Floss back when it had a physical magazine, with folks who worked on it calling him its beating heart. Riley is a very well-regarded, award-winning writer with a skill for telling gripping stories, and I can tell Internet Historian agrees with me, so it's a shame he gave him no credit for his work, even as it contributed to what must have been a huge amount of income for him, doubtless more than Riley ever made for writing it in the first place. Internet Historian sometimes cites his sources when they come up. He'll have text saying where it's from, and that's a good practice, but this makes his choice to never cite or mention Riley obvious. He's trying to hide it. Sometimes the way he tries to look like he's done research and wrote this video himself is very funny. There's a bit where he's reading the article out loud, as usual, then pauses and acts like he's about to read something else and just keeps reading the fucking article.
Near the final...
Isn't it deeply unethical to take other people's work and then make tons of money from it? Yeah, I think I can't tell if this is like a own about React stuff, but you're not gonna catch on the fucking HasanAbi Piker YouTube page works that are fucking lifted. Okay, not gonna catch it. Go ahead. No, it is unethical for sure. I mean, you're literally taking this guy's work. It feels pretty terrible, in my opinion, that you're taking this dude's work and just like reading it off as your own. Especially when I feel like the solution is just to like, I don't know, not do that. That's literally how all creative work functions. You can make something and you sell to a publisher who retains all rights. No, I understand that, but come on. There's a difference between copy-pasting a fucking script that someone else wrote in 2018.
Final squeeze, large cracks had formed. The ceiling was beginning to droop. Alright, so the following is a recounting of events from one of Carmichael's men, Casey Jones. Casey and another worker spent about an hour in the cave, but he heard Collins moaning ahead. So he pushed himself on. He managed to make it through the squeeze and he arrived at the 10-foot pit. Seeing Floyd trapped, he tried to ignore the pebbles that were tumbling behind him.
Internet Historian wants you to think he's telling you a story he made after doing a lot of research.
Historical facts can only be reworded in so many ways. Bruh. You are entirely wrong. What are you talking about? It is completely, dude, the style of like going hour by hour, stylistic choices there, like the literary stylistic choices there are directly lifted from the original artist, including the research. Like every aspect of this is a yoink. Is a yoinkerson. There's an insanely large gap between all art is derivative and stealing the hard work of others and taking credit for their work that people don't seem to get. Yeah. Like if you made something, if you went to school, you learned a specific style and you developed your own specific style, and then I just like copy pasted it and pawned it off as my own and then told everybody I'm selling these fucking photos. Like I just took a photo of it and now I'm selling it as though it's mine. You'd be like, what the fuck are you doing? Yeah, there's a difference between yoink and twist versus a yoink and hide that you yoinked it.
He doesn't want to read.
I straight up thought he wrote this video. Like I thought Internet Historian wrote this
you a
entire
good
video.
story he found. He wants to pretend he wrote it. But this, the obvious fact it's plagiarism and it's wrong, that's the easy stuff. What's interesting is what happened next. I've been standing on my feet for ages. I'm gonna have a sit down. That's better. This is my living room where I keep all the books I pretend to have read, and also my board games. Yes, I'm one of those people. I even have a board game.
Where does Daily Dose of the internet fall in all this? Dude, Daily Dose is the most ethical fucking sorcerer of all time. What are you talking about? He literally scours the internet, finds videos, goes to the original content owner, and asks if he can post them on his video. He has an entire team that does that. It's all perfectly cited. Absolutely zero people think, and he, I think, pays them. Absolutely zero people think that Daily Dose of the internet actually made those videos. What do you mean? Yeah, he buys the rights to it too. It's not like... It's not like people are going, oh, wow, this squirrel doing a backflip. I can't believe Daily Dose of the Internet found this squirrel doing a backflip. How many crazy things can one guy find all around the world in a matter of days? Like, absolutely zero people think that. The entire point of it is it's your daily dose of the internet. Yeah.
Game about caving. This is quite hard to find nowadays, so I had to get it from Germany. They love board games there because they're not afraid to look one another in the eye. I can't wait to spiel this cave game. For my money, that's the best joke I've ever written. Hold on, we're doing a video about plagiarism. Let's get this set up properly. Aha! But then... This is a whole style of video now, and by style, I mean one person did it first and then a bunch of boring people ripped her off. Stealing from lots of places is inspiration, but stealing from one place is plagiarism, unless you call it the bread tube style, and then it's fine. I don't even know what a bread tube is, I just woke
Bisexual lighting. All right, is the rest of this important, or should I skip it?
up one day and was told that I was in it and that people hated me for being in it. I don't even know what it is. Anyway, when someone from Mental Floss noticed the plagiarism and filed a copyright claim, Internet Historian tweeted about the video's disappearance, but in a kinda suspicious way. He obviously knew why it got claimed, but he chose not to say why, so his audience could freely speculate amongst themselves for hundreds of posts about all the ridiculous reasons YouTube takes things down. Some of them noticed Pro-Sportority is based out of Israel and got anti-Semitic about it, but ironically, so it's fine. What an interesting audience he's built. All this needless speculation has helped to create a smokescreen. People assume the video was taken down for a bullshit reason, and there is no clear...
Bro, I remember one time being like, I think Internet Historian is like kind of edgy, right? I said that one time. One fucking time. Years ago. And his fan base literally was like, remember when Hasan called him an alt-right white supremacist Nazi and tried to cancel him? Literally, I was like, he strikes me as a guy with like unique politics, okay? And I think it was like a lot of people in the chat saying it to me, and I was just like, yeah, who knows? And nobody let that go. It was literally fucking years and years of motherfuckers being like, you're trying to cancel him. And I was like, no, I'm not. I'm not trying to fucking cancel him at all. What the fuck? I was not. Anyway.
Explanation, when there is one, and he didn't give it to them on purpose. Internet Historian has taken videos down before. A lot of them, in fact. Like, dozens. None of these seem to be because of plagiarism. He says he just doesn't think they're very good anymore. I think he got a bit of what we in the business call trolls remorse. Like, oh, maybe this video was inappropriate and normal people would judge me for it. And he got rid of that video that's just a bunch of Tucker Carlson clips and reading a hentai in an extremely racist...
Wait, Kurt Eichenwald sees the day? That shit was awesome. That's an awesome story. I don't think you guys know that story. It's a wild story.
Racist Japanese man impression. That's not advertiser friendly, and we want those World of Tanks bucks, don't we? But since his fans are, you know, normal cool people, they saved all those old videos, and there are several channels dedicated purely to re-upload.
It's a wild story. Let's just put it that way. Anyway, no, not the rape one. Shut up. I don't know what the fucking rape one was. Kurt Eichenwald literally gets caught with like a shit ton of hentai and then says what is it? What was it? He was saying that he was like actually researching it or something. There's also another famous line I remember where he was like, you're going to... Fuck, there's so much there. There's unironically like a crazy... There is actually a whole crazy... He used to get seizures, and people were trying to give him seizures, which is kind of fucked up. Not kind of fucked up, very fucked up. And then it led to a very funny moment where he's just like... I don't think it was actually his wife that wrote this, but like his wife literally was like, this is Kurt Eichenwald's wife. You actually gave him a seizure, and you'll be hearing from my... our like law enforcement or something. It was crazy. There was a lot of crazy shit.
uploading all his old inconvenient
Wait, they
stuff,
sued?
and some of them tried to re-upload Man in Cave and instantly got hit with a copyright claim as well because the video is in YouTube's system now. Here's a screenshot that was posted of one of these claims. The infringing video blatantly and unlawfully plagiarized verbatim text from our article, and the placement, pacing, and presentation of content is almost—
Bro, I didn't even realize you could do that, by the way. That's crazy. Like, I didn't realize, motherfuckers, that, you know, they shifted from medium to medium, dog. That's wild.
identical to the article. Speaking from experience, normally claims aren't anywhere near this detailed. The article's owners are not messing around. This is how we found out about the plagiarism. Kat was browsing her drama Reddits, as she does a lot, and she saw a post with this smoking gun in it. It's amazing how easy it is for a story like this to not get spread to a wider audience, even when it's for a video this popular. The furthest the story has got so far is a thread proving it, just
I can't believe you reacted so hard to save the React re-upload channels. Yeah, that's kind of wild, isn't it? No, well, XQC has it too still, so I don't think so. Right? Or did XQC get clapped too? XQC Cave? Is it... Wait, is it gone? Wait, I think XQC's... Wait, did XQC's entire channel get got or something? No, it didn't. Wait a minute. 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 Hold up. No, he's not banned. Wait, there ain't no fucking way, dog. There ain't no fucking way, dog. Internet historian. A video's so good I had to watch it twice. Is this it? No, that's not it. Guys, stop fucking sending me the stupid ass fucking other videos, okay? Stop sending me other videos that are not related. I'm looking for the very specific internet historian video of the cave. Did his get fucking taken down as a copyright strike? Oh my God, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. I want to try to figure out if it was taken down. Oh God. Yo, here's the Man in the Cave re-upload. Here's XC reacts to Man in the Cave with only 355 views, so it doesn't matter. And then HasanAbi reacts to Man in the Cave. Wait. Bro. How the fuck did I not get clapped then? Well, not me, but Hasan reactions not get clapped. Emaru's reaction is still up, but I guess it's because it's like 70K. Maybe. Or did we react to it afterwards or something? Oh, XUC privated it? Oh. I'm wondering if, like, they tried to fucking copy strike it, but then they found it to be transformative, or if they just, like, didn't know because it only got, like, 400,000. Because it got 400,000 views. You know what I mean? Like, it, because it's a lot. It's good enough views, but it's not that crazy. You know what I mean?
With Slack. Homer from a different snag. He was just
I think they manually claimed the internet historian video, so it was never a content ID. Article authors a secret HasanAbi head lol. Who added half an hour to the vid? No. probably yours breaks the Content ID system with all the pausing. That's not how that works, chatter. Content ID is like literally every fucking second, bar for bar. If they catch you, you're done. They can claim it.
Sitting in a random subreddit with like 90 upvotes. If Kat hadn't seen this, I wouldn't be talking about it, and you wouldn't know it happened either. So thanks, Kat. You're so cool. I love you. Most YouTubers in this situation would fight a copyright claim publicly, arguing their case where everyone could see it, which would force YouTube to take notice and do something about it. People at YouTube on Twitter all the time and get responses and see things fixed. I once tweeted randomly about an old test video I deleted getting copyright claimed somehow. I didn't even at YouTube about it, and they still found it and asked me for more information.
Wait, Asmongold's was actually taken down. No, Asmongold's was taken down for fucking DMCA. Or no, this is the original. This is not the Asmongold video. This is the original video, chat. No. Asmongold's React was not taken down. It's the original video. Your chatter linked it to me as from his subreddit, and I thought it was his, but it's not. It's just that's the OG video. Also, that banner is fucking hilarious. All right, let's get
They're pretty diligent about responding to people messaging them on social media with problems. Internet Historian can't start a public case about this because he is in the wrong. He stole an article for money, and bringing attention to it would just broadcast to his audience he did 70 minutes of plagiarism. Right now, not many people know about this, although some of his viewers have noticed how strange it is he's avoiding talking about it. Why isn't he telling his audience who to get mad at and go after? Why isn't he giving his completely normal fans marching orders? Because he ripped someone off and he doesn't want you to find out, that's why. In May, 2 months after the video disappeared, a new version was uploaded, claiming to be a re-upload of the previous one. But then, 2 days later, it went private. On the Internet Historian Reddit post about the re-upload, the big guy himself wrote about there being some complications. Again, being vague about what's going on. This new version would remain private for about 2 months. It's not clear why. In July, while I was making this video, it finally came back up, but only unlisted. You can watch it, but it doesn't show up in a search or your recommendations. You can't watch this video now unless you know it exists and go looking for it and get the link from somewhere else. This new version has quite a few changes. It opens with this new clip explaining what happened, but in the vaguest way possible.
Sorry for the re-upload, fellas. The original got copy struck.
Again, we have a comment about it being copy struck, but no explanation why. He's still hiding what happened, in a pretty sneaky way this time. You see, this graphic of the copy strike has been edited. The notice on the video actually looks like this. It shows who made the copyright claim, but obviously he doesn't want people looking up the company behind it, because then people will find out why the video is unavailable. So now he's editing screenshots to try to hide what he did. The re-upload uses mostly the same animation and tells the same story, but lots of the voiceover has been rewritten to try to sound...
To be fair, he could say he doesn't want, like, to draw ire to the copy strike holder from his, like, passionate fan base, and that's why he hit it or something.
Less like the article. Here's a section I showed you earlier.
His left arm was pinned underneath his torso, his right wedged by the rock ceiling above.
Now here's the HD remaster.
His right arm is wedged against the roof of the cave, and his left is stuck in place under...
Young Thug should hire HasanAbi? Oh, you mean Young... The hugs you give. Truly humble under God. I know. I wanted to change his work to make it different, you know what I'm saying?
Underneath his torso.
He flipped the order he talked about the arms and reworded how he talked about them. He hasn't really solved the overall plagiarism, he just changed the words more than last time.
Beneath him, sharp crystal shards dug into his skin. He can feel the sharp crystals on the ground poking into his back. Floyd tried to breathe calmly. Floyd took slow, steady breaths, so he removes his suit, drapes himself in coveralls, and grabs a lamp. Miller thinks for a moment, then says, "Yeah, all right." He grabs a lantern.
In the past, we've seen people reword stuff they stole and hope they don't get caught. But now we're getting a special treat. We get to watch someone go back and try to change it even more. Like, no, we already know you stole.
Yeah, bro, this is kind of a wild thing for him to do, honestly, because it's like, then it's just so damning. Like, I'm legit kind of shocked that he did this. I thought he was like a solid ass fucking writer. Like I legit thought he wrote this entirely. Like I thought he was very good at writing.
All this now, you can't take it back and pretend you didn't.
But Floyd didn't really answer any of his questions. In fact, he was incoherent. So Miller took a few mental notes and he left. But Floyd didn't really answer any of his questions. There's nothing Miller can do. So he hurriedly turns around. Homer, Floyd, and the rope lay limp on the cave floor. Floyd fell back down. Homer, Miller, Burden, and the other three men were flat on their backs.
I feel skedaddled a little bit and bamboozled.
Get across how much worse written this version is. Riley's article has a chilling section about Floyd spending an entire day trapped screaming for help. He began a tormenting routine. Sleep, wake, scream. Sleep, wake, scream. Sleep, wake, scream. Minutes melted into hours. His voice disappeared. His arms tingled numb. Pain radiated up his ankle. This is vivid storytelling. I can feel myself going insane, even imagining being trapped there for 25 hours. It's a really good passage. Internet historian liked it too, so he stole it.
He's at the start of a very tiring loop. Sleep, wake, yell. Sleep, wake, yell. Hours passed. His voice gave in. Arms tingled numb. Pain radiating up his ankle. Here he remained in the dark for the next 23 hours.
Now, in the remake, he has to tell the same story, but with completely new words, so we get this.
So there's Floyd in the dark, yelling out for help. Yelling into the pitch black. After a while, his voice would give out, and he would have to sleep to recuperate. He would then wake sometime later, remember where he is, and begin yelling again for help. Here he remained in the dark for the next 23 hours.
It's just not as effective. The feeling of being stuck in that cycle for dozens of hours is gone. It's quite difficult to take a story you got from an article and...
I mean, if you were good enough as a writer, if you were solid enough as a writer, then you wouldn't need to plagiarize. And if you plagiarize, it's never going to be as good as the original. You know what I mean? Like, the reason why most people plagiarize in the first place is because they're not that good.
And tell it again without using any of the words you liked.
Floyd has been exploring the caves of Kentucky since he was merely 6 years old.
Oh, I guess I can't mention Kentucky now. That makes it obvious. Better re-record.
Floyd started his caving career at the tender age of 6.
Some of the changes give away how uncreative he was, just how much he relied on Riley's work, even with the most basic shit. He used his words about someone's hands being bruised and purple.
Parts were harder to navigate than before, especially now with their bruised and purple hands.
So in the new version, this had to be changed.
Parts were harder to navigate than before, doubly so with their bruised and rock-shredded hands.
Why would you not just write a new description of some hands in the first place? This is so lazy. What is wrong with this guy? And despite all these changes, the factual errors about the cave and the rock are still the same. It's like this version was made to annoy me. It's especially hard to make major changes when you already made the animations. It's almost impossible to remove Lucas's influence without doing so much work it's not even worth it. For example, the gopher section has been completely removed since it was directly copying an anecdote from the article. He's replaced it with a new segment, which is just C-tier reference humor.
He would go off on his own, disappearing into the caves for many hours at a time. Have you seen that movie, The Descent? It was a lot like that.
Holy crap, Lois, this is just like that movie. Some of Riley's article was too short and simple to meaningfully change, so those parts have just been taken out.
And all they could do was leave for now and reassess. Everybody was shaken by the experience. Burden fainted as he crawled towards the exit. Most of...
Bro, I can't believe he just like fucking went bar for bar on this shit, dude. He went through it like aggro style.
The other men had to be
been dumbed
down like
cut were all the ad for the people who enjoyed the original. People in the comments and on the Reddit page are asking why he changed it and why all their favorite lines are missing. They don't know why because he didn't tell them. Why is the new version of the video unlisted and not public? Well, it could be because it's a lot worse, but mainly by being so much worse, it kind
Hasan has actually never contributed to an argument. True. I don't like to argue. I like to agree. That's why I'm agreeing with you right now.
Kind of gives away what he did. This video's fans obviously want it back up. But if it goes back up and it's obviously much worse written now, the 10+ million people who saw it the first time, potentially even more than once, will wonder why it's different and look into why and maybe find out. But if it stays down, people will wonder why it's down and look into why and find out. It's like he's trying to delay the inevitable wider discovery of what he did by letting the video exist, but as quietly as possible, so no one wonders where the video went, but not too many people see it and notice the differences. It's a precarious situation, and I don't envy him. But he does deserve it. Right now, he looks like a plagiarist and a liar, and a coward who's willing to ruin his own video and let it gather dust unlisted in the corner to try and hide what he did.
To be fair, the new version now actually cites Riley's article. Whenever a section was too difficult to change, but too significant to remove, he keeps it in and cites the article at the bottom. In the original, there were several places where he quoted the same sources Riley quoted, and in this version, just to be safe, he also cites the article to make it clear that's where he got it. The description of this version also acknowledges the talented Mr. Riley and links to his work. This would have been cool if he'd done all this the first time and not tried to hide it, but this is like if...
I mean, low-key, even if he did it from the jump, I think Lucas Riley would still probably have the right to be like, what the fuck? You just, like, literally posted this. Like, my article, you put... I mean, they might actually enjoy it. They might actually maybe like it, depending on if they're a fan of Internet Historian or not, probably. Yeah. But then, ironically, he would have at least like given him exposure, and the likelihood that people will get mad at that. The likelihood that people will get mad at that is infinitely lower. You know what I mean? Love to pay for my dinner with exposure. I mean, this is where we come to the paid with exposure argument and the boundaries of paid with exposure. The reason why the overwhelming majority of internet content creators unironically do not care if you react to their videos or not, regardless of what some very loud internet content creators who no one is really reacting to will make this their lives mission, is because exposure is the name of the game when you are a YouTuber. When you make a product and you put it out there, you want as many people as possible to see it, especially when they come back to your channel, especially when a different content creator is showing it to their own community so that they turn around and go to your fucking channel and watch all your other goddamn videos. There's a reason for why that's different, for example, than, you know, taking another medium and slapping it on here. Does that make sense? The difference here, of course, is that Lucas Riley is a writer. So they make their money off of writing. They make their money off of literally having people adapt their writing. Right? You would normally, under other circumstances, have to like not just cite it, but most likely go to them and ask them for permission in this situation. On YouTube, however, it's a little bit different. The reason why it's a little bit different on YouTube is because if you're fucking rewatching a video, as long as it's not a one-to-one market substitute, this is not the legal boundary, this is not the legal definition. Obviously, it's still absolutely a copy strike. Like right now, HBomberguy could turn around and fucking hit me right now with a DMCA. He won't, because he's my friend, and I told him I was going to watch parts of his video already. Well, actually told him it's impossible for me to react to his video because it's fucking 4 hours long. But there are parts of this video that I want to react to, that I want to talk about, right? Things that are unique that he has uncovered. Now, he could do that. But the reason why he won't is, for the most part, the way that this process works, the way that it works for YouTubers and content creators in general, is that as long as you are using parts of it and then also giving proper credit, most content creators are never going to get mad at you for it. How long have you actually known them? For years. Yeah. Long ass fucking time. I think there's a difference between like pawning off someone else's work as your own. Absolutely zero people think that I'm like, when I watch a video like this, I usually don't upload it. But even if one of my fan channels uploads it on their own, nobody thinks that like I wrote the video. You know? If I were to like take all of these bars verbatim and repeat it as though I came up with them, then it'd be different.
Philip re-uploaded a very slightly changed version of the plagiarized videos and just put "thanks to Boomstick Gaming" in the description. It's too late to hide what he's done, though that hasn't stopped him from trying. Oh, late breaking update. A couple weeks ago, the Man in Cave re-upload became public again. I wondered how he would stop people noticing its weird changes. Then, days later, he uploaded this year's new video, so people's attention is onto the next thing now. The only people who really noticed the video coming back are the, hardcore fans. This was a real clever boy move. If I wanted to sneak my weirdly changed re-upload back out without too many people noticing, this is how I'd do it, and all I'd have to do next was hope no one ever makes the video I'm making right now. Oops. Right, my eyes have gone fuzzy, so it's time to get back up. Ah, my knees really hurt too. Okay, I threw out an IKEA Poang to make room for this beanbag chair, and it's rubbish. I love sacks full of balls, but not this much. Don't get a beanbag chair. Oh God! Jesus! Hey, the mic's still out of frame. That's nice, that never happens. I don't know, a proper apology would be nice, and maybe an explanation for why it happened. As far as I can tell, this is the only video where he's just ripped something off like this. I hope. You know, why did he do it for this one? Really, I just want to know where he got £33. I'm a simple man with simple needs. Yorkshire puddings with a little bit of gravy on top, and explanations for discrepancy. Meantime, and how do I destroy it? And it even tells half the stuff I covered in this video. Description. This card styles, that one's really good. And it even tells you which styles it's doing. Video time. All the way end of conclusion. You've probably guessed what's coming. Where's the part where he turns out to be on a green screen and the video's about someone else? Congratulations, you figured it out. You know all my tricks. The student becomes the master. Master of shit? It was real the whole time! Ah! Last time I wanted to research one thing and tripped and learned too much. This time I had the breakdown and worked backwards. We understand why this shit is wrong now and the damage it can do. The piles of money people make from stealing other people's words and ideas and work. But there's one group more important than historians or journalists or anyone else with a real job, and that's gay people. You know what's worse than stealing from established journalists who in the end are doing okay? Stealing from small queer writers or creators from marginalized groups who weren't even paid for their work in the first place. Stealing from the writings of dead people who passed away doing the activism you pretend to do. Stealing from the very people who fund your videos, the people you claim to be defending. This video is about James Somerton.
Who's this guy? Please react harder. This guy's fans on Twitch are fucking insane. So who is James Somerton?
James Somerton is a gay YouTuber with a degree in business administration who frequently refers to himself as a marketing expert.
I'm a YouTuber,
Damn, it's like he fucking gave me the answer right away.
marketing expert, and film school grad. I'm also gay.
Cool. In 2014, he briefly made videos about geek stuff, reviewing Marvel movies and so on. Several years later, when video essays became a popular format, he started making those, with a focus on queer characters in media and LGBT film history, and occasionally anime, such as this really successful video about the fascism of Attack on Titan, which has mysteriously disappeared. Where did it go? I wonder what happened there. Somerton is doing great by the standards of queer YouTube in terms of
You say he made a decent AOT analysis video? Brother, I think we're about to find out he didn't make the video. I don't know. All I'm saying is, I think we're about to find out he might not have made that video. I'm just saying, it seems like the 1 hour and 50 minutes thus far have been pointing to whoever is going to be in the next hour, 2 hours. Holy shit, it's a 4-hour video. 2 hours is going to be dedicated to the guy who didn't actually make Okay, let's just...
Views, ad revenue, sponsorships, Patreon income, and donations on his live streams, the man is doing extremely well financially in a field where people generally struggle to do this full time. In many ways, James Somerton is a success story our entire community should be proud of. Not to rain on this pride parade, but whenever I saw a video by James in my recommendations, I would have to stop watching because it quickly became clear to me he didn't know what he was talking about. The first video of his I ever saw was about Disney's relationship with the queer community, and in it he claims Disney set up an event called Gay Night and claimed to give the profits to charity, but actually kept the money.
During the 1990s, Disney's parks also tried profiting from their LGBT fans by creating Gay Night, a one-night-a-year event at the parks where LGBT folk would be the main guests. It was a big hit. Initially, the revenue was all to be donated to the Aid for AIDS Foundation, but by 1995, donations to the charity had dried up. Disney was keeping all of the profits for themselves.
He's misremembering a really well-known event. Gay Night was not set up by Disney, they didn't sanction it. A travel agency rented the park out for the night, and they kept the money they were supposed to have donated. This is a bit sloppy, but then he claims the more progressive CEO Bob Iger expanded Gay Nights into full Gay Day events.
Under his stewardship, Disney switched from the once-a-year Gay Night at Disney parks to the full Gay Days event, rebranding the occasion into a more family-friendly event.
See, this is why you can't trust gay content creators, brother. They lie to you.
Fair.
Now, obviously, Iger couldn't rebrand something Disney wasn't doing and had no control over. Gay Days is actually a completely separate event, which is also unofficial and unsanctioned by Disney. Also, it started before Gay Night and 15 years before Iger became CEO. It's kind of impressive how wrong this was. He's giving fucking Disney credit for the actions of independent queer people. It really downplays the work that people put into organizing stuff like Gay Days. It's super disappointing, honestly. The first official Disney Pride Night.
I thought, I'm not gonna lie, I legit thought every day was Gay Day at Disney. That shit is gay as fuck. It's so gay. It's been gay. Like, it's not new, man. It's been gay. Have you seen Ursula? The fuck?
Happened this year, 3 years after he made this video. That's how far off the mark he was on this. Whenever I saw another Somerton video in the wild, I'd give it another shot and quickly have to give up again. In his Yuri on Ice video, he claimed the show never went into explicitly gay territory because it aired early in the evening on Japanese television, and there's a law on the books preventing showing homosexuality that early.
Japan has certain laws, such as what time of night a queer-centric
okay, that hair is...
show can actually be aired on TV. This show was slated for an earlier time slot in the night because it's first and foremost a sports anime. In order for the quiet part to be as loud as the creator wanted, it would have to have had a much later time slot than the network wanted.
This is a common myth made up by Western fans of the show to explain why it wasn't gayer. They wanted to, but it was illegal. How convenient. But that law doesn't work that way.
Okay, to be fair, that's like classic anime, dude. That is literally weebs to a fucking T. That's Western fans of anime down to a T. Isn't there an anime that was, I saw it on Twitter. There was like an anime with all ladies, right? Like all little schoolgirls or whatever. And apparently people in the Western world have like turned it into like a lesbian fanfic. And they talk about how like it's all women because it's like pro women or whatever, but it's I think the real reason is because what? I don't know anything. I don't remember the actual tweet. If I could remember it, I'd pull it up. A lot of those animes don't have like male characters in them because they don't want they would lose their fucking minds if they saw their favorite girl that they love interacting with a man.
Way, and even if it did, Yuri on Ice aired at 2:30 AM in the morning, the gay witching hour. They could do whatever they wanted. But now I see people continuing to spread this lie, linking Somerton's video as proof it's true. James is helping to reinforce misinformation by not checking whatever he hears on Twitter before he spreads it, which is a bit concerning. Basically, I can't really watch James's videos because I care a lot about the stuff he talks about, and I can tell he's not really checked what he's saying, and that really gets to me. Normally in this situation, I would just not watch his videos and live my life, but over the last couple of years, Somerton has been repeatedly accused of plagiarism. In response, Somerton has claimed he never ripped off anyone, and the times he did weren't even that bad anyway.
If I had been plagiarizing videos, I wouldn't have a channel.
Uh-oh, I feel like he's going to be caught plagiarizing videos.
I would be called out all the time by people saying he stole my shit, but I don't plagiarize. The one time that there actually was plagiarism, it was by mistake, and I fixed it immediately, and it is no longer in my video. And the other two accusations, one was silly.
That's an interesting way of saying you didn't do it.
When 3 or 4 separate videos have 3 or 4 separate plagiarism controversies attached. There's not 3 or 4.
Somerton is telling the truth here. There are not 3 or 4 accusations. Whenever these allegations are brought up, however, a fan of his will normally pop up to accuse them of harassing a gay man and claim this is all part of a deliberate
I feel like he's harassing a gay man and is actually doing a deliberate homophobic
campaign against a queer creator. And as an open bisexual who knows what the internet is like, I'm vigilant to the possibility the phobes are making a fuss about nothing again to take down a fellow gay boy. It does happen, so keeping...
That's why I like it. Taking down a gay man a couple pegs, you know what I mean? That's why I like this part of the video. I'm just saying.
This possibility in mind, I looked at what he'd been accused of for myself, weighed up all the evidence as objectively as I could, and it quickly became clear he did do it. He's a massive plagiarist. In fact, there's a bunch of stuff no one else has found yet. He's just convinced his audience to attack people when they notice. And the worst part is, they do it in the name of defending a gay creator, when many of the people he has financially benefited from stealing from are queer themselves. I've never seen anyone try to put together a full explanation of what exact solid body of evidence contradicted out it being, shall we? Somerton uploaded Evil Queens, a queer look at Disney history, a 1 hour and 8-minute video about Disney's relationship with the queer community. This original upload of the video has since been deleted for reasons which will become clear. As the video reached its audience, some viewers began noticing similarities between the video and the book Tinkerbells and Evil Queens by Sean P. Griffin.
Damn! He just straight ripped the book. At least he read a book. Just saying.
Then James opens with a present.
Also, it's kind of brilliant. Wait, what the fuck?
Example of Disney being.
Oh my god. Is that? I know him. This is my friend. I think this is Michael Solomonov. Anyway, it's also top of the hour, and I'm going to hit you with a 3-minute ad break. Love Victor, dude is your friend? Yes. Yeah, we work out at the same gym. Saying. No, that's Cycle Mamino. Nice, dude. Disney expert here. That's not your friend. That's an actor. Common mistake. Yeah, I think it's actor Michael Solomonov. Don't you work out at home? No, I work out at my friend's home.
Bad about gay content on their platforms, and then says we need to explore Disney's history of doing this. The next 45 minutes are almost word for word taken from Griffin's book.
Okay, what I was going to say is, dude, if you're going to plagiarize, doing it off of a book is so fucking smart. Because unless the author literally watches your YouTube video, okay, who the fuck else on YouTube is reading books, dog? Who? No one reads shit. That's why they're on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? But this guy got caught? Yeah, because fucking HBomberguy is a nerd.
Fantasy is often described as a method of escape from the trials and tribulations of everyday reality. Living in a society that has outlawed homosexual desire, categorized it as a medical disease, Shmi is constantly at Hook's side, and although Hook is the maniacal master of the relationship, Shmi is obviously... His prospects brighten, though, when he overhears of a young man cub who is wandering alone in the jungle.
God damn! Wait, this motherfucker just did a book reading. What the hell? Yo! He's just reading the book. What the fuck? Don't you steal from Capital all the time? all the time. Except that's socialism, so it's allowed. If you want to read someone's book for an audience, you make an audio book. Well, bro did it. He did an audio book, except he doesn't even have like fun graphics on. At least Internet Historian took an article and then slapped like editing on it. This guy's just sitting in front of his Funko Pops and reading it. What the hell?
He whispers to himself, "How delightful," and vows to arrange a...
I spoke too soon. That was fire. He did an edit. That's an edit. I spoke too soon.
Rendezvous with the boy.
Most of this video is just James reading a book into the camera.
In the number, Ursula uses various methods to convince Ariel to sell her soul, from looking sorry and saint-like to shimmying madly in excitement.
Throughout this video, James uses parts of the book where Griffin quotes someone else. Like here, this is from an essay by Cynthia Erb. James just keeps reading and doesn't tell you he's quoting it.
Okay, you laugh, but there are literally Twitch streamers who just read public domain books on stream. Wait, what do you mean? That's like entirely different. One, it's public domain. Two, you understand that they're reading a public domain book. They're not like hiding it, right? That is entirely legal. And also, like, even if I were to sit here and read a fucking entire book, I read articles all the time on the stream. Hello? All the time. It's like half of what I do is read articles and then engage in commentary. There's a reason why journalists love that shit instead of hate that shit. They love that shit so much they sometimes also come on the stream to talk about the articles that they've written. Sometimes they stay at my house while they're writing their new articles because I'm reading an article. Everybody knows that. You know what I mean? It's like technically a lot of these people don't understand it online, but it's almost like I'm reacting to their article. You know what I mean? I'm reacting to their article. I'm getting them paid with exposure, and they love that shit. The difference, of course, is that, like, everybody knows that's not my work. I didn't do the journalism. I read the journalism that someone else did. I mean, that's how news media operates, for the record. It's just... When my teacher asks me to read the book to the class, I tell her to stop doing illegal things.
Anyone, and even changes it slightly, almost like he knows it's wrong and
you should copy paste it into a notepad and pass it off as your thoughts. Yeah, I should do that.
He's trying to get away with it.
I've realized that if I were to do that instead of fucking reacting to a goddamn video, people would be less mad at me.
In its use of vocal...
Until HBomberguy makes a 4-hour video on it, then they would get mad at me.
Pat Curl's ability to slide up and down the musical register, from shrieks to baritones, Poor Unfortunate Souls is an unmistakable send-up of the campy female impersonation numbers of underground queer films in the early days of Hollywood.
When he rips off Griffin quoting more well-known writers like Susan Sontag, he reads them out and puts the quote on screen. It looks like when he thinks he can get away with it, he passes obscure writers' words off as his own. He's already stealing from Griffin, why stop there? Somerton reuses a section of the book where Griffin quotes gay journalist and activist Jack Babushio, who passed away of AIDS in 1990. Griffin explains who he is and discusses his quote, mentioning by name repeatedly. You know, the way you quote someone and discuss what they said. Somerton removes all mention and discussion of Babushio, but he still steals everything he says.
And amping up that depiction to an 11. Camp, by focusing on the outward appearance of a role, implies that roles, and in particular gender roles, are superficial. A matter of style.
He then skips a few paragraphs, since the book discusses what Babushio meant by this, and that would give away James didn't write it. I didn't even think it was possible, but somehow James managed to steal 2 queer authors' words at once.
Respect.
He copied a book word for word, and even removed mention of the people being quoted, so it sounded like he was saying their words too. That's not something you do by...
You can't do that. You can't... Dude, not everyone can do that. Everyone's out there doing it one at a time. This dude made it 2 at a time. 2 for 1. That's a double whammy. You got to put some respect on it.
Mistake. That's something you do when you want to take the credit, which he does. In future videos, James talks about Evil Queens as if it was all his ideas.
But other movies require a bit more digging. In Evil Queens, I talked about the queerness of the 90s Renaissance Disney movies, especially Aladdin and The Lion King. When I first mentioned this to people, they thought I was crazy. Then I explained it to them,
Why would anybody think you're crazy? What? I thought everybody knew Disney was gay as fuck. Am I alone on this? I thought the only people that didn't realize Disney, gay Disney. I thought the only people that didn't know Disney was historically always gay is like Ben Shapiro. You know what I mean? Like he's the one who's, and he's also faking it too, just to be like, you've made Disney gay for the first time ever. It was never gay, hypothetically. But now it's gay and it sucks.
And they came around to seeing it my way.
And everyone clapped. James claims this video is his work and a weird, bold new approach to media, when it's word for word from a 20-year-old book. It's ridiculous. He appears to have found and replaced words like gay and homosexual to queer or LGBT.
Another narrative strand in Disney's films that would have a great appeal to the queer community is the tale of the outside. Labeled it as a sin against God and allowed and often encouraged violent.
You know what's ironic? Once again, as long as he sourced it, because this is literally a fucking, like, this is a book that is well researched. All he would need to do is like source this and be like, I am taking this verbatim from the book, and then turned around and maybe sourced another book. And then most people would probably watch this shit and be like, wow, it's crazy how many books he read. Because it's clear he read the fucking book. I mean, he's reading it. You know what I mean?
Acts against LGBT people, queer culture has unsurprisingly embraced. Queer culture, particularly gay male culture, has long held a fascination with fantasy. The close association of gay men to the world of fantasy has attributed to some of the most common insults for gay men in Western culture.
Somerton never mentioned the book or its author anywhere. There was nothing in the credits, the description, no citations, no mention of his name. Nothing. When YouTubers use a book as a major source of research, usually they mention it or put it in the background on their set. He did film himself next to a book, but it's not Tinkerbell's. It's Disney War, a commonly cited source in videos covering Disney stuff. He's trying to look like he did research without giving away where he got all the words he's saying. Eventually, a Twitter user who noticed the similarities started comparing the works closely and wrote a thread showcasing hundreds and hundreds of words worth of examples of the video directly copying Griffin's book. She eventually asked him why he didn't credit it, and he responded that he hadn't started crediting source materials yet when he made the video. He then finally added a reference to the book to the description almost 2 months after it had been uploaded. He'd gone with the internet historian method, put an acknowledgement of your theft in the description later and pretend that makes stealing okay. The thread's author thanked him for admitting it, but pointed out adding a line of text to near the bottom of the description is deceptive, considering the sheer amount of writing he copied. It looked like he was trying to get away with it by hiding some text somewhere no one would see. In response, he did the professional adult thing and blocked her and started tweeting vaguely about being wrongly accused of plagiarism, even though he always credits authors in the video description, which is a very funny thing to say when he didn't do that until the person he's currently complaining about pointed out he didn't. In just over a day, James went from saying, "Whoops, I'll put his name in the description, learning as I go, smiley face," to "I always credit authors in video descriptions, fuck off with your accusations." He also made a YouTube community post with the same text as the tweets. However, this turned out to be a Streisand'ian bargain, because people started asking what he was being criticized for. Here's where it gets really interesting. James responded to one of them with a new example. Something like this had already happened before. James had made a video called Unrequited: The History of Queerbaiting, and this video had also been accused of stealing from a documentary called The Celluloid Closet. So this wasn't even the first time he'd been caught doing something like this. The author of the thread noticed this comment and looked at the description of the Unrequited video, and there was a note hidden towards the bottom thanking The Celluloid Closet in a familiarly vague way. Somerton had been caught stealing something before, and he tried to get away with it the same way by hiding something in the description. The comments section was full of people saying thanking the documentary in the description wasn't good enough since he copied a shit ton of it. She then tweeted she was considering comparing The Celluloid Closet and Unrequited side by side like she'd done with Evil Queens. It looks like James saw this tweet and realized someone was about to prove he'd done plagiarism in multiple videos, because suddenly he set both Unrequited and Evil Queens to private so no one could watch them, and made a post announcing this. The thread's author mentioned this happened and included these screenshots of the announcement. Let's put this on a timeline. This tweet came almost exactly 12 hours after saying she was thinking of checking the other video. In her screenshot, the announcement was only 11 hours old. James hid unrequited within an hour of someone saying they were thinking of checking it for plagiarism. That's not suspect at all. In his post, he explained he was the victim of a targeted harassment campaign, had received death threats, and he hid these videos because he didn't want people who want him dead seeing them. In the comments section, he also claimed the thread's author had been harassing and attacking him for the last 48 hours on Twitter, and her followers had been hunting down his home and work addresses. Any harassment or threats Somerton may have received are unconscionable and wrong. I want to clarify right now that if anyone harasses Somerton on my behalf, they are worse than him and will not see the light of heaven. I must underscore, however, the original author was not unnecessarily rude in her criticisms, was straightforward and polite when speaking to James directly, and when he talked about harassment, she was very clear where she stood on that as well. Somerton accused her of personally stalking him anyway.
Gotta be disgusting to see as someone who actually gets credible death threats for zero fucking valid reasons. I mean, here's the difference, okay? Online, if there's one thing that's constant, if you respond, it's going to snowball and it's going to turn into a much larger problem. Whether it's valid or not doesn't matter. So one thing that I will say in this circumstance is what this guy did, his major mistake was to literally fucking respond. He did Streisand it. Streisand effect is unironically a thing that occurs whether the criticisms are valid or invalid. Straight up. Especially if you don't do a good enough job of like sitting down, taking in every single thing that the person has told you, okay? And then going through it piece by piece in the most neurodivergent way you physically can, okay? And making a super well thought out, super reasonable reaction. Only then can you maybe push back on it, but even then, people will most likely take that and you know, use it and weaponize it against you. Straight up. I know this from my own experiences that have snowballed into going from nothing to like snowballing into like absolutely major issues behind the scenes. That have turned into like super, that have turned into like consistent hater fuel. Bad empanada is a good example. What do you mean? Why? What did bad empanada do? Oh, quoting sources? Oh, yeah.
And starting a harassment campaign against him, threatening his life and trying to track down his address with her obscure thread of tweets. The author's account was very small at the time, with less than 150 followers.
Yeah, Bad Empanada would be like probably... I think Bad Empanada would be one of the better content creators online if he just didn't have a Twitter account. Like, unironically, the fact that they keep fucking nuking his Twitter account is actually a good thing for him, but he doesn't realize it. And he thinks it's like a bad thing for him. But it's like he would be so much better as like a content creator that just does not tweet. Because he's such a fucking freak, dude. Oh my lord, he is such a goddamn freak. He is the most insane person online. His Twitter is mostly a joke, in my opinion. He has like 7,000 accounts. He's also, yeah, I mean, he is a gremlin. He is absolutely a fucking gremlin. Keep in mind, there's people that pretend to be him. Says he doesn't have a Twitter on his YouTube. Good. I'm glad that he says that. Pretty sure he does, though.
And barely anyone had seen the thread until Somerton accused it of trying to kill him. Instead of addressing his mistake head-on and holding himself accountable, Somerton span a narrative about how the most polite critic he could have possibly gotten was the head of a targeted campaign against him. while trying to hide the evidence. On the other hand, the author of this thread has received a lot of harassment from Summerton's fans over the years, to the point they eventually changed their username and locked their account. You literally can't see these tweets anymore. When I managed to contact her with questions, she asked me to reference her as little as possible because she's afraid of it starting again. Summerton's fans believed they were defending him from someone threatening his life, remember? So they were pretty fucking vicious about it. And that is what he was telling them. When he made a video addressing the plagiarism, he titled it, "About Those Death Threats."
Somebody watched my Evil Queens video, my video about Disney, and realized that there are quotes in the video that are directly taken from the book Tinkerbells and Evil Queens. They went ahead and started accusing me of plagiarism. Somebody read their thread and decided to message me some death threats, as you do on the internet. I think she has something like 154 Twitter followers, something like that, and some of the people of that 154 decided, hey, let's threaten to kill him. But yeah, that's the situation. That's why someone doxed me and threatened to kill me.
He claimed he simply...
I mean, it sucks. It sucks, but it's just like, this is a common practice. I'm going to be honest. It's probably not any of the 154, but it's just like probably haters. You know what I mean? It's usually better practice to not mention this openly because it only compounds. It has
forgot
a capacity
to
get
credit
worse.
the book, which made up the vast majority of his script.
I'm kind of flighty when a video is done and I'm putting the credits together, so I don't always remember to put everything in the credits. That's kind of been a problem with me in the past. That has happened before.
He then compared his video to serious documentaries and how they're often based on books.
You know, like a lot of documentaries, they're based on books that come out. And so, yes, going forward, I just want you to know my videos may well be based off of books.
Normally you get permission to adapt people's books into documentaries before you make them and release them to the public for money. It's really hard not to see this for what it is. A guy making up a series of bad excuses after being caught plagiarizing. Let's just think about this for a second. If James was honestly adapting a book, why would he film himself on his set for an hour sitting next to a different book and not even think to mention the book he's adapting even exists? Summerton went out of his way not to mention his primary source, so people wouldn't read it and realize he copied it.
So yeah.
Did you go to school? Do you have a bookmark folder? Do you have a history on your saved on your browser? What? Oh, you're talking to him.
I guess what I'm just trying to say is that, yes, there are quotes in the video and sections of the video that are taken from the book. It's not entirely based off of it. There's, you know, most of what's in the video is my own original content.
How does he explain what he did to the quote from Babushio? He doesn't even try.
And if you don't want to support me anymore because not everything is entirely my original thoughts, then that's fine. So I would never have had the time to do that amount of research for a YouTube video.
This video and all his YouTube posts about the plagiarism accusations were deleted soon after. I think Summerton realized there was no decent explanation for what he had done, so trying to explain it made him look worse. Instead, he started tweeting that he'd sent the video to the author to ask for permission to put the video up again. He was finally asking permission to do what he already did months ago. I'm curious how he explained all of this to Griffin. It sounds like Griffin asked to be credited properly because the old version of Evil Queens never came back up. Instead, a new one was uploaded. This version is exactly the same as the old one, except it has, based on the book by Sean Griffin, hastily added to the opening credits. In the span of a few days, the video graduated from not acknowledging the book anywhere to using it as a major source of research to finally being based on it. In the years since this happened, Summerton has come up with new lies about it to try to make himself look better. On a recent livestream, someone brought up the old allegations, and his version of the story is that he always had permission from Griffin before he even made the video.
For the Evil Queens one, like I said, that was based directly on the book. That was word for word from the book. And that's why before doing the video, I got permission from the author to do it. But I did have full permission from him before making the video.
The tweet about how he literally had to take the video down and ask permission afterwards is still up. Anyone can fact-check this. I want to observe that if this was an honest mistake, James had the opportunity to be honest about it and chose to lie. Looks a bit like a dishonest mistake to me. He also pretends he credited Griffin in the description in the first place, and the person who criticized him simply didn't notice.
In the original version of Evil Queens, the citation was in the description of the video and not in the video itself. And that was the issue. They didn't read the description. And so I took down the video and I put it back up.
Wait, okay, I'm going to skip through this a little bit. So there's more, I assume.
The Celluloid Closet is a documentary about the portrayal of homosexuality across the history of Hollywood, with
Celluloid Closet, it got worse, he's still doing it. Okay, let's watch the Attack on Titan part. That's like the big Monty, right? That's when he pops up. I would go to It Got Worse. No disrespect to HBomberguy, you guys should watch it. I was watching it on my own as well. This is a great video, just 4 hours long. I mean, I love HBomberguy. I've watched admitted pre-watch. No, I watched the beginning parts of it. Chapter Turnabout Summertime is the best, most damning 3 minutes of H-bomb killing a man's career in this video. He's still doing it, or It Got Worse is what you think I should watch?
Worse. Society and queer horror, or as the video calls itself, deep cuts. Society and queer horror steals so many words from so many writers, it genuinely makes me think I've traveled to an alternate dimension where plagiarism is fine!
4 girls end up in the same school and find each other essentially by cruising the hallways. Given Carrie's simultaneous status as horror film victim and monster, alongside the narrative concerning her burgeoning sexuality and attraction to boys, or when Ripley asserts authority in the team after Dallas is caught by the alien, Ash, the male robot, feels threatened and attempts to dominate Ripley, regain his masculinity. It's fun, messy, mean, sad, campy, and self-aware. That's the key variable that makes Hellraiser so special.
I can't show you how messed up.
Has this guy ever watched a movie and had an independent thought? Like, I don't understand. Like, here's what you shouldn't have done. Whatever you're doing right now. He could have just fucking done something else. I don't understand it. This is how I wrote my college papers. Bro, if you wrote your college papers like this, you would get clapped. These people remind me of that guy you recently debated. Is this guy related to Santos? No.
Up this is without ruining this video's runtime even more than I already have.
Me waiting for the Anthony Fantano video to have an opinion on a new album, Pipo Pago. Yeah, that's a little different. You're passing off that's like kind of the purpose of why a lot of these people originally write these articles as well. So that you read them and you go, ah, and then you say, ooh, I'm going to repeat this to my friends so I can sound smarter. It's like partially, like I've said before, 90% of the reason why I do commentary. Okay? The difference, of course, is when you take that and then you just pass it off as your own in an article that you wrote. You know what I mean? Or a video that you wrote. But Fantano doesn't rip a shit. No, I know. I'm saying a chatter hearing me say something and then repeating it to their friends is very different. You don't have to cite me, okay? That's fucking ridiculous. I'm an idiot. You can repackage it. You can even verbatim quote it. Make it seem like it's your own take. You could go around and be like, you know, I have a personal doctrine about nuke ownership, okay? Nation building. I have a doctrine for nation state building. And one of the things is you got to get nukes. And if you don't have nukes, you got to make sure you find nukes. And if someone, if America says you got nukes, then, and if you don't have nukes, you got to drop everything and find nukes, right? Go ahead, say it. Who gives a shit? Gonna start citing Fantano with timestamps and casual conversations with the buds. Anthony Fantano, internet's busiest music nerd. Episode 4, minute 14, second 53.
So let's use visuals. Here's a transcript of all the words James says in this hour and 25-minute long video. And here's all the parts that are plagiarized. Each author's name is in a different color for convenience. This video steals roughly 10,000 words from 18 different places. And this is just the stuff I found. There could be more. A truly staggering portion of this video is James staring into his prompter, reading words he got by Googling movie name gay. I wish I could show you everything he copied, but we'd be here forever. This is just one video, and he makes so many of these. And now we know how! But Somerton thinks he's figured out a loophole. It's a familiar spin on an old classic. It opens with a horror-themed credits sequence, which claims the video is based on the works of, and briefly shows a bunch of names. These are some of the people he plagiarized. So if any of his plagiarism is noticed, he can say, no, I name-dropped them in the opening for literally 1 second, so it's fine. This is the stupidest thing I've ever... Anyone watching this video would assume this is Somerton showing his sources, or people whose work he read while writing the video, not people whose writing is the video, based on the works of Colin Arison. What does
this... This is HBomberguy fucking honest Turnitin shit, dude. It's crazy. Okay, he's still doing it. There's more, and then there was another thing you wanted me to watch, right? Wait. Oh, I want to see the Attack on Titan one.
While I was doing preliminary research late last year, a funny thing happened. Somerton's YouTube community page was wiped. Hundreds of posts from over...
Stop telling me to stop skipping it. You go watch it on your own, and you should go watch it on your own, okay?
For several years, disappeared overnight. At this point, I'd spoken to a few of the writers Somerton had stolen from, and I wondered if maybe one of them had publicly accused him. But after doing some more looking, it turned out no, someone else had independently noticed they'd been plagiarized because there was still more. Seldom Musings, a WordPress blog, had made a post accusing Somerton of plagiarizing a blog post about Attack on Titan from 2013. And then I thought, wait, doesn't Somerton have a video from September 2022 called, like, Attack on Titan and the Death of Media Literacy? Well, he did. Finding an old link, it was suddenly set to private. Over 1.5 million views had been wiped from his channel. Huh. I already had a copy downloaded because, well, Somerton has deleted inconvenient videos before, and I figured something like this would happen again.
What the fuck? Well, he was just out there? Bro, this man is a hound. Have you checked your citations? No, I have not, and I am scared too. Oh my God. Don't make me ratio you again. How political influencers encourage platform political participation. You dumb cracker bitch. The legitimizing of white supremacy during a Twitch ban of HasanAbi. Post authentic engagement with alternative political commentary on YouTube and Twitch. Perilous place. Personal stories to point to the possible solutions to widespread flooding in the Mississippi Delta. Next, I would like to thank the two media figures who have emboldened my passion for media politics, Hasan Piker and Andrew Callahan. Oh, God. Algorithmic Hate, Brandon Tarrant, and the Dark Social Web by Luke Munn. Hasan Piker unravels the connection between the vlogger and extremist positions in a video titled PewDiePie, alt-right or irresponsible gamer bro. Alternative media and non-linear mediated debate, the case of variety streamers. How does social media use affect creativity? Live and left is Twitch political live streaming and Hasan Piker. How Hasan Piker took over Twitch does the Taylor Lorenz New York Times article. Not that many. Let's see if there's a... Okay. Dualism and unworthy legal practice. The marginalization of women's rights in Syria. Early marriage? Okay, that's not. Yeah, nothing came up when I... That's wild. Okay, let's continue. Not that many. 3K. Results actual moment? What?
I've been going through his videos chronologically, so I hadn't got to that one yet, but what's kind of funny is I know I would have noticed this plagiarism myself if I had. That blog post has gone viral multiple times. It's one of the main sources for Western awareness of Attack on Titan's author's right-wing views. If you're deep on anime fascism discourse, this is a classic post. I've seen it linked and referenced dozens of times over the years. It would make sense to point to this post if you were discussing the political implications of Attack on Titan, or you could even—
There's 7 pages? What the fuck? Wait. Wait, what do you mean? No, the rest of these are silly citations. Oh my god, never mind. The direct and indirect effects of temperature, snow depth. Thanks to Hasan Piker for keeping me entertained throughout this extended experiment. Push streamers like Hasan Piker and whatever is happening on TikTok. Click. Political influencers of social media and introduction. Mr. Beast criticized for helping people. One of these critics is the Twitch streamer Hasan Piker. Wait, what? Dude, they write anything up in this bitch, bro. 3,000 results? That's too many results. I was mentioned 3,000 times. Politigram, leftist political Instagram, and horizons of knowledge. Extra life, an ODR meditation. Okay, I'm not even in that. Wait, maybe I am. Decoding the theme of hunting in half Piker. Okay, see, that's it. The political turn of Twitch, understanding of live chat as an emergent space. Try hard with a vengeance, meaning making and boundary keeping on Twitch. Hasan explained that it was because of the emote spawned spam whenever a black person. Oh, the emote try hard. Lessons for journalists from virtual worlds. To know is to compare. Studying social media across nations, media, and platforms. Hasan Piker, young professor in New Jersey. What the fuck? Okay, then the rest of it is just like silly shit. Okay, the rest of it is not me. If you put double quotes around your search, it'll show exact matches like this. A double quote is in a single quote. Oh, I didn't know that. I just did quadruple quotes, I guess. That's it. I've reached a crossroads after dedicating 3 decades of unwavering loyalty and support to HasanAbi. 30 years of emotions, countless moments, and immeasurable energy invested in a journey that has left me profoundly disappointed. Today marks the solemn conclusion of an era as I officially unstand HasanAbi. The weight of this decision is profound. Politigram, Extra Life, ODR. The political turn of Twitch, understanding live chat as an emergent political space. We saw all of this. Okay. Yeah, no, these are all the random shit afterwards. All right, we're done with this. Let's get
even
back.
quote it and cite it as a source. Well, wouldn't you know it, Summerton doesn't link the post or quote it anywhere or acknowledge its existence, he just copies it.
This outrage should come as no surprise knowing the history between Japan and Korea, but that is exactly what most people may not be aware of. Korea was occupied by Japan from 1910 to 1945.
Only one of many East Asian nations colonized by Japan as part of its growing imperial presence at the time, during which the Japanese army enforced changing Korean names to Japanese style, destroyed and stole Korean culture.
You're cited, it seems, in some book on rural queer life. What? Una corresponsalía multiformato para las nuevas audiencias. Oh, it's, wait, Emilio Domenech? Wait a minute. That's, I recognize that name. What does he say? I mean, this is like Chris Hayes, streamers like Hasan Piker and whatever is happening on TikTok. What the fuck did Chris Hayes say about me? Die Erschöpfung der vernetzten Psyche, Sonderung der Online-Hypersensibilitäten. Okay, let's just...
Cultural artifacts and locations, murdered the Korean Empress, forced Korean men into hazardous war efforts, forced Korean women into sexual slavery for Japanese soldiers, and tortured and massacred and experimented upon Koreans en masse. However, history books and classes in Japan have glossed over it.
I mean, at least his like style has gotten... Emilio Domenech is a Spanish polydix streamer. His name is I feel like I think I met him, right? But his name seems super fucking familiar. And he does follow me on Twitter, but
If not, outright ignore these events.
James doesn't acknowledge the writing he's stealing at all, though he does find the time to make a long opening sequence, James Somerton Presents, directed and edited by James Somerton, written by Nick Hergott and James Somerton. This site was active briefly in 2013, with a post in 2016 clarifying the blog was done. They came back 6 years later to talk about James stealing their work.
The reluctance to paraphrase the same factual information speaks to a lack of imagination, not to mention a lack of research. He should be ashamed of the laziness of copying entire sentences into his script as if he wrote them himself. How can you say a fandom lacks media literacy when you can't even conduct your own research or compose your own analysis?
Somerton saw the author call him a plagiarist and panicked and hid the video, deleted all his community.
No, I can't see the law review article. HasanAbi. Is it your own fucking law review article? Is that what you're doing?
Community post, so there was nowhere to leave a comment asking what happened this time. He was preparing for his plagiarism to go public and locking everything down. If what Somerton was doing was a defensible artistic choice, he'd be defending it, wouldn't he? He'd say, this is a normal thing to do and I'm going to keep doing it. Instead, he does it secretly and hides the videos when people notice. It's clear he knows what he's doing is wrong and would just rather keep stealing than actually do any work. But while we're talking about the Attack on Titan video, you know he didn't just steal one thing. The video's an hour long. No self-respecting marketing expert would do all that work himself. In this video, and only this video, he quotes several YouTubers, like he has their text on the screen and he reads it out. And he would never normally do that. He would just steal their words and pretend he came up with them. Which means he must be stealing from someone who quoted them. And, yeah.
For a long time, anime fans had no way of knowing what their favorite writers and artists even looked like, let alone what they thought about the world.
3.5 minutes of this video comes from Peter Jackson at Vice Motherboard. And yeah, when he quotes YouTubers, he's actually quoting Jackson quoting them. I can't believe I fucking called it.
YouTuber Jeff Thu argues, it's because this discussion keeps happening, but it's also not. There's some really good criticism of Attack on Titan, and I think it's important to criticize it.
Now, this isn't just an article quoting someone. Jackson reached out to Jeff for his opinion on this topic. There's nowhere else James could have got this quote, and this time he really fucked it up. At one point, he uses a quote Jackson got from historian and scholar Andrea Horbinski. But remember how he sometimes finds and replaces words like gay or trans to queer or LGBT to hide it? He accidentally did that to the quote!
As they put it, these fans insist that feminism and LGBTQ people don't exist in Japan, and that any anime depicting either is woke garbage or similar. These fans are extremely angry at attempts to discuss the depictions of female characters in anime as something that could often use improvement, or the inclusion of LGBT characters, period.
This is the most amateur shit I've ever seen. This is sub-high school level plagiarism hiding. You don't find and replace text in the quotes, James! People in Somerton's official Discord server were asking what happened to the video. On January the 1st this year, he said the video was coming—
Say hi to Gita's dad. He's a HasanAbi head. I know. Hi. Thank you for your loyal support.
back up that day, and that it had to come down because of a missing source. That's a very strange way of saying someone noticed me plagiarizing them and criticized me for it, and I deleted fucking everything. The new version he uploaded is a minute shorter. He just cut out the sections where he directly read the blog post. The video is even more stilted and strangely written than normal. The point Summerton was trying to make here was so important he was willing to steal it from someone else. Now that point is missing, and the surrounding conversation makes no sense. The new version opens saying the original had a citation error. But if that was the problem, why didn't he add a citation instead of deleting the section completely? Well, one reason might be he wants the credit for himself, but the other is if he added their name now, anyone who checked would see the author's new post saying he plagiarized them. Summerton's only way out is to hide it and hope no one notices. He doesn't want to stop stealing, he just wants to not get caught doing it. If he thinks he can get away with keeping something in, he does. The 3 minutes of the video, written completely by Geeta.
He showed up bitching a trans guy, non-binary person. The bid Hasan skipped is fucked. He's obviously transphobic. Part of the reason why he might be doing that also is because, like, I think YouTube will demonetize you if you use those words. So that might be another reason. I don't know.
We've talked a lot today about what plagiarism is, but we should also talk a little bit about what it isn't. It's completely fine to be inspired by someone or build on ideas you got from somewhere else, especially if you're open about it. Famous big boy YouTuber Ludwig has a thing he calls the yoink and twist, where he gets ideas from existing videos and openly broadcasts he's doing his own spin on it. In his video about that one guy copying the capsule hotel video, he happily says where he got the stuff he drew on for his own work.
This is me trying silly chess ideas, and look at all the tweets beside me with your ideas suck. Genius thumbnail. I got it from Fundy. I got it from Fundy. I made your dumb ideas in Minecraft, and then he has a bunch of tweets next to him.
It's hard for anyone to feel ripped off when he's open about where he got the ideas. I'm old enough now that when I was yay high, I was here for the
praising Elwig but smoking you. I mean, yeah, it's fucked up. Fucked up. He must hate me and love.
First time this conversation happened on YouTube. It's easy to get rose-tinted about the early days, the 240p wiki wild wild west before anyone had sponsorships or even qualified for ad revenue. There was no money in it, so people just made what they liked making. Things were better.
The funniest thing has been people trying to be like, HBomberguy clearly fucking attacking internet historian because he doesn't agree with his politics, but defending Hasan because he agrees with his politics. And I'm like, bro, did you see like the original person that he took down for the entire video? Internet historian is like a brief moment of mention in a much larger takedown of a queer content creator. Like, you think he doesn't agree ideologically with the queer content creator? Or do you think it's because he doesn't agree with the actions there? It's very silly. Sorry, he loves the sponsorship. No, I know. I know. Chat, I know.
More original then. This was never the case. There wasn't capital, but there was social capital, and that spends almost as good. The AV...
I saw people saying he gives you a pass because you're fucking friends is delusional, or maybe there's a difference between reacting to YouTube videos and passing it off as my own video that I made. You guys think you think that might be the difference? I don't know.
PGN, one of the subjects of this video, had dozens of knockoffs vying for his spot. The Irate Gamer, the Game Dude, the Sega Kid, Urinating Tree, Armake21, Acoustic Rocker, Undercover Filmer, the Pissed Off Angry Gamer Man.
Nintendo Shit Cube.
Even before there was any money in it, we were drowning in people competing to be the guy calling NES Batman a shitload of fuck. But even back then, you could draw a line between people who cynically wanna be the guy and people who wanted to be themselves, but inspired and informed by ideas they liked. Second-generation critics, like the Spoony one, are open about drawing inspiration from Armake21, one of the better angry reviewers. And how many people claim inspiration from Spoony one today?
Too many. Stop Skeletons from Fighting, who, unlike everyone I just mentioned, is still around today because he developed his own new ideas, started out by taking inspiration from all these people and then deliberately doing the opposite, with the happy video game nerd, being positive about games he liked. Now that's a yoinkin' twist. YouTube is a beautiful cesspool of inspiration, remixing, riffing, parody. Drawing on existing ideas is a great way of making something new and unique. It's only wrong when you add nothing and try to pretend it was yours in the first place.
And you don't have to cite your sources like a rocket scientist either. Sonic Law YouTuber Cybershell frequently uses information and images he got from websites like The Cutting Room Floor and just explains where he's getting it from and often asks permission to use it. A coward would hide their source in a paste bin and not mention it anywhere else, but his videos are great because he shows you where you could learn more, and maybe even makes fun of you for not reading the website yourself in the first place, while explaining the topic in his own way. This is why Kat is forcing me to tell you his Chow video is objectively the best thing on YouTube. Thanks a lot, Kat. Fittingly, when Cybershell inspires someone, they're equally open about it. When one of his videos led Alan Pan to invent a device to steal soda from Universal Studios, he tells you right at the start he found out about the original from Cybershell's video. This is the community spirit I love to see on this website. It's kind of beautiful watching a wider story unfold, one generation of Baja Blast thieves passing on their designs to the next. If you're honest about it, there's not even anything wrong with adapting a book or telling people what you found on Wikipedia. Different people like getting information in different ways. Wikipedia lets people record and upload readings of pages so you can learn about Bhutanese passports through audio, and they do it for a reason.
Can't find it now by the paywall, but the good quote from the Law Review article, Piker argues that gambling regulations exist because of the incalculable harm it does when you're promoting a dangerous vice like gambling to a younger audience, adding that it's just a bad and wrong thing to do. That's a banger, huh? Look at that.
Some people might even prefer a video version. It would practically be an accessibility feature. Making video adaptations of interesting books or mental floss articles is an idea with potential. It's a way of spreading writing and ideas to a new audience, and all you have to do is be honest about it. That also forces you to be accountable. You'd have to ask permission and get the approval of the people who wrote what you're adapting, which clears up any potential criticisms or infringement on the existing work. Speaking of adaptation, what about different languages? This is another way of sneaking plagiarism under the radar.
You might be wondering why I am subtitled in Portuguese.
A few years back, Jeff Thu, the guy James quoted someone quoting, covered how a Brazilian YouTuber had been stealing dozens of videos from him and other English-speaking creators, but in Portuguese, so us cadelas would never notice. This sucks, but it also points to one of the core barriers to accessibility.
To be honest, though, get your fucking money up. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. Yeah.
For creators. Most videos are trapped in their mother tongue, making them hard to watch in other languages and therefore easier to steal. This is why some clever creators very smartly let their producer trick him into paying people to do proper captions for the vaccines video in Portuguese, Spanish, and French so more people could engage with the facts of the story, and Pathologic into Russian because I know who watches that video. Translation is a big part of video discovery, in more ways than one. For Spoonie fans, a lot of his old videos used to be missing as non-YouTube video hosts died and their content didn't make the jump. Many of his videos weren't viewable on YouTube, were it not for the Spoonie Russ. A Russian fan of Spoonie re-uploaded his videos with Russian subtitles, and some of these were the only versions of those videos that existed on the net, at least for a while. Subtitling his videos didn't just make him accessible to a new language, but to the original language too. That's pretty cool. But you can go deeper than sub. You
Can I get your permission to get my own channel by translating your stream? Fuck yeah, dude.
can dub.
Времени хуже. Это вашу мать!
Counter-Strike tuber 3Clicks Philip dubbed two of a Russian creator's videos about mods they made into English, with permission of course. It's very cool that a video about game development got to cross the language barrier for us Tsukas to enjoy. There might actually be a market in adapting videos like this. I'm sure some of my videos would do very well if someone translated them into English.
I think a lot of people are inclined to protect creators they like on the grounds that plagiarism is a very academic-sounding problem, like something that happens in research papers or journalism, not something that you can do in a silly video made for entertainment purposes. Why are we holding YouTubers to standards? That would be like expecting accurate history from someone whose name has historian in it. Because YouTubers often project a sense of being scrappy, do-it-yourself amateurs, it feels almost wrong to expect them to be professional. But a lot of them are professionals,
I do agree with
regardless how
that.
authentic their personality.
To be fair, I like the first thing he's saying. This is how I feel kind of still even. And that's maybe because like I grew up in an environment where like YouTube was just starting. Like I was there on the bottom floor, you know what I mean? So in my mind, it's just like never a serious. It's never like a serious thing. It's never a serious platform. And I rarely ever think about like the unironic damage that like all of these fucking hater ass, bitch ass commentary channels probably make, because like that shit is now on the record, right? Like people probably know me from that shit. Anyway. No shot Hasan watched all 4 hours? No, I did not watch all 4 hours. We skipped through a lot of the stuff. I just wanted to see some of the big parts of it. I think it's serious. It is very serious. YouTube is a serious platform. I think he's right. Kind of. I mean, I get it. You had to walk up and down the YouTube hills both ways, straight up, dude. Little Bear mentioned a HasanAbi head that used to translate your videos to Turkish, but they stopped making them for some weird YouTube reason. I thought that was really cool. The Turkish people who love your content had that for a bit. I know. I fucking hate that YouTube does this shit. Yes, YouTube is like sliced up the HasanAbi Clips industrial complex so aggressively.
Persona might be. YouTubers are now among the most recognizable faces on the planet and have become immensely wealthy doing this. Some are so influential, we literally call them influencers. Maybe it's a good idea to have some standards for not stealing. Maybe. In current discourse, YouTubers simultaneously present as the forefront of a new medium, creative voices that need to be taken seriously as part of the next generation of media, and also uwu small beans little babies who shouldn't be taken seriously when they rip someone off and make tens of thousands of dollars doing it. But on the opposite end, YouTubers who act like serious documentarians gain a shroud of professionalism which then masks the deeply unprofessional things they do. We just saw that with James. I think he's partially got away with what he's doing for so long because he acts so professional about it, so people assume there's no way he could just be stealing shit, so they don't check. And on top of that, a lot of James's videos contain obvious mistakes and made-up facts, which we haven't even had the time to get into in this video. But because they're often presented next to well-researched stuff he stole, no one questions it. I've seen James repeat a lie in his videos, and then other people claim it's true and link his video as the proof. He has helped to solidify misinformation by seeming like he's doing his diligence. To quote the great philosopher Danil Dankovsky, truth does not do as much good in the world as the appearance of truth does evil. Just kidding, he actually stole that from Francois de la Rochefoucauld. Cite your sources, bachelor! This becomes extremely glaring once you've seen how the other side lives. At the last VidCon I went to, like 4 years ago, I was taking an Uber and a bunch of people came in it with me because we were all going to the same place. A bunch of big YouTubers who I don't know super well, including really massive one, like way more important than me, you know? And we were all just making small talk, and I made a joke that was actually quite funny about the topic we were talking about. And this big YouTuber, she laughed and took out her phone and tweeted it. She heard my joke and just casually went, "Oh, I'll have that." And it became her joke. And she just took.
What the fuck? Who was it? Does he mention it? Sniper Wolf? Yo. The pinned message? What is it? As literally you, though, you need to do like a fundraising stream or something where you attempt to play Pathologic. What is that?
Took it. People really liked the joke too, which felt kind of good, but not really. And what are you gonna do, complain? And start a massive public fight with someone extremely famous and get smashed into dust by thousands?
He pinned you, dog? Who did? Who pinned me?
She laughed.
No one will see this, but you
laughed. Oh, I'll joke too, which felt kind of good, but not really.
No one will ever see this, but you stole my joke one time? Yeah, I didn't, okay? I didn't. Or maybe I did. What are you gonna fucking do about it? How about that? All you're gonna do is watch this fucking 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, okay? Yeah, that's right. Get wrecked.
What What are you going to do, complain and start a massive public fight with someone extremely famous and get smashed into dust by thousands of fans? No thanks. And that was my Uber too. I paid money to have one of my jokes stolen by a multi-millionaire. When people hit a certain level of celebrity, they start to think the world actually revolves around them and they can just take something if they want and say it's theirs. I don't have a clever analysis here. Some people are just fucking weird. I'm not smart enough to know what we're
It's crazy. He just he kept this with him forever, by the way. I need to know who it is.
supposed to do about plagiarism. I think trying to fix it in any systemic way could risk making it worse. Let's imagine YouTube introduced some kind of plagiarism claim system. We'd be expecting someone at YouTube to be able to decide whether something is plagiarism or not. And I don't like the idea of YouTube having any more power than they already have.
If there was a system for handling plagiarism, the Illuminatis of the world wouldn't stop, they'd find ways around it. We've seen in this very video how easy it is to get away with copyright infringement. Just blur the logos and slap a filter.
Chat complains about me stealing their fucking jokes while you just repeat what I say to your fucking friends to sound knowledgeable on the matter on a daily basis. I got your fucking number. Okay? Yeah. Oh, it's not the same. Oh, okay. Oh, wow, dude. Nice, dude. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you walk around talking about all these different things you heard on the broadcast. Yeah, you got, motherfucker. That's right. No, I changed some of the words.
Over it. These systems are so untrustworthy, when Internet Historian correctly got copyright claimed for stealing an entire article, people automatically assumed it was some kind of mistake, because YouTube is quite fairly viewed as bad at handling this, just as likely to shut down perfectly fair use work as
called
it is
reparations.
actual infringement of copyright.
A system like this would also allow bad actors to falsely accuse people, which would create a lot of problems for their targets. People falsely copyright claim videos they don't like all the time already. It's happened to me. I almost had to give a Nazi my home address so that a video would go back up. I'm half expecting some of the people this video was about to try it with this one. Maybe let's not give YouTube any more easily exploitable features. I want my joke back, but I can live without it if it means not giving the bad guys another toy. Simply being able to talk about plagiarism and bring attention to it and let people decide if something is and who they want to support going forward, that's good enough for now. But don't take my word for it on this. I'm certainly not. Someone smarter than me might come up with a better idea, so let's keep our eyes peeled for
Bro, 4 million views in 2 days, by the way. My boy is popping.
that. As technology progresses, the methods of plagiarism are getting stranger and more complex.
The hot new tool in the stealing tools box is generative AI, like ChatGPT, Stable Diffusion, or Midjourney, which can produce new art or words on command using a process known as stealing. Sorry, that's an oversimplification. The process is called, complicated stealing. Theoretically, generative AI works by training on a large dataset of existing material to figure out how to make new things. Before we even ask whether stuff generated by this counts as original, we have to ask, how did they get all that material? Well, by taking a lot of stuff without its creator's consent. ChatGPT has intricate knowledge of copyrighted works it shouldn't legally have access to, and when you ask it to write something original, it's just smush.
Big YouTubers really hit the lotto, man. They put out one video a year. They work less than the pensioners of Spirit Halloween who only work 1 month out of the year. Oh, man. To be fair, I wouldn't even say HBomberguy is a big YouTuber. He just chills and makes YouTube videos when he feels like it. You know what I mean? His vaccines and autism, a measured response, is so fucking good. Him, Sean too, they really, when they pop, they fucking pop. You know what I mean? Respect to them. I do not have the time or the attention span to sit down and basically make that kind of video. Yeah, the fucking Aquaman is a classic. Don't play Pathologic, HasanAbi. You can't hack it. What is Pathologic? Why do people try to get me to play a game? What is happening? That's because you sit down and live stream 10 hours a day. Yeah, but I like doing that. I like live streaming. I would not be able to do other things, is my point. Did he talk about Palestine yet? No. I would never do that. I would never talk about it. I would never talk about Palestine. It's better experience through the RPS article from 10 years ago? I don't even know what that is. Pathologic is genius, and here's why. 4 years ago, 9 million views. I mean, like I said, the man's great. He makes great fucking videos. Love his stuff. Much respect to HBomberguy. Yesterday's gaming was so fun. I mean, on that note, I think I'm gonna end it here because I'm tired. We'll get to more stuff tomorrow, as always. Go full community going wild on the phones right now. Yeah, the Ben Shapiro thing was like a legend. It's a stuff of legend. It's so perfect. And when are you having Ryan Grimm on? Great question. Tomorrow, as a matter of fact, I will be having the Washington D.C. bureau chief of The Intercept, Ryan Grimm, on tomorrow. He has a new book coming out. Or did it come out already? I don't want to fuck it up. It might have come out already, but yeah, we're going to talk about a bunch of stuff. And yeah. There it is. Love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. All right? Bye-bye.
All the shadows trickling in has helped people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden Discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time.